When they say something to us, we want to make sure we mash that ass like we did Biggie. You see that quiet as a church mouse?
I was more in the mind frame of keep your mouth shut, Big. You know what I'm saying? Just don't feed into it. If you feed into it, it's gonna do nothing but escalate.
His wife's pregnant, get wait like an expectant father not knowing who the baby is.
If they have twins, she probably have Tupac.
Come on, man. For me, I drop $1 million on your head.
Muscle,
race you and your whole
laid
family.
Down, 5 shots couldn't drop me. I took it and smiled.
They hit 6 shots just in case.
My mind's in jeopardy, my thoughts are past. I know I'll die soon, so there's no need to ask.
Look what you made me do, brains blue, my team in the marine blue. Reminisce on dead friends too. You're nobody till somebody kills you.
Shortly after the release of the Biggie diss track Hit 'Em Up in June '96, Puffy decided to respond in form of a mixtape, the volume 4 of the Bad Boy mixtape series. The concept of it was to put the biggest and most promising talents from the East Coast on the tape so that they get exposure in exchange for their loyalty towards Bad Boy Entertainment. You would think that every artist on a mixtape called Bad Boy is affiliated with the label Bad Boy. That's how people on the West Coast interpreted it, thinking that Bad Boy is the face of the East Coast, and that all the other crews, labels and groups are either working under them or collaborating with them, which makes them look like one big united family that's standing strong against the enemies on the West Coast, in the middle of the East-West War, with rappers like Jay-Z, Nas, DMX, Deluxe, the Wu-Tang Clan and De La Soul on the mixtape. On Hit 'Em Up, Tupac said,
"And if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too."
Now all these East Coast artists appear on one mixtape, and Pac interprets it as them picking the side of Bad Boy, cause he made himself clear and told everybody to not get involved, saying F you to everyone who wants to be down with Bad Boy, bombing on everyone who picks their side. And that same month, they all come together like one big family. Puffy did that on purpose, just like how he released Who Shot Ya exactly a week after Pac went to prison, and the Get Money remix 10 days before the official release of All Eyes on Me. Now he's dragging all these East Coast artists into the beef, knowing that Pac is a hothead that will interpret this mixtape as them picking Biggie's side. And indeed, Pac would later diss most of the artists on this tape. Jay-Z, Nas, De La Soul, oh, and they even put Helter Skelter on here. Rock from Helter Skelter later kicked the fake Biggie off the stage in one of the music videos of the group OGC, which was part of the Bootcamp clique, which Pac was actually cool with. Puff tried to start some drama between them, so that Pac stops messing with the Bootcamp clique, cause they were underground and saw Puffy and Biggie as the gatekeepers of East Coast hip-hop, the people who dictate who becomes popular and who stays underground. That's what they complained to Pac about, and Pac promised to sign them to Death Row East. That's why they were always loyal to him. But now Puff is trying to cause a rift between them, so that the Bootcamp clique stays in Bad Boy's control, and that Pac won't collaborate with them. The Bootcamp clique actually claims that Puffy blackballed them. Pac was also cool with the Wu-Tang Clan. He wanted to sign them to Death Row East too. But now Puff is trying to make it seem like the Wu-Tang Clan is picking the side of Bad Boy in the beef, cause they kinda ended on a bad note with RZA getting beaten up by Death Row artists, more specifically by the group OFTB. So they were like, why the hell would we sign to Death Row East when you can't even respect us? And Pac would try his best to save their relationship, repeatedly saying in interviews that he got love for them. He of course loved the fact that Raekwon and Ghostface were dissing Biggie, so he thought they were the perfect addition to their label. But you can't expect them to join after beating up the leader of the group. And now RZA is on the Bad Boy mixtape, producing beats for Biggie's album Life After Death. Part of Puffy's war strategy was to burn the bridges between Pac and the East Coast, so that he doesn't have any supporters or allies left, and so that the King of New York is in control of his kingdom and territory, meaning the East Coast, making it seem like Pac has to go at all these artists, including the Wu-Tang Clan, in order to take down Bad Boy Records. DMX was on the radio dissing Tupac as well. He wanted to use the East-West conflict to kickstart his career. Pac was also under the impression that De La Soul was trying to diss the West Coast on the song Stakes is High. We also had Capone and Noriega on here, who previously dropped a song called LALA, dissing the Death Row artists The Dog Pound and Snoop. We also had Nas on here with the song Street Dreams, using the same sample as Pac's All Eyes on Me, which really pissed him off because he thought that Nas stole his beat. Jay-Z was on here too, on a song with Biggie who's responding to Pac. So yeah, Pac was pissed off. Almost every feature guest on here was handpicked strategically, knowing that it will cause confusion for Tupac. He was talking to him directly, in the intro where he's reacting to the outro of Hit 'Em Up, telling Tupac to stop yapping.
This how we gonna do this.
That's right.
Up Mob Deep, up Biggie, up Bad Boy as a staff record label and as a motherfucking crew. And if you wanna be down Bad Boy, then f you too. Chino X. Come on, fuck you bring too. It. All you motherfuckers, fuck you too.
Puff is playing it cool, acting like the song Hit 'Em Up is light work. Nothing that's worth getting upset about. Something that's not even worth addressing. He's laughing it off, asking Pac why he's so upset, sarcastically telling him that he's scary.
You sound upset. Why do you sound so upset?
All of y'all motherfuckers, fuck you, die slow, My fofo make sure all y'all kids don't broke. You motherfuckers can't be us or see us. We motherfucking thug like riders west side till we die.
He's once again calling him an actor, saying that his acting performance is spectacular as always, that he deserves an Academy Award for playing the role of a tough gangster and thug. This is the same thing he said in the Vibe magazine where he responded to Pac explaining what happened at the Quad Studios. Puffy, Biggie, Andre Harrell and Jimmy Henchman were calling him an actor.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up! Give him a round of applause! The Academy Award goes to the actor, Tupac Shakur! Give him a round of applause!
It's gonna triple in 4 quadruple.
He also sampled a speech by Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, in which he talks about him and his enemy not letting go of each other until one of them dies, saying that he'll be the one surviving, while his enemy dies. And Puffy used it to say the same thing about Tupac, that he will be the one that dies, while Puffy will be the survivor, which is exactly what happened, since Puffy put out a hit on him.
Some of my black brothers and sisters want me to be quiet, be silent. I can't let them go, and they can't let me go.
I can't let you go!
I can't let them go.
I can't let you go! No, 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 no!
God has me on your behind, and I'm not gonna let it go, and you got me. Like you're holding on to an electric current, and you can't let me go. So we are locked in a life and death struggle. Only one of us is going to survive.
That's right.
Now I want you to write this down. I shall tell you today, straight up, with the help of Almighty God, I'm going to be the one to survive.
And then he plays a clip from the Get Money remix released earlier that year, in which Biggie is subliminally dissing Tupac. But it went over everybody's heads, so he's playing it again so that everybody understands that they were talking about Tupac. Again, the remix uses the same sample as Hit 'Em Up. They put out their song before Tupac's, and now Puffy is trying to rub it in his face.
I'm gonna be the winner, living or dead.
Come on! Say what? Come on! Why you for?
Brooklyn in the house.
Without a doubt.
I'm a rapper with clout, everybody yap about.
On track number 13, called Shoutouts, Puffy gives Dr. Dre, who had just left the label Death Row, a shoutout. Dre and Biggie actually squashed their beef and were now beefing with Tupac both at the same time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So he and Big all of a sudden became cool, even though Dre always looked down on him. I covered Pac's beef with Dre in a separate video. Make sure to check it out. So just like how the Bootcamp Clique and several other New York rap groups and rappers sided with the quote-unquote enemy on the opposite coast, meaning Pac and the West Coast, Dr. Dre and his allies were more or less siding with Biggie on the East Coast, even though they are West Coast artists. Both sides were trying to win over rappers from the opposite coast who had nothing to do with the beef, in order to cause a coast internal conflict, something like a rebellion against the king within the kingdom. People in New York who don't acknowledge Biggie as their king, and people in LA who don't acknowledge Pac as their leader. Both sides were doing it to weaken their opponent, to make sure that the enemy doesn't have enough influence to have an entire coast behind them. So that New York, for example, ain't fully rocking with Biggie and doesn't have his back during the Coastal War. That's why Pac and Suge tried to build up the label Death Row East, to not only win over rappers from the East Coast, but also their fans. At the time, Pac was actually working on an album called One Nation, inviting rappers from the East Coast, like the Boot Camp Clique, to come make music with him, showing Biggie that he ain't in full control over his kingdom, even though he's technically the king. Big and Puff were now trying to do the same thing with Dre, who was the co-founder of Death Row Records, the face of the West Coast, prior to Pac getting released from prison and turning the label upside down. Pac came on board and made the co-owner leave his own label, and now he's replacing him. Puffy knew that giving Dre a shout-out would infuriate Tupac, cause they were beefing as well. Pac and Suge saw Dre as a traitor. They were the type to make a lot of unnecessary enemies for themselves. And Puffy used their hot-headed and recklessness against them. While they were busy making themselves enemies, Puffy made sure to reach out a hand to every single one of them. And this made Pac go back in the booth and record an entire album worth of songs going at everyone Puffy gave a shout out to. He could have basically given a shout out to anyone, and Pac would have started beefing with them. That's why Pac's next album, Killuminati, is less about Puffy and Biggie, but more about the ones that were given a shout out on the mixtape, like Dre, Jay-Z, Nas, and De La Soul, for example. This gave Puffy and Biggie room to breathe, since Pac would get distracted by all these new enemies. People who appeared to be stepping into the arena where Biggie and Tupac were supposed to have a one-on-one battle. Biggie was slowly leaving the arena while Pac was busy fighting the crowd, wasting his energy on everyone but his main target. And that's part of the reason why you didn't hear as much Biggie slander anymore after the release of this mixtape. There were just too many new opponents for Pac to just focus on one person. This worked in Biggie's favor, because the beef was getting too much for him. He had writer's block and couldn't focus on his art. The beef really bothered him. They actually moved to the Caribbean to finish the album Life After Death, left the US because of the East-West War. They didn't feel safe in their own city. The relaxing atmosphere in the Caribbean helped Biggie a lot. Track number 14 is called Talking Ish. Puffy continues slandering Tupac.
There's been a lot of yapping going on. Tupac made a motherfucking record. Dissing my man, dissing me, dissing my crew, dissing my company. And I loved it. I loved it. Because it let me know the bitch he really was. Because I don't know where you're from, but where I'm from, bad boys moving silent. You dig? And if they want to come see me, they can come see me. You know? But you want to see my man Biggie? They know where he's at. They can come see him.
Then he talks about his future plans against Tupac, now that he dropped the song Hit 'Em Up, saying that bad boys move in silence. Now the question is, what did Puffy mean by bad boys move in silence? Cause he did a lot of shady things in the background, involving the Southside Crips, who did a lot of dirt for him. Puffy not only put a $75,000 bounty on Death Row Chains, but he later put out a $1 million bounty on Tupac and Suge's heads, which I will touch on later. What could he have meant with bad boys move in silence? Cause Biggie had decided against lyrically responding to Pac, so they would have to respond in a different way.
There's a whole lot of acting going on. If a nigga wanna touch you, a nigga wanna see you, he can find you. And all y'all niggas that's getting caught up with actors, remember, bad boys move in silence, man. And all y'all niggas asking me questions about what's going on and how I feel and what I'm going to do, as I said, listen to me. Bad boys moving silent, so I have nothing to say to you. Can you feel me?
He also calls Tupac a player hater, which will be relevant when talking about Biggie's upcoming album, cause he has a song on there called Player Hater.
We about to hit side B off, and we gonna dedicate this to all the again, all the now player haters, all the niggas that ain't jealous, all the niggas that don't act like this shit, all the niggas that don't act and keep it real, all the real thugs, the real gangsters. We gonna dedicate this to all the niggas getting money that ain't worrying about the next getting money or what the next niggas doing or who the next niggas hit. This one goes out to you. Side B, I love y'all niggas. Come on!
The track that plays next is a Biggie freestyle, which also sounds like a response to the accusations made by Pac and the Outlaws that Biggie is biting Pac and is trying to sound like him.
How can you stand there and say I sound like them? Hello, watch the entourage turn yours to just mirages.
Biggie is also singing the hook of the Get Money remix on the same track, which he did on purpose to imply that the line was indeed aimed at Pac. And they're also teasing his upcoming album Life After Death, which they claimed was supposed to contain response records against Pac, even though later they claimed that Biggie did not want to respond, with a full diss track at least, cause he was still throwing jabs here and there.
We're Notorious B.I.G.
You know, we dark, we need some sun, you know what I'm saying?
Life After Death, the album.
The final song on the mixtape contains more shots at Pac, but this time more direct. It was a song Brooklyn's Finest with Biggie and Jay-Z. On that song, Biggie purposefully referenced Too Shot Ya, which again everybody interpreted as a diss record against Pac. On Who Shot Ya, Biggie called himself Brooklyn's Finest.
And Brooklyn's finest, you rewind this, bad boys behind.
And they named the song after that line. DJ Clark Kent even quoted it on Brooklyn's Finest.
Brooklyn's finest, you rewind this.
Clark Kent was actually the one that brought Biggie and Jay-Z together, and they ended up doing the song Brooklyn's Finest together. That's where Biggie learned that Jay-Z didn't write down his lyrics, cause Jay was doing everything in his head. So Biggie was like, if you can do it in your head, then I can do it too. Jay had acquired the skill after years and years of practice, creating entire verses without writing anything down. From that point on, Biggie did everything in his head too. Biggie wanted to show him that he can do everything that Jay-Z can do on the mic. Every trick, every skill, every technique. Things he practiced for years. As the King of New York, Biggie felt like he should be able to do that too. No MC should possess a skill that the King can't replicate. That's why when he rapped with Bone Thugs and Harmony, he tried to replicate their fast-paced triplet flow. Cause Biggie wasn't a fast rapper, but he wanted to prove to everybody that he's the best MC, someone that can master everybody's styles, challenge people using their skills, out-rap people with their own styles. But in order to learn the technique of writing raps without a pen and paper, he had to practice it again and again, just like Jay-Z did for years. Jay had mastered that technique already, but Big needed some time. That's why, unlike Jay, he didn't lay down his verse on the first day. He went back on tour, taught himself Jay's technique, and then came back to finish the song. These two respected each other a lot. They became really close. And Jay didn't mind that Biggie is dissing Pac on his record. Jay knew that he would get himself involved in the beef, but he didn't mind. He was actually encouraging Biggie to battle him, cause Big loved the competition. That's why he was always competing with people, to prove that he's the best. He even dissed Jay on his own song. He then mentioned the song Who Shot Ya while going back and forth with Jay.
Who shot your mouth ties like Sinatra?
This made Pac believe that Big and Jay are taunting him. Biggie was initially denying that Who Shot Ya was about Pac, but he mentioned it next to lines that seemed like they were aimed at Pac, and Pac believed that everything was said on purpose to provoke him.
Who shot your mouth ties like Sinatra?
You think you mob, we the mother mob.
Who shot your mouth ties like Sinatra?
You think you mob, we the mother mob.
Pac wanted to be part of Suge's gang, the Mob Piru. He had an MOB tattoo on the back of his arm. Like explained in my King of New York video, Biggie was not only dissing Pac on here, but also Jay-Z. Some of these lines have double meanings behind them. like when he tells Jay-Z to pass the safe before he blazes the place, basically robbing Jay-Z. He said something similar about Tupac's mother on the Get Money remix, which Puffy even put on the Stop Yappin' intro to this Pac.
Your mom, the actress, didn't want to show me the safe.
It's okay, she was home anyway.
Pass the safe before I blaze the place and hit 6 shots just in case.
Here's 6 shots just in case. Pac was shot 5 times at the Quad Studios. Biggie is saying, I know you survived 5 shots and even bragged about it in your song. So here's 6 shots just in case. Let's see if you can survive again.
5 shots couldn't drop me, I took it and smiled.
And hit 6 shots just in case.
5 shots couldn't drop me, I took it and smiled.
And hit 6 shots just in case.
So yeah, the lines about the safe when he's robbing someone and the one about the 6 shots were definitely about Pac. But the part that people point out the most is the final line in verse 7, where Biggie responds to the whole thing about Pac sleeping with Faith, who at this point in time was pregnant with Biggie's baby.
If they have twins, she probably have 2 pops.
Time to separate the pros.
So he was poking fun at the possibility that Faith, who became pregnant between January and February 96, might actually be having a 2-pack of kids that both belonged to Tupac after their alleged affair, which supposedly happened in October 95. So it couldn't have possibly been Tupac's offspring. He was just joking around. Faith Evans actually confronted Biggie about this line, asking, "What are you going to tell your child?" That's on record, while looking at him with a look of disgust, which supposedly made Biggie cry. "I'm sorry, I was under pressure. People was just talking ish." So Big supposedly didn't make that joke out of confidence, but out of insecurity. He wasn't laughing it off while being all cold and stoic. But that's how Pac and the entire world interpreted it.
It wasn't this, but I was just upset at the time, you know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm just that type of person, you know what I'm saying? I just did that. You know? It was kind of funny to me. Everybody laughed when I did it, but, you know, I don't care. I'm my own person, you know?
Biggie and Fat Joe then supposedly started working on a collab album together, dissing Tupac. They made around 5 songs in total, but never actually got to finish the project as Atlantic Records heard about it and intervened, offering Joe to help him form his own record label, which later became Terror Squad Productions. This is all according to Fat Joe himself, a collaboration between the quote-unquote Puerto Rican Dawn and the Black Dawn, going at Machiavelli the Dawn on the West Coast. They felt like they were the Dons of the East Coast, so it was their job to respond to all the disrespect from Tupac. Puff Daddy was supposed to produce the album and offered Joe a record deal, but he decided to start his own record label instead, signing artists like Big Pun, Cuban Link and the group Terror Squad. According to Joe, the songs they recorded will probably never see the light of day. Jay-Z also tried to motivate Big to respond to hit him up, and even offered to help him, but Biggie didn't want to add more fuel to the fire. And this would confuse people because he would always make conflicting statements about whether or not he's going to respond. Cause in interviews he was teasing diss tracks on his upcoming album Life After Death, telling people to stay tuned, and that they can look forward to a response. But now he's telling his team to leave it be, making it clear that nobody is recording response records or else they're getting thrown off the group. Meaning both Junior Mafia with Lil Cease and Lil Kim, and also the Commission with Jay-Z and Charlie Baltimore. The entire team was ready to respond, but Big told them that he won't mess with them if they do.
Mafia wanted to do a song. You know, Kim wanted to do a song.
Even I was like, yo, let's go. Do something.
Big was like, yo, if any one of y'all doing response records, I'm not messing with you no more. Do not do that. That's not what we do.
He was like, nah, I know where this is going. Not gonna feed into that energy. That's not the sort of energy that I want.
Serious street cats would approach Big and express their disappointment in him for letting Pac slap him around like that. And he would tell them that Pac shall come say those things to his face. He wanted to have a serious talk with him. It was personal. Big had his pride too, so he did make songs going at him. A couple jabs here and there to show the world that he can take it there if he wanted to. That he's lyrically capable of defending himself and of doing just as much harm to Pac as he did to Big if he wanted to. But he really wanted to talk to him face to face. Cause this whole thing started because of a lack of communication. Pac built hate and resentment for him cause he wouldn't come see him in prison. If they had talked it out while Pac was in prison, this whole beef wouldn't have happened. But Big had the world racing around him. And just like in the movie King of New York with the character Frank White, which was also Biggie's alias, he didn't want to see his friend locked up in a cage. That's why he didn't pay him a visit after he came out of prison.
How come you never came to see me? Who wanted to see you in a cage, man? Of course.
Big supposedly wanted to pay him a visit after his release from prison. But by that time it was already too late. He still hoped that he could talk it out with him. So Big's team was told to stay out of it. According to Fat Joe, people in New York were bumping Hit 'Em Up in front of Biggie to annoy him. Walking around with a boombox blasting the song while Big is minding his own business. Haters in Biggie's territory blasting the song at full volume in an attempt to ruin Biggie's day. And this was New York. Now imagine what the situation would have been like in Pac's territory. It was hard for people from both sides to travel to the opposite coast without getting reminded of the beef. They were always getting into trouble, so they had to proceed with caution, especially now with the release of Hit 'Em Up. On June 10th, Tupac recorded the song Why You Turn On Me, in which he once again talked about Biggie stabbing him in the back.
Me and you, no closer to two, while drinking brew, she need, taking anything, it all come to me.
This right here is about Pac's relationship with Biggie prior to the beef. They were drinking and hanging out together all day, like the closest homies. Pac would give him anything he needed, reached out his hand to him every time he needed help or support, showed him how to dress, bought him clothes, gave him money, showed him how to become popular with girls, gave him the keys to his Jeep, and offered his home as a place for him to stay while he's in LA. After Biggie became famous, things started to change. To Pac, it seemed like Biggie forgot about him while he was locked up and short on cash. That's why he's asking him, "Did you think I'd die?" He chose not to cooperate with Pac when he was robbed and gunned down, and completely ignored him. Then he talks about not getting a single visit from him while he was in prison, saying that all his old homies, meaning Stretch and Biggie, were too busy now that his money is gone, cause he didn't have the money to bail himself out, and he wasted most of his savings on lawyer fees, hoping that Biggie and Puffy would help him out, now that they have a successful label making millions. Cause Pac contributed to Biggie's success.
I never got a single visit, yet I carry on. All my old friends too busy, now my money gone.
The release of Hit 'Em Up came with a lot of negative press and criticism towards Tupac, accusing him of insulting and belittling an entire coast.
I made a song about my enemies, a chicken drip. It was hip hop until Tupac or Biggie. Y'all taking hypocrites and it made.
With Puffy trying to unite all the major New York MCs to stay next to Biggie while he's doing this whole back and forth with Pac, Pac thought that he needs to show people that he doesn't have a problem with the East Coast, but everyone that's affiliated with his enemies, meaning those who diss him, look down on the West Coast, or are close to or part of the label Bad Boy or Dr. Dre's Aftermath Entertainment.
They say we hate the East Coast, but that's funny, got a lot of love for any getting money.
The next thing he decided to do was to unite both coasts by cherry-picking artists on the East Coast he wants to be cool with and see on top, while continuing to battle the rest of the East Coast, those that chose Biggie's side in the war. And he wanted to accomplish this with the East Coast-West Coast collaboration album One Nation, which he started working on June 14th. He did songs with Black Moon, Smith & Wesson, OGC, Helter Skelter, Greg Nice from Nice and Smooth, The Loonies. He also did songs with Big Daddy Kane and wanted to work with the pioneer Melly Mel, who he wanted to sign to Death Row East. On Pac's last birthday, which was on June 16th, 1996, he was in the studio recording the One Nation album while making fun of Biggie and the rappers from the East Coast he didn't like.
We hear that you are involved with the murders of the East Coast rappers that we've been hearing about lately.
No, I got love for the East Coast. We just, I heard about one incident where this one guy, B.I.G, got hurt. Yeah, I heard he got hurt. But as far as all the other East Coast rappers, I love them. We're working on a new project called One Nation. It's going to be an East Coast, West Coast collaboration. So, you got Greg
East Coast, West Coast?
Yep. It's going to be a collaboration. Nah, with them. Nah.
None of that?
We're doing it with the real Intel out there.
Okay.
So that we can make more extinct.
None of
the suckers.
On June 18th, Pac was interviewed by Simon Rex for MTV at the Hollywood Athletic Club in LA. Same place where Pac and Faith met in October 95. Black Moon and Smith & Wesson were there too that night. During the interview, Pac talked about the One Nation album, which in his words was supposed to end the East Coast-West Coast beef, saying that it's only a feud between two rappers.
I got this new project coming out along with some other brothers called One Nation, and it's like an East Coast-West Coast collaboration to kill this whole new vibe everybody want to be on about it being a war between the East Coast and the West Coast. Right. It's really just a problem with two rappers. We ain't mad at the whole spot in New York, we just mad at certain people.
On June 25th, Jay-Z's debut album Reasonable Doubt finally came out, containing the song Brooklyn's Finest and the lines against Pac. Around the same time, Puffy found out about Suge's relationship with his baby mama Misa Hylton. Wolf, the man Suge accused of shooting Big Jake, showed Puffy pictures of Suge and Misa Hylton together, which supposedly were in a Death Row Artist Press magazine at the time. Suge had his arm around Misa Hylton, while she had Puffy's 2-year-old son Justin in her arm. Not only was the photo itself disrespectful, but the caption made everything worse. It said, "The East Coast can't take care of their own, but what the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will." The ad, which was discussed on New York's Hot 97 by resident gossip Wendy Williams, never ran anywhere, but reps were tarnished nonetheless. Puffy was enraged and fuming when he saw those pictures. His ex-bodyguard Gene Deal said that he saw a vein come out of Puffy's forehead out of anger, and he also claimed that Puffy made a couple of phone calls later on, yelling and cussing people out. "What the hell is Suge doing with my son? Is he trying to threaten me?" They stayed up until the next morning because the situation was so heated. It was hard to calm him down. He tried calling Misa Hylton, but she didn't go on the phone. So he allegedly panicked, thinking Suge Knight had kidnapped his baby mama and son. On June 30th, Puffy was rushed to the emergency room of St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital in Upper Manhattan, where he was treated for a deep cut to his lower right arm. New York's Daily News called it a slit wrist, implying that it was more than just an accident, a possible attempt to take his own life. Puffy called the story nonsense. "I was playing with my girl and I reached for a champagne glass and it broke on my bracelet, cutting my arm. I ain't trying to kill myself. I got problems, but it ain't that bad," Puffy said. The Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright, claims that Puffy panicked when he saw the pictures and when he heard about Suge taking Misa and her son Justin to LA. Puffy allegedly thought that Suge kidnapped them and tried to harm his son in retaliation for Big Jake's murder. On Hit 'Em Up, Pac had threatened Puffy and Biggie, saying that he'll make sure that their kids won't grow. And Puffy supposedly took those threats very seriously.
Die slow, motherfucker. My phone make sure all your kids don't grow.
Puffy's mother hysterically called the officers of Death Row to ask and beg them to return her grandson, meaning Puffy's firstborn, Justin Combs. She allegedly told them that Puffy tried to end his life by cutting his wrist while he was drunk, saying that he had a panic attack. They later denied it, saying that it was an accident. Misa Hylton wasn't on good terms with Puffy at the time, so she apparently laughed it off and said, "This BS N-word really tried to kill himself," while she was in LA with Suge, after Puffy's mother made that call begging them to send her grandbaby home. Misa was having a good time and sleeping around while the father of her son had a mental breakdown, trying to take his own life. Misa then went back home after a week or two and the situation cooled down. They both had their fun on Puffy's expense. The damage was done. And Puffy hit a low point in terms of mental health and overall happiness. Pac and Suge were playing mind games, trying to drive him crazy, destroy him and everything he worked for. According to Gene Deal, that was the last straw and the point of no return for Diddy. When the legendary DJ Eric B, who was supposed to run Death Row East, wanted to have a meeting with Biggie, hoping to squash the East Coast-West Coast beef, Puffy didn't want any part of a truce meeting, even though months prior at the Source Awards, he was saying that the East Coast-West Coast beef needs to be stopped.
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier. But check this out, contrary to what other people may feel, I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
Puffy wanted revenge, but didn't know how to get it without potentially ruining his business and reputation as a serious and noble label boss. In interviews, he was all positive and peaceful, made it seem like he's ready to just shake hands and end the beef. But behind the scenes, he was pulling strings, rejecting peacemaking efforts from people that are close to both sides or from leaders like Farrakhan, who are known to solve problems, squash beefs and make peace. It was important for him to look like a saint to the public. He and Suge were polar opposites. Suge didn't care about getting labeled a villain, bully, tyrant, terrorist, gang member or bad guy in general. Puffy always wanted to look like the good guy, even though he did a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Overall, he cared more about his public image. But his hatred for Suge and Pac made him do the unthinkable. One night, Puffy invited Eric Von Zip and Keefe D to come meet him at Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wines on Sunset, which is in LA. This was when Puffy was too scared of coming to LA, thinking he might get ambushed or confronted by Pyru members affiliated with Death Row. He was really scared of Suge, after that incident at the Soul Train Awards where he ran for his life. He saw how many people Suge had with him and was intimidated by their presence. Puff wasn't used to seeing that many gang members on one spot, and that's why he got the support of the Southside Crips, who were the rivals of the mob Pyrus. He wanted to increase the friction between both camps. He wanted to start a gang war in LA while sitting back and watching from a distance. And the Southsiders were also protecting him every time he came to LA. He didn't pay them or hire them as security guards, but always bought them tickets to all his shows, so that they can sit right next to him, making it look like Puff had the Crips on his side, and thus scaring away or at least trying to intimidate other gang members. He also wanted the Southside Crips to take care of Pac and Suge, according to Keefe D himself. Again, Keefe D was one of the 4 people in the car from which they shot Tupac in Las Vegas. And according to him, this meeting at Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wines in LA was one of the key reasons why they came after them. Puffy waved them over to speak to him in private. I have a couple of problems I need to be handled. Big CEO and Pac. He was worried about his business and safety, because Pac was the biggest rapper on the planet at the time, crushing everything that Puff, Biggie and Bad Boy had built up since Pac got shot the first time in New York and while he was in prison. Biggie had no clue about Puffy reaching out to the Southsiders. Puff did that all by himself. I want to get them dudes, Puffy said. Man, we'll wipe their ass out real quick. It's nothing. Consider that done. Puffy said he'd offer him $1 million. Keefe D looked him in his eyes and without hesitation responded, "That's not a problem. We can make that happen." According to Keefe D, an agreement was made that day. But as always, Puffy put things into people's heads that appear like an agreement or a promise, convincing you to work for him, even though he most likely never even planned on paying you for doing the job. He always knew how to manipulate people and make them do things for free, making them believe that they'll get rewarded in the end. For Keefe D, it was nothing. He grew up with that kind of life. Gangbanging was all he did. So from that point on, he always had Pac and Suge in the back of his mind, even though Suge was his childhood friend. He even said he'd kill them for only $50,000. Hearing the offer of $1 million made his mouth water. Solicitation for murder is obviously a crime, and people have debated on whether Puffy's statements could be labeled as such, or if it's just him being scared, exaggerating and rambling about what they could do to escape a real life or death situation. Because the East and West war was that serious. People were getting shot and killed on both sides. According to Keefe D, both Tupac and Suge were on the hit list now. Pac got added to the list due to all the jabs on Hit 'Em Up. At first, the main target was Suge, cause he used to bully and intimidate Puffy every chance he got. The whole thing with his baby mama, him slapping Puffy in front of others, the argument and shooting in Atlanta, the whole East-West rivalry, making Puff too scared to come to the West Coast. It was really all about Suge, cause it was Suge's muscle, the people he had around him that Puffy was afraid of. He had a long list of reasons to hate him. He was a threat on a street level, while Pac jeopardized their reputation in the rap industry, hurting their business and basically crushing the player, gangster and king image that Big had created while Pac was in prison. Biggie was the main artist on Bad Boy, writing lyrics for multiple artists, including Puffy himself. He was carrying the label, writing entire albums for people. But now, because of the beef, he had writer's block. It was hard for him to work. That's why they wanted to focus on other artists. People who can write their own lyrics, like the Lox and Mace for example. But at the time, they were nobodies compared to Biggie, the king of New York. Puff didn't even know if the Lox or Mace would go platinum. He was in the studio with them every day and realized that they could never replace Biggie. They were trying to give Biggie time and space so that he can relax and clear his head, come back with the drive, energy and focus to finish his album. But it seemed like Pac wouldn't stop to attack them, and it was messing up Big mentally. And it was only getting worse. Now he was threatening to kill babies.
Die slow, motherfucker. My fofo make sure all y'all kids don't grow.
So Puffy wanted to put an end to it. That's why Pac was on the hit list as well. Puffy was worried and super nervous. A few days later, in July '96, there was another turning point for the feud between the Southsiders and the Mob Peru. An altercation took place in the Foot Locker store at the Lakewood Mall in Lakewood, California, which involved a group of Southside Crips and several Mob Peru members, including the Death Row associate Trayvon Lane, who got assaulted by the Crip Orlando Baby Lane Anderson and his people. Trayvon Lane was knocked out and Orlando tried to snatch his chain. I spoke about this incident in my Pac murder documentary. Make sure to check it out if you want to hear more details. There were more incidences between the Southside Crips and the Mob Peru which are covered in that video. Trayvon's Death Row medallion was a gift from Suge Knight, so that was like a declaration of war. Suge and everyone associated with the Death Row label, including several Mob Peru members, were blaming Puffy and Bad Boy for that incident. Cause that's when they heard the rumors about a $10,000 to $75,000 bounty placed on Death Row medallions by Puffy, who they thought was trying to use the friction between the Southsiders and the Mob Peru to his advantage, by starting a gang war on the West Coast. So Puff was pulling strings on the East Coast, making people on the West Coast fight against each other. All he had to do now is sit back and watch the show. While Compton Crips were out hunting Death Row members, thinking they can get an easy $10,000 to $75,000 from Puffy. When Pac heard about it, he thought that the beef had turned into a war now, not just a battle between two rap labels. People who had nothing to do with the music industry were getting involved now. His enemies were now attacking his label and everything he stood for. And he blamed himself, thinking that he was responsible for it. Just because of him, they're trying to attack all his homies. So there was no turning back now. Innocent people and bystanders were getting hurt just because the enemy wanted some form of payback. After the chain snatching incident, there were several shootings between the Mob Peru and the Southsiders. The people from Death Row thought it was extremely disrespectful and provocative. It infuriated Suge, Pac and the rest of the Death Row family, especially after it got physical. To most people in the industry, it was just a regular rap beef. But the whole feud involved gang rivalries, multiple shootings, bounties put on people's heads, threats, verbal and physical assaults, things that are poorly documented and barely spoken about. They were playing mind games on each other, playing dirty, hitting people where it hurts the most, attacking from every angle possible. And Puffy was the first to fold under the pressure. The first one to put out a hit on the leaders of the opposite side. The people from Death Row were fully aware of that. Suge and Pac knew that bounty hunters from all around the US were coming for them. For Death Row and the Mob Peru gang members, it was decided that the next time they see Orlando, it was on. That they would get their revenge by physically attacking him. And unfortunately, the next time they saw each other was in Las Vegas at the MGM Grand when Pac was present. But until then, they were keeping an eye out for the Southsiders, making sure that Pac always has security around him, cause the Crips would try to approach him on numerous shows. Around the same time, Dr. Dre appeared on the cover of the July 96 issue of the Source magazine, making disrespectful comments about Tupac while giving props to Biggie. He was basically saying that people like Pac, who use the East Coast-West Coast feud to sell records, are talentless, and that the East Coast has more talented MCs. The interview was also named after Biggie's upcoming album Life After Death, and this of course infuriated Pac. But the part that upset him the most is him as his ex-label boss saying that Biggie is laughing at him, sitting in a jacuzzi counting his money, not worrying about anything Pac has to say. Yeah, I think Biggie is doing the right thing by not responding to Ish. He's kicking it. Why should he respond? He's chilling and making money. Nobody knows what the F he's doing. If he ain't happy with his wife, he has girls around that's just doing what the F he wants them to do. He's happy as F, sitting in the jacuzzi reading what so-and-so said about him and chilling. The same thing with me. I'll be sitting in the jacuzzi with a bottle of Cristal, laughing at mother effers that's out there talking about me. This really struck a nerve with Pac. And he decided to record another album called Machiavelli the Dawn Killuminati 7-Day Theory, dissing every rapper that was talking slick about him or appeared to be siding with Biggie, even though he was still not done putting out singles for his last album All Eyes on Me. All Eyes on Me came out 5 months ago and he's already working on the next one. Without this Dre interview and the Bad Boy Mixtape Volume 4, we might have not gotten the Killuminati album, cause he was actually working on the One Nation album at the time, which he wanted to put out after he was done promoting All Eyes on Me, cause his plan after All Eyes on Me was to drop multiple group albums, the One Nation album and the Outlaw Immortals album. And while working on those, he wanted to put out as many singles from All Eyes on Me as possible, cause that album was filled with bangers, 27 songs, so he wanted to put out as many music videos as possible. He wasn't really thinking of doing another solo album. That was planned for maybe 97. 96 was All Eyes on Me, and 97 was supposed to be the next one. But now, after reading this interview, all of a sudden he wants to go back into war mode, pushing his plans of making peace with the East Coast to the side. He wanted to finish it later, maybe in 97. Two of Pac's biggest enemies, Dre and Biggie, made peace and gave each other shoutouts. And Pac was worried that Dre would produce for his next album Life After Death, getting the best producers from the East Coast and the best producer from the West Coast to do his album. Cause Pac knew that Biggie's album Ready to Die had way better beats than his previous albums. And Biggie used to tell him that he needs better production. That's why the beats on Me Against the World were superior to the ones on his previous album. Biggie even introduced him to a couple of producers. Dre had only produced one beat for All Eyes on Me, which was Can't See Me, 1 out of 27 songs, and Can't See Me had one of the best beats on the album. So Pac was afraid that Biggie would get multiple songs on the level of Can't See Me and California Love on his album, cause he was a hit machine. Dre and Pac together were able to make a game-changing song. Now how would Biggie sound on a Dre beat? Imagine them dropping a song on the level of California Love, making some type of East Coast West Coast collaboration with him, winning over the fans from both coasts, while half of the East Coast hates and resents Pac. Dre didn't even allow Pac to put the original version of California Love on All Eyes on Me. Pac saw him as a traitor, thinking that he left Death Row and the West Coast to work with the enemies on the East Coast, supplying them with ammo to shoot back at Pac in the middle of the East Coast-West Coast war. So he had all these different scenarios in his head what they would do next, fearing that they might be able to outshine him, while he's trying to give underground rappers and his group The Outlaws a platform, wasting his time helping others instead of building up his solo career. So he wanted to bomb first before they could make their next move. On July 4th, Tupac, The Outlaws, Snoop Dogg and the Dogg Pound performed at the House of Blues and dissed Biggie. Not only did they perform the song Hit 'Em Up on stage, but he also paused the show to hold a speech. Before rapping the final song, Two of America's Most Wanted with Snoop, he had a few words for Biggie on stage.
Nigga shot me 5 times, I came out of jail and sold 5 million. The nigga came up with us, that fat fuck only sold 2 million, he had half of New York rapping on this shit. I focused if they sold 5 million, that's death row style, West Side, baby.
Snoop Dogg backed him up the whole time Pac spoke on Biggie. So all the things he said about him being cool with Biggie and Pac being the only one on death row who really dissed him were untrue. He was just rewriting history. The entire death row label was in F Biggie, F Diddy and F Bad Boy mode.
I ain't even trying to make peace, fuck them all. The players on this side, you can try to play that gangster this shit, but we MOB for motherfucking real.
Further proof that Pac was rapping MOB during his final months, using his ties to Suge's gang to prove that he's really living the life he's rapping about, which Biggie supposedly didn't. The whole thing about the fake player image, Biggie throwing up quote-unquote fake gang signs to look gangster, Pac was pointing them out one by one. He wanted to make people see who's real and who's fake.
Fat motherfucker, Biggie came in the gang gonna try to cross it. The niggas don't know they gangbang in LA, they love fighting. Stupid stuff.
Pac also made fun of Biggie's wife, joking about her pregnancy and Biggie losing sleep over whether or not he's the father. Cause there were rumors going around that Pac is actually the father.
His wife pregnant, getting weight like an expected father, not knowing who the baby is. The world don't know I use the rubber, so it ain't mine. I ain't want to offer that fat bitch, no way. He my enemy, so she looked alright.
He's also wondering why Biggie remained quiet like a quote-unquote church mouse after the release of Hit 'Em Up, instead of dissing him back like you would expect the King of New York to do.
You see that get quiet as a church mouse. Dropped Hit 'Em Up, that get quiet as he ain't got shit to say.
4 days later, he started recording his next album, Machiavelli the Dawn Killuminati's 7-Day Theory, which was supposed to include multiple battle records to strike back at all his enemies on the East Coast. Biggie and Puffy were hereby not the main targets since Hit 'Em Up remained unanswered, and there was no sign from the bad boy camp that Biggie was going to respond anytime soon. Cause Biggie and Puffy had previously said that Life After Death would drop on July 4th, the day Pac dissed him at the House of Blues. And on MTV, he said that people can look forward to a response from him, which was supposed to be on the album. Now it was July 8th. The album didn't drop on the planned date. Biggie wanted to record a couple more songs to make sure that the album is better than anything released in '96, including Pac's All Eyes on Me. That's how he wanted to compete with people, by dropping the better music. So he postponed the album to October 31st on Halloween, meaning in 3 more months, and Pac was really looking forward to it. In order to taunt him and show him that he's superior, he wanted to do an entire album within 3 days. In the beginning, it was supposed to be called 3-Day Theory, showing Biggie that he can make classic albums in just a couple of days, while he takes years to do one album. Pac kept baiting him with little jabs here and there. He wanted to battle this guy badly. He wanted to focus on Biggie, but now people like Jay-Z, Nas, Mobb Deep and Dr. Dre got involved. And that's why this album was supposed to go at them. He still had a couple of jabs for Biggie. One of the songs which was supposed to be on the album was Friendz, recorded on July 8th. In verse 3, he subliminally dissed Biggie and his wife Faith Evans.
Can you imagine me in player mode? Rush the tricks I got. Ready for a booty go up your tip.
He keeps repeating the phrase "I effed your B-word" on multiple songs to bait Biggie, to provoke a response from him. And he also uses the word player again and again, cause Pac saw Biggie as a fake player, and Biggie saw Pac as a player hater. One is the faker and the other the hater. Pac then speculates what it was that made Faith Evans open her legs for him. And then he jokes about screaming West Side in his moment of pleasure.
Was it me or the fame? My dick of the game. Bet I screamed West Side when I came.
The rest of the song is Pac describing what he did to Faith in bed, sharing their most intimate moments. That same day, he recorded the song Against All Odds, which is one of the most revealing songs about the East Coast-West Coast war, more specifically about the Quad Studio shooting, and the people who set him up. The repercussions Tupac would have suffered for recording the track will never be known. Pac himself said that he'll probably be murdered for the things that he said. He spazzed out on Puffy, Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack, and Stretch. Check out my video on the Quad Studio shooting to see what he said about Jack and Jimmy. Cause in this video, we will only focus on what he said about Puff and Stretch.
Dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots. Disappeared in the crowd, all you seen was truth.
Tupac saw the Quad Studio setup as a declaration of war. The enemy was dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots during the Quad Studio incident. They dressed exactly like Biggie's homies, according to Tupac. And that's why he dressed in a similar way when he appeared at the Soul Train Awards in March '96. He wanted to approach and threaten Biggie the same way the robbers did to him at the Quad Studios. And that's why he referenced it in the beginning of this song, to signal that he's ready for war, aiming at everyone who was involved in the Quad Studio incident. But this time they're the victims and Pac is the one wearing army fatigues. The first person that he mentioned is Puffy, who he challenged to a boxing match for talking slick about him.
Let's be honest, you a punk or you would see me with gloves. Remember that shit you said the vibe about me being a thug?
In the April '95 issue of the Vibe magazine, Tupac said that Thug Life is dead, that he's tired of it, that nobody helped him even though the Thug Life movement was all about helping and saving each other. Puffy then responded in the Vibe magazine saying, "I hope that this Thug Life ish is really over. But on the real, if you're gonna be a mother effing thug, you gots to live and die a thug. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no jumping in and out of thugism. If that's what you choose to do, you gots to go out like that. I ain't no thug. Only thugs I know is dead or in jail. Or about to be." Pac took offense to it, as Puff made him look like a fake thug, actor and pretender. That's why he's telling him to come see him with gloves. Have a one-on-one fist fight and see if Pac is really a fake thug. Remember, Jimmy Henchman sent those robbers to discipline Pac, to humble him, and to show that he ain't a tough guy. And now Puff and Big are affirming it, calling him a fake thug. So they felt the same way as Jimmy Henchman, using the same exact words to describe him. And Pac knew that they were still hanging out together. That's why in the next line he said,
And you can tell the people you roll with whatever you want, but you and I know what's going on, don't you?
A lot of people in New York, including Puffy, said that the robbers were only there to take his jewelry, that Pac would have gotten out of that situation unharmed if he hadn't resisted. They even added that it was Pac's fault for getting shot. Jimmy Henchman didn't expect him to react like that. They just wanted his jewelry. So Pac basically asked them, what else did you expect? Reminding them that he was always running around with guns. That's the Pac they got to know. Always fighting back, always strapped. So they shouldn't have been surprised that Pac actually made use of his weapons to defend himself.
Payback, I knew you was singing way back. Witness me strapped with Max, knew I wouldn't play that.
Puffy and his associates knew that Pac had guns on him, and that he would pull them out if someone came at him. So them thinking that it would just be a harmless robbery was delusional, according to Pac. They should have known better. They should have expected nothing else but a shooting. Cause Pac was the type of guy to fight until the very end, instead of giving up and allowing another man to take advantage of him or rob him. Cause that's not what he was known for. Pac is known for fighting back and never backing down.
Puffy getting robbed like a bitch to hide that fact. He did some shitty shit this year, so we riding for that.
He accuses Puffy of getting bribed for keeping his mouth shut about the Quad Studio incident. The same incident where he didn't warn him, even though they were friends.
Set me up, wet me up, they can stuff me up. Heard the guns bust, but you tricks never shut me up.
Pac helped Puffy and Biggie wherever he could. Gave Big his first shows, and told him how to make popular records, so that him and Puffy can make millions. But they both kept quiet the whole time, even though numerous people like Puff's bodyguard Gene Deal and the assailant Dexter Isaac have said that he knew about the plans of the shooting beforehand.
Touch one of mine on everything I own. I will destroy everything you touch.
Pac also dedicated a few words to his fallen friend Stretch, who chose to hang out with Biggie instead of visiting Pac in prison.
And anything that was down for me, rest of dead. Switch sides, guess his new friends wanted him dead.
When he said switch sides, guess his new friends wanted him dead, Pac was talking about Biggie and Jimmy Henchman. Stretch chose to hang out with Biggie, who on the other hand chose to hang out with Jimmy Henchman. Pac knew that Jimmy threatened Stretch's mother, so he's trying to imply that Jimmy put out a hit on him since he doesn't have any more use for him. Stretch was the guy relaying messages for Jimmy. And there were also rumors that Stretch was involved in the setup. So now Pac is saying, see, this is what you get for betraying me. You shouldn't have switched sides. Probably murdered for the ish that I said. Implying that Stretch got killed because of Pac's comments in the April '95 issue of the Vibe magazine, where he basically implied that he's a traitor.
Probably be murdered for the ish I said. I bring the real, be a legend, breathing the dead.
On July 10th, Pac recorded the diss track Watch Your Mouth, which was also supposed to be on the Killuminati album.
Prepare for panic when I unleash. It's lucky if they leave here in one piece. Queen Puff never had no heart to start, so how the hell Biggie Smalls get the part? Watch him out.
That same day, he recorded the song Thug Nature.
Why cry? No one that's in nature. Tell him that it's human nature.
According to the producer QD3, Pac's beef with Biggie prevented him from collaborating with the king of pop, Michael Jackson, cause the song itself was supposed to be paying homage to him, as MJ had a song called Human Nature on his classic album Thriller. Pac had already recorded a song called They Don't Give a F About Us, which was paying homage to MJ's song They Don't Really Care About Us. He wanted Michael to sing the hook of Thug Nature, and the song was supposed to become one of the singles for the Killuminati album. Cause the year prior, Biggie had done a song with him called This Time Around, back when he was crowned the King of New York. Now that Pac was on top, he felt like he deserved to be on a song with the King of Pop, just like Biggie in '95. Cause the Biggie song was marketed as a collaboration between the King of Pop and the King of Rap. And now that Pac had dethroned him, he thought it was only right for him to get a chance to collaborate with MJ. QD3 arranged a meeting with MJ at the Neverland Ranch to talk about a possible collaboration. But MJ shut that down, saying that he likes Biggie. So he stayed loyal to Biggie during that whole beef and believed that he's better than Pac. Tupac was of course upset about it. And these two had history. Cause in 1994, Pac was called to the studio to come do a song with Michael Jackson for his upcoming double album. When he got there, MJ was nowhere to be found. They wanted him to lay down a verse, but Pac didn't want to do that. He wanted MJ to come to the studio and at least say hello to him. They told Pac that that's not going to happen. He shall just lay down a verse and then leave. Pac supposedly felt disrespected and then walked out on them. A year later, MJ then decided to put Biggie on the album, on the song This Time Around. By that time, Pac was in prison and Biggie was the biggest thing in hip-hop. So Pac and Napoleon from the Outlaws assumed that MJ did that on purpose, cause by that time the two had already started beefing. And now fast forward to '96, MJ tells QD3 that he prefers Biggie. So he thought MJ did that because Pac walked out on him 2 years ago in '94. Now he's getting his revenge by siding with Biggie, and Pac ended up doing the song without him. A song with MJ would have definitely boosted his album sales, cause collaborating with MJ did help Biggie's career quite a bit. And Pac was a little mad that unlike Biggie, he didn't get to do a song with him. It would have definitely helped to sell the album, cause Killuminati didn't really have as many hits as All Eyes on Me. The album was more serious, but of course he wanted it to sell more than his previous one. A collaboration with MJ would have definitely boosted his sales. 2 days later, on July 12th, he then recorded the song Bomb First, where he's also taking shots at several rappers.
Still fucking talking, you chicken still breathing. Off the roaches, I'm a bad boy killer. Jay-Z got to looking out for Mob Deep when I find you.
Young Noble from the Outlaws then takes aim at Biggie and Nas for supposedly lying about being drug kingpins and the King of New York. They were both battling for the crown back then. I covered this in my Biggie and Nas beef documentary. In the uncut version of Bomb First, Pac rants about his enemies in the outro, saying that there's no coming back for them, and that they have no option but to stay quiet like a church mouse.
Shut the fuck up. Come get Hawaiian me. Sophie looking ass motherfucker. Come get me.
He also did a song called War Games, which is mainly aimed at Nas for saying fake thug in his song The Message. But Puffy was calling Pac a fake thug too, and that's what he addressed on the song.
I took a bunch of whole crew like her. I ain't concerned about some bad boy Mob Deep and murder the firm. When you scream fake thugs, who the fuck you mean? Get more cream than all of y'all. Get your team. We having war games and y'all niggas can't feed this. Shot 5 times, got out of jail on bail and sold 5 million. So more records than all you trick motherfuckers put together. More than the firm, more than bad boy, murder Mob Deep, more than all you bitches made.
On July 29th, Pac recorded Me and My Girlfriend, which was not only inspired by Nas's song I Gave You Power, but it might have also been done to spite Biggie, since he has a song called Me and My B on his album Ready to Die. Me and My B and Me and My Girlfriend. Was that a coincidence? Both song concepts are different. The only things that are similar are the titles and the fact that both of the songs are dedications to their girlfriends. But Pac also added a double meaning behind it by making the song about a gun. Just like Nas did on I Gave You Power. All three, Pac, Nas and Biggie, were competing at the time and dissing each other. So Pac might have done it with the purpose of showing them that he mastered their styles and that he's the overall better songmaker. He also gave everyone who was there during the Quad Studio incident a shout out in the handwritten liner notes of the Killuminati album. I dedicate this to Jack the Snitch Agnant for ordering the hit, to Todd for shooting me, to Puffy, Big, Stretch, Lil Sean, Jimmy Henchman, and whoever else remained silent while quietly conspiring my downfall. I thank you. I thank Faith for the greatest weapon ever, her low self-esteem and beat-up pussy. Another jab at Big, whose wife Faith supposedly opened her legs for Pac, trying to rub it in his face again and again, hoping that Biggie finally snaps and goes on the offensive. Cause he really wanted to do a back and forth. He didn't say much about Biggie on this album. He was waiting for his response. He also gives a shout out to the Junior Mafia member Lil Kim, while once again belittling Biggie. To Lil Kim, or fat-ass weave-wearing, Biggie short stubby D-sucking Kim for being nobodies. So Pac knew about Lil Kim's relationship with Biggie. It's possible that Faith told him about it, cause she informed him about them being separated. But there must have been a reason for Pac constantly going at Lil Kim, who, up until this point, hadn't said anything about him. Pac didn't even see her the day of the Quad Studio incident. But that's usually how you hurt a man's pride, by going at his woman. He did it again on July 29th on the song Street Fame.
Busting on my enemies, bad boy killers. Straight dissing you. Uncle Lil Kim, you nasty.
The reason for him to constantly go at Lil Kim is either the assumption that it would hurt and trigger Biggie the most, since she was one of his loved ones, or because Pac heard the disses on the demo version of Lil Kim's song Big Mama Thing, which should have came out on August 1st on DJ Mr. C's The Physical tape. Maybe Pac got the tape earlier in July. That would have explained why he went at her instead of Biggie. And Big had told her not to diss him, but she did it regardless behind his back. Not only that, but she also dissed Big's wife, Faith Evans, which he would have never allowed her to do.
I dedicate this song to ya, like R. Kelly in them twin pots in your belly.
If they have twins, she probably have two pots.
Like R. Kelly in them twin pots in your belly.
Making the same joke about Faith giving birth to Pac's kids as Biggie on Brooklyn's Finest. The entire second verse is going at Faith, cause the two were beefing at the time. Faith once again caught Biggie cheating with Kim. Faith was pregnant but still decided to fight her, beat her up and stole her wig. Lil Kim used the whole incident with Pac against her, trying to show Biggie that she's unfaithful and not worthy of being his wife. Lil Kim was Biggie's side chick the whole time, and she wanted to rank up and be Biggie's main chick. In order to prove her loyalty towards Biggie, she decided to diss both Pac and Faith. But again, Biggie didn't want her to do that. In verse 3, she's taking shots at Pac.
Oh yeah, who shot ya? Who knows what they got ya?
Who shot me but your pumps didn't finish? Who shot you? My ties like Sinatra. Who shot me but your pumps didn't finish?
They got ya. Fed up, wet up. Maybe next time your punk ass will keep your head up.
There are 3 explanations on why this version of Big Mama Thing didn't land on Lil Kim's album Hardcore in November 96. First one being Biggie's disapproval of the song. She recorded the song behind his back and dissed not only Pac but also his wife Faith, even though Big told her not to. Biggie supposedly got mad and the two had a fight. He supposedly told her to redo the song, inviting Jay-Z to come lay down a verse. The second explanation is that they had to change it after Pac's death, to not make it seem like Bad Boy is dissing a dead man. The third explanation came from Kim herself. It was actually a diss record, and then it was a couple things they wanted to change, but couldn't clear. A situation had happened at the time, so we put Jay-Z on it, because the second verse was crazy. The record had leaked before the album came out. And then when a record leaked, it wasn't really a good thing. It wasn't a bad thing because the world would go crazy, but it wasn't a good thing as far as financial sales for the record company. She didn't even mention the third verse where she's dissing Pac, cause that one was changed too. She only mentioned verse 2, the one where she's going at Faith. She removed the last 2 verses and recorded a new one, replacing the verse where she's dissing Faith with Jay's verse and the verse where she's going at Pac with the new one. On August 2nd, Pac recorded the song Catchin Feelins, which contains more jabs at Biggie, clowning him for still not having the courage to respond properly. Implying that Big should have thought twice before crossing him, saying that he's afraid of him, while Pac himself is fearless, cause he is the one that everybody is scared of. They are terrified of his presence. Not even the King of New York has enough courage to face him. Talking about the song Hit 'Em Up, which completely silenced him. 2 months have passed and there's still no response. Now Pac is making songs every couple weeks, making fun of Biggie for being as quiet as a church mouse ever since he released the song Hit 'Em Up. On August 4th, Pac recorded the outro to his song Toss It Up, in which he's once again dissing Lil Kim, Biggie and Puffy. Asking people how non-players like Biggie can make player songs like Big Papa, One More Chance and Players Anthem. There are multiple vocal tracks overlapping in the outro, so it's a little hard to hear what he's saying. He's addressing multiple topics at once.
hated the fact that all of it was going on. He loved Tupac and everybody from the like West that he had known. He loved them.
Talking about Puffy's numerous attempts to squash the beef, Pac is saying that he doesn't want peace and that it's time for war, making fun of them for having lower record sales. On August 12th, Pac and Suge decided to do a video for the song Toss It Up, the lead single to his next album Killuminati. The location for the video was a beach. There's footage of them joking about sleeping with Biggie's wife.
I got hoes. I think Biggie bitch. Biggie here, man. Biggie here, bitch. Okay, but I did you for you, but I did you. You told me to fuck Puffy, bitch, so I did it for you.
Earlier that day, he recorded the song Just Like Daddy, in which he once again dissed Stretch, who again tried to sleep with Pac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith by pretending to relay messages for him from prison while Pac was locked up in '95, pretending to still be in touch with him even though he never came to visit him in prison. Desiree Smith then informed Pac about this incident, and Pac mentioned it in the song Just Like Daddy, which was dedicated to Desiree. A day later, on August 13th, Pac and the Outlaws recorded the song Runnin' on E, on which he dissed the Bad Boy Camp in the hook.
If you a bad boy, then you ride. They hooked up when they robbed me, put another contract on Mob Deep.
On August 22nd, Biggie was interviewed by Uncle Luke at Little Caesar's birthday party at a club. He was asked about the Tupac situation, to which Biggie responded that he ain't mad at him for trying to make money by all means necessary, and that they'll eventually see each other.
I look at this like this, man. We all trying to be rich against, man. You know what I'm saying? Right. That man doing what he got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? Right. Plain and simple. When we see each other, we going to see each other. Until then, I'm going to make good music, and he going to make whatever he make. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. Whatever is whatever. I want to be an entrepreneur, man. I want to be $1 million nigga, man.
He also added that Pac wouldn't have dissed him if he was broke, implying that he's only dissing him because he's rich and on top of the game.
At the end of the day, it's all about that motherfucking money.
If I was a broke motherfucker, he wouldn't have nothing to say about me.
Right. So what you say? What you got something to say about that, Lil C? I ain't got nothing to say about the dude, man. We gonna do our thing. Let him keep yapping about us. He gonna help us make some money. That's it.
Tupac did an interview as well 2 days later on August 24th. It was with Rob Marriott, and he once again spoke about Biggie, explaining how much he did for him before the fame, and how much Biggie learned from him.
I possess his soul, his and Puffy. They know that I was the truest involved with Biggie's success. I was the biggest help. I was the truest. I don't like his rhymes, but he know how much he borrowed from me. He know how I used to stop my shows and let him touch the show. Let him blow up and do his whole show in the middle of my show. How I used to buy his and give him and never ask for that. How I used to share. How I used to share my experiences in the game and my lessons and my rules and my knowledge on the game with him. You know what I mean? He owed me more. He owed me more than to turn his head and act like he didn't know he was about to blow my head off. He knew.
He then talks about how Biggie acted like a quote-unquote mouse in front of him, acting like he can't help him out after the shooting, can't tell him who did it, but then later claiming to be the king of New York, the Don, the guy that holds the entire rap game in a chokehold, while forgetting about his mentor and teacher Tupac, who, for once, asked for something in return, after all the things he did for him.
If you all mouse, be a mouse. But for me to know, like, 3 weeks ago this happened, and then 3 weeks later your album's coming out, and you are fucking gone in your album. But you don't know who shot me in your fucking hometown. It's from your neighborhood, and I gotta find out by myself, and I don't even call myself a Dom, just a capo from the west side, and I'm on the east side in jail, and I know who touched me, and I know everything that happened. That's power. That he didn't know, so he was faking. And I was mad about that.
And then he talks about how people believed his fake player image, which revolutionized the rap game. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to become a player just like Biggie, after seeing him on top. And they forgot that Tupac was the originator of that style, the one Biggie learned it from, the true player Biggie wanted to be like according to Pac.
And then I'm out of jail, and I couldn't believe that everybody was treating Biggie like the biggest star in the world. I couldn't believe that people was buying into the player image. And I wanted to bring back that reality. Nobody can never be confused and think I'm Mike Tyson and I'm a heavyweight champion. That's why it's so raw to watch me just battle lions, because I'm a little skinny battling 3 times my size. But Biggie's not a player. He's never been. He's never had until he got some money. That's a trick. That's not a player. It's not Papa. So my point was to prove him wrong. I took everything that he glamorized and I personified it. Right.
He also explained why he believes that Big ain't responding, saying that Biggie knows that everything about Pac is real. I mean, he always called him the realest guy in the industry. That's the reason why he even admired him so much and tried to be like him. The same thing that he admired is now coming to haunt him. Biggie has to compete with that same level of realness he always admired. And according to Pac, he can't keep up with him, as you can't beat realness with fakeness. That's why Biggie couldn't respond according to Pac.
So I know if you pretending, and I know it. The same thing they love about me, they gotta admire. And but they forgot. Biggie forgot that same shit that made him want to kick it with me is the same shit that's whooping his ass right now. Right. And that's why when he talks, you can hear it in his interviews. He wanna say, I wish I could take this shit back, but he can't. He already committed himself to lying. So now all he can do is act like he don't know what the fuck is going on and listen to it. Think. People have to think. If this was happening for real, would this be your reaction? Unless you was guilty.
He also talked about Biggie, saying that the reason why he ain't responding to the diss track Hit 'Em Up is because his friends and people around him told him that the song ain't worth responding to. Cause in the September 96 issue of the Vibe magazine, Biggie said, "The whole reason why I was being cool from day one was because of that guy Puff. Cause Puff don't get down like that. He got the streets riled up because he got a little song dissing me. But how would I look dissing him back? My people is like, F that guy. That guy is so much on your D. It don't even make no sense to say anything." This is interesting because everybody around Biggie, including Junior Mafia, Jay-Z and The Lox, said that Biggie told him that he won't respond and that nobody is making diss records. Maybe Puffy spoke to him while he was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do, advising him to not respond and to just focus on the music.
I had to make the call to Biggie, and I said, we're not gonna respond. Somebody's gonna get hurt if we respond, because Tupac hit us with Hit 'Em Up, and that joint was cold. We would take your turntables, you played Hit 'Em Up. You know what I'm saying? That's how cold that thing hurt to this day.
I told Big not to respond, so I could understand, because what Big had written for them, like somebody was going, it was going to get as bad as it got. No, he didn't record it. I mean, he let me know what it was going to be saying, and it was just too much, Sometimes things are just like, it's too much.
Pac pointed out how the King of New York all of a sudden became a follower, doing what the people who are supposed to be his followers were telling him, instead of making his own decisions and making them follow him, implying that Biggie's team shouldn't have the authority to stop Biggie from making response records.
And all that shit about my homeboys tell me, don't sweat that. All my friends telling me not to. Oh, so you're following now? So you're a follower now? Why didn't your homeboys tell you not to make rhymes when you shooting pregnant babies in the stomach? You know what I mean? That's why, why'd you say that on the end of your record? You was like, how they kids won't grow, boom, boom. Honestly, I didn't write none of that shit down. I didn't write nothing. I was blowing up on the studio to keep me from really killing me. And that's what came out. But I don't have no mercy in war. They didn't have no mercy. They kids, they tried to shoot my fucking balls off. What about my kids?
He then explains how Biggie was able to take over the game while he was locked up, even though he quote-unquote only sold 2 million albums, saying that Death Row wasn't in a good place at the time and that Biggie had it easy. He also explained why he had to go at Biggie, arguing that you always have to go against the one at the top if you want to be the number one, the one that's able to dictate who's successful in the game, by controlling the media, radio stations, and by being well connected in the industry. So that's why only people in Biggie's camp were succeeding, cause Big was in full control. In order for Pac to get his spot back, he had to take down the number one, so that he's in charge and can build up his empire.
I said it in the beginning that I was going to take these out the game, and sure enough I will. Already people can't look at Biggie and not laugh. I took every piece of his power. Nigga Biggie is 3 times bigger than me, and everybody sympathizing with him. They acting like I'm bullying him. Nigga 3 times bigger than me, and I'm asking this to have a fight. All I want to do is take them to where I was when they didn't want to support me. And anybody that try to help them, I will destroy. Whether it's whoever it is, I will destroy. That's what I'm doing. Everybody that try to side with him or do a record with him or try to unify with him, I'm going to destroy. I swear to God. Can't nobody touch me right now. Maybe next month all of this will be over. But this month, I'm taking every moving target out. Because this is a very personal thing for me, and I feel like people should have given me my respect. Y'all know I was not like this before. I did not attack people. I was not on no East Coast, West Coast. I was the major bridge between the East Coast and the West Coast. So this is very serious. Like if America sent an ambassador to Iran and he gets murdered, Iran got problems, and Iran should know that. And that's what I feel about New York. They should know that. Separate yourself from this. And that's what's going to show. And they already do it. I got his out there. Now, I took over his kingdom. Not took it over, but it's still even in New York bumping my shit. Ain't like my record ain't selling in New York. And without New York, I outsold it. You know what I mean? It's like a politician's race. If I lost New York, I won the other 49 states. And that makes me in control. Now I'm the new president for the next 4 years. That's why I'm telling you now, when I see Biggie, it's not going to be like we're going to attack him every time. I might be in a good mood. And I might not want to be going. This is so minor. This is not about me and Biggie. Everybody keep talking about it. Y'all making this bigger than he is.
The rest of the interview with Rob Marriott was in the September 96 issue of the Vibe magazine, which featured Biggie and Puffy on the cover, with the headline East vs. West, Biggie and Puffy break their silence. Pac spoke about Puffy's comments in the Vibe magazine, where he responded to Pac's comment of Thug Life being dead, saying that he really hopes that Thug Life is over, and that you have to live and die a thug, or else you're not a real thug, criticizing Pac for trying to step out of thugism. I lived and almost died for Thug Life. And after that Vibe article, people said, Tupac, I thought Thug Life was dead. Yeah, but read the rest of the article. Puffy, in that letter in the Vibe, gave me some advice that brought me back to the Thug Life-ish. He said you can't be a thug for a second or a minute and get in and out of it. You gotta be in it forever. He didn't mean it as advice at the time. He said it to dampen things. So now, when I'm whooping his mother effing ass and it hurts, and all these people talking about, stop, now. Remember what he told me. These words came out of his mouth. Like mentioned earlier, Biggie and Puffy broke their silence on Tupac, Death Row, and all the East-West friction in the cover story of the same magazine issue, in which they included the Tupac interview with Rob Marriott. Puffy said, I'm hurt a little bit spiritually by all the negativity, by this whole Death Row bad boy-ish. I'm hurt that out of all my accomplishments, it's like I'm always getting my most fame from negative drama. How it got to this point, I really don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Why would I set a guy up to get shot? If I'ma set a guy up, which I would never do, I ain't gonna be in the country. I'ma be in Bolivia somewhere. This was said in response to Pac claiming that Puffy and Biggie set him up at the Quad Studios. He's telling Pac that he's barking up the wrong tree. He ain't mad at the guys that shot him. He knows where they're at. He knows who shot him. If you ask him, he knows. And everybody in the street knows. And he's not stepping to them. Because he knows that he's not gonna get away with that ish. To me, that's some real sucker ish. Be mad at everybody, man. Don't be using people as scapegoats. We know that he's a nice guy from New York. All ish aside, Tupac is a nice, good-hearted guy. This part right here, everybody in the street knows, is confirmation by Puffy that they all knew who shot him and set him up. And that was Pac's problem with them all along. None of them wanted to tell him, but somehow everybody knew. They told everybody in the streets who did it, but didn't tell Pac. Pac was upset that his old friends didn't see the issue in them telling everybody in the streets what happened and who did it, except the victim. They withheld information from him, but told everybody else, as if they're picking Jimmy Henchman's side. They still continued their relationship with Jimmy as if nothing happened. And Puff saying he's not stepping to them cause he knows he's not getting away with that ish, while still being cool with the people who did it, confirmed Pac's whole point. They're not distancing themselves from Jimmy and always talk highly of him while belittling Tupac, telling Pac to stay in his lane and that he's not ready for a powerful guy like Jimmy, that he wouldn't get away with it if he ever decided to step to them.
I just remember what you told me. You said don't go to war unless I got my money right. I got my money right. Now I want war.
Biggie, on the other hand, took a whole different approach. He sounded way more genuine and good-hearted. You can see that he really cared for him, and that he wasn't involved. I'm still thinking, this guy's my man. This ish just got to be talk. That's all I kept saying to myself. I can't believe he would think that I would ish on him like that. Honestly, I didn't have no problem with the guy. He can't front on me. As much as he may come off as some Biggie hater, he knows. He knows when all this ish was going down, I was schooling him to certain things. Me and Stretch, God bless the grave. But he chose to do things he wanted to do. There wasn't nothing I could do. But it wasn't like he wasn't my man. And Biggie had a point. He always saw Pac as his big brother. This whole beef wouldn't have happened if Pac wasn't such a hothead. Biggie may have missed out on opportunities to help him while he was in prison, but that doesn't justify all the things Pac did afterwards. Like the whole thing with his wife. Pac should have been more patient, and Biggie should have made more of an effort to reach out to him. Especially after putting out the song Who Shot Ya and then reading Pac's comments in the Vibe magazine. Biggie had the world racing around him with his sudden rise to fame. And he had his own personal issues to deal with. Pac should have been a little more understanding. But then again, while he was in prison, he was fed false information by his loved ones. Like his cousin hearing King Tut brag about shooting Tupac and being homies with Biggie, which later turned out to be complete nonsense. King Tut was not involved in the Quad Studio shooting, and neither was Biggie, which means that Pac was in the wrong for doing what he did. He slept with the wife of someone he considered his little brother, stabbing Biggie in the back while having a completely false image of him, fighting a version of Biggie that doesn't even exist. He should have directed his anger at Puffy. But then again, it's very easy to say what people should have done 30 plus years ago, when we have access to all the information and they didn't. Things were different back then. If the mother effer really did F Faye, that's foul how he's blowing her like that. Never once did he say that Faye did some foul ish to him. If Honey was to give you that pussy, why would you disrespect her like that? If you had beef with me, you're like, boom, I'ma F his wife. Would you be so harsh on her? Like, you got beef with her? That ish doesn't make sense. That's why I don't believe it. To the question if Puffy believes that he's in physical danger because of Death Row's intimidating reputation, Puffy answered, I never knew of my life being in danger. I'm not saying that I'm ignorant to the rumors, but if you got a problem and somebody wants to get your ass, they don't talk about it. What it's been right now is a lot of movie making and a lot of entertainment drama. Bad boys move in silence. If somebody wants to get your ass, you're gonna wake up in heaven. There ain't no record gonna be made about it. It ain't gonna be no interviews. It's gonna be straight up, oh ish, where am I? What are these wings on my back? Your name is Jesus Christ? When you're involved in some real ish, it's gonna be some real ish. But ain't no man gonna make me act the way that I don't want to act, or make me be something I'm not. I ain't a gangster, so why y'all gonna tell me to start acting like a gangster? I'm trying to be an intelligent black man. I don't give a F if you people think that's corny or not. If anybody comes and touches me, I'm going to defend myself. But I'ma be me, a young guy who came up making music, trying to put people on, handle his business, and make some history. In this interview, Puffy may have hinted that he gave the green light to have Pac and Suge handled. Like he said on the Bad Boy Volume 4 mixtape, his response to hit him up is Bad Boys Move in Silence. And now he's explaining the meaning of Bad Boys Move in Silence. There won't be no response records. You're gonna wake up in heaven. And this is unfortunately what's happened the same month the interview came out. I'm ready for it to come to a head. However, it gotta go down. I'm ready for it to be out of my life and be over with. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I just hope it can end quick and in a positive way, because it's gotten out of hand. In the September 96 issue of the Source magazine, Suge Knight offered to stage a pay-per-view boxing event featuring bouts between Bad Boy and Death Row artists. A boxing match between him and Biggie, and also between Pac and Puffy, as those would be the right weight classes for both fights. Let's put up a ring, throw the gloves on and fight. Puffy, get your mother effing ass in the ring and fight Tupac. Look at Puffy's body. Who can you whoop? How you gonna talk ish and be in a little boy's body? And I'll beat Biggie's ass all over the ring. We can do it in Las Vegas and give the money to the ghetto. Not charity organizations which don't mean a mother effing thing. Take it straight to the ghetto. And build swings, parks and buy food in ish. On September 4th, the Death Row family flew to New York to attend the '96 MTV Music Awards, showing New Yorkers that they're not afraid of coming to the East Coast during the height of the East-West War, after telling everyone from New York that they're ready for drama.
Any you singing from New York that wanna bring it, but we ain't singing, we bringing drama. You and your mama.
Biggie, Puffy and the Bad Boy crew did not attend the awards even though they were held in their own city. The awards took place in New York, but they did not feel safe. The Death Row entourage had dozens of security guards with them. The reason why Puffy and Biggie did not attend is because they were afraid that Pac would once again attack them like at the Soul Train Awards 6 months prior, where they pulled guns on each other.
We are businessmen. We are not animals. It's not like we're going to see them and rush them and jump on them. If they see us and they want drama, we're going to definitely bring it like only Death Row could bring it. But we here as businessmen to enjoy and
support the Video
Music Awards for MTV because they support us. So if they want to come and use this business opportunity to get on some gangster, you know, we do that better than anybody.
He made clear that they're not going to jump each other like wild animals once they see each other, saying that they're businessmen who came here to show love and support. But he made clear that there's no interest in working with them.
When it all go down, don't look at me and Biggie and be like, why is there a big East Coast, West Coast war when you're shooting this to 300 homes, 300 countries, telling them about an East Coast, West Coast war that they would never know exists.
If it did exist, Pac, we wouldn't be here. So
right, and if it exists, how we gonna be sitting in New York talking about it? We'll try to be better role models, and y'all try to stop putting that drama out there. You got a lot of power, a lot of responsibility. We both do. We both need to exercise greater restraint.
Pac did another interview later that night at the MTV after party, 10 minutes before he ran into Nas. He promoted the new label Death Row East, while saying that with their strength in numbers and by them coming to New York, they're proving that there's no fear and that they're about to overthrow all the labels on the East Coast.
Ain't no other record company out there that sold as many records as we did. We outsold Bad Boy, LaFace, every black record label out there, we outsold them in 1 year. So Death Row East is gonna be a personification of what we did on the West Side. We're gonna do it to the East Side, and we're gonna prove once and for all that all these people talking about an East Coast, West Coast war, they like the Judas was to Jesus. They only here to cause confusion. We here to bring money and to bring change. They here to cause confusion. All these weak rappers, Nas, all these suckers, they battling off of East and West like this is a game. This ain't no game. If this was chess, we be yelling checkmate 3 years ago because we've been beat these. It's not a game. By strength and numbers, we coming to the East Coast to prove there is no fear, there is no problem, there ain't nothing but opportunity. And the opportunity is overthrow the government y'all got right now, which is Bad Boy and Nas and all that bullshit, and we will bring a new government here that will feed every person in New York.
10 minutes later, he clashed with Nas and they squashed the beef. Told him to meet him in Las Vegas the following weekend. Pac, Suge and Snoop stayed in New York the following day, where Pac got into a fight with basically everyone. Snoop did an interview with Angie Martinez on September 5th in New York. When asked how he feels about Biggie and Puffy, he said, "I'm cool with them. I want to do some music with them. I want to work with them." This is interesting because the night before, when he was with Pac, he agreed that there's no interest in working with them.
Can you envision a day when, y'all, if not get together and make an album, just peacefully coexist?
There's no dream of making an album with Biggie and Puffy or none of them. We're not sweating it like that.
This is our
we
family over
peacefully
here.
coexist right now because we all cool. Everybody's here. They sell records. We sell records. Well, I guess you could call that selling records. What they do, we sell large amounts of records, and they sell a few records. And really, there's no competition. People are really making too much out of it than it is.
Snoop supposedly started hanging out with Biggie after the New York video shoot. And according to the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright, it caused a label internal beef between him and Suge in spring '96. But the conflict had cooled down a bit until that interview. Now Pac, Suge and the Mob Peru were mad at Snoop for making those comments. Cause the Crips on Death Row didn't really want to be part of the whole Bad Boy Death Row beef. Suge and Pac wanted Death Row to look like one big family that moves as a collective. They didn't want their enemies to know that there's a divide within their camp, cause it looked like Biggie had to go up against Pac, Snoop, the Dogg Pound, and every artist on Death Row. But with those comments, Snoop confirmed that it's only Pac. And it seemed like everyone else on the label turned their backs on him and let him fight Biggie on his own. That it was only one hothead on the label that had a problem with him. And this made Pac appear less influential and powerful. So of course he was mad at him. And according to Reggie Wright Jr., he was ranting about it for hours. One of the security guards saw Pac hit the top of the limo saying, "I'm a dead man now, I'm a dead man now. They know we not family. They know we not one." When Pac met Suge at the hotel, he told him what he's going to do with him when he sees him. He was furious. He tried to use the Outlaws to lure Snoop into a trap, asking him to bring him some weed. Pac wanted to corner him and beat him up. There's also people saying that he wanted to leave Death Row, but he probably only said it in the heat of the moment. Later that day, Tupac, the Outlaws, Suge, and the Death Row family went to a club in New York. Everything was fine until the DJ started playing Biggie. Pac supposedly approached him, took the vinyl and broke it, yelling at the DJ for playing Biggie's music. But this was Biggie's territory. Pac was telling New York DJs in New York not to play East Coast music, and that led to a whole argument and fight. So Pac was really mad during his final days. He saw Snoop as a traitor and supposedly wanted to leave Death Row. He even wanted to cancel the trip to Las Vegas that following weekend, where he eventually got shot and killed. Because at the time he had some issues with his family that he wanted to solve, but Suge convinced him to stick to the plan. On the following day, which is Friday, September 6th, they flew back to LA early in the morning. Pac didn't speak a word to Snoop, even though he tried to hold a conversation with him. All three had a Rolls Royce waiting for them at the airport. They all went their separate ways. Pac had a tight schedule that Friday. Tons of things he had to get done before his trip to Las Vegas. He wanted to record a couple more songs and then later do the second video to toss it up. One of the last songs he ever recorded is All Out, on which he's dissing Puffy and Biggie in the outro, saying that he destroyed their careers.
Us, the first of us, who do we trust? I'm from Mobb Deep and Jay-Z, dead to dust. I told you punks that I was after Biggie. You got the ball, now we about to bust on all y'all. West Side! Nah, dead, nah, slow Biggie. Bang, nah, you die slow, Puffer. Bang, nah, dead, die slow. Out the game, no need to explain. You die slow, die slow, yeah, yeah. Big, pig, Puffy, nuts, die slow.
On Saturday, September 7th, Pac and the entire Death Row entourage, excluding the Crips, Snoop, the Dogg Pound and Nate Dogg, drove to Las Vegas. This became Tupac's final trip. Cause that night, after the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight at the MGM Grand Hotel, Tupac and the Death Row entourage got into a fight with Keefe D's nephew Orlando Anderson at the lobby of the MGM Grand. Again, Keefe D was the guy that Puffy hired as security and backup to keep Suge in check. He was after the $1 million bounty which Puffy put on Pac and Suge's head. His nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson had previously knocked out the Death Row affiliated Ma Peru member Trayvon Lane, whose Death Row medallion he attempted to snatch, supposedly to bring it back to Puffy, to get that $10,000 to $75,000 bounty which Suge and Tupac were aware of. Trayvon and fellow Ma Peru member Neckbone spotted him standing there alone, and then informed the rest of their people. Pac overheard the conversation between the Ma Peru members and then decided to rush Orlando. He took it on to himself to get revenge, cause Pac thought his friends got in danger because of his beef with Puffy. He thought Puffy was taunting them, so he wanted to take matters into his own hands, thinking that he dragged too many innocent people into this who had nothing to do with the beef. He also wanted to prove his loyalty to all the Ma Peru members. So Orlando Anderson gets beaten up, and the Death Row entourage is now on their way to the Club 662. Orlando Anderson and Keefe D then tried to find them. At 11:15 p.m., they pulled up on the right side of Pac's BMW with a white Cadillac and shot multiple times.
Take that, take that, take that.
Tupac suffered life-threatening wounds. Suge, on the other hand, got grazed by a bullet at the back of his head. One of the last things Pac heard before losing consciousness was a question by the police officer Chris Carroll, who carried him out of the BMW and then asked, "Who shot you?" Pac got angry and then used his last breath to say "F you," refusing to cooperate with the police. And then he lost consciousness. Some people believe that the reason why he got mad is because the question "Who shot you?" reminded him of Biggie's song "Who Shot Ya?" Cause as soon as he heard that question, his mood and attitude changed.
Who shot y'all? Separate the weak from the opposite. Leap hard to creep them Brooklyn streets. It's on.
Shakur was accompanied by his producer, Suge Knight. Police are not yet indicating any suspects. However, eyewitnesses reported hearing multiple gunshots. Shakur was airlifted to the Las Vegas University Medical Center with 4 gunshot wounds and is reported to be in critical... What the fuck?
Biggie was supposedly recording the song Nasty Boy during the time of the shooting. Pac was rushed to the hospital where he lost his life 6 days later on September 13th. He lost one of his lungs and fingers and was put in a medically induced coma. For more information on the final 24 hours of Pac's life, make sure to check out my 4-hour murder documentary, where I broke down everything in detail. Shortly after the shooting, Keefe D received a call from Eric Von Zip, one of Puffy's friends, who supplied the gun which they used to kill Tupac, requesting to meet up at a restaurant called LA Hot Wings, which was at the corner of Melrose and La Brea before closing down. Zip and Keefe D were sitting in the restaurant when they got a call from Puffy and Biggie's wife Faith Evans, asking them if they were the ones that shot Tupac. Puff was the one asking. Keefe D didn't reply, but Zip told him, yeah. And Puffy was quote-unquote happy as hell, according to Keefe D. Most of the conversation was between Zip and Faith. Keefe D then told Zip to get the promised $1 million from Puffy. He would try to call him and arrange a meeting for the next 6 weeks, expecting Zip to come back with the money. So both Puffy and Faith knew who shot him. Biggie probably knew as well, as Faith most likely told him. Why would Puffy be comfortable with Faith being part of the phone conversation? Cause they were talking to the people who were responsible for Tupac's death. And according to Keefe D, Zip and Faith already knew each other. Keefe D and the Southsiders did not have contact to Faith Evans or Biggie, at least prior to the shooting. So either Puffy or one of their associates had to have told Faith about it. Or they were just fine with letting Faith be part of the phone conversation. Possibly because she had history with Tupac. But the fact that they trusted her and knew that she wouldn't cooperate with the police is very interesting. Cause usually you don't want any more unnecessary witnesses. This phone conversation supposedly took place on September 10th, 3 days before Pac actually passed. According to Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal and everyone else associated with the Bad Boy camp, Biggie was devastated when he heard the news of Pac's passing. He was actually watching the news with the production team The Hitmen. I had the TV on, and when they said Pac just died, we was like, silent. Couldn't believe it. Wow, Pac died. Unbelievable.
I pray all this East Coast, West Coast mess is over now.
I just always figured we had time to straighten things out.
You don't think this had anything to do with your argument?
Nah. I don't.
Biggie's then estranged wife, Faith Evans, said that she got a call from him that night. She described his voice as low and small. He was crying and seemed afraid. Something ain't right, Faye. Ish got effed up somewhere along the way. But that was my guy. Again, according to Keefe D, by this time, Faith and Puffy knew who shot him. And now Biggie is talking to her like he has no clue what's going on. There is a possibility that they did it behind his back, cause it's very unlikely that Big would have agreed to put out a hit on him.
Things like a drive-by shooting ain't supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't happen to him.
it's crazy for me to even think about this. It hurt me, man. It hurt me. But the way I looked at it, it was like a character that he couldn't get out of. You know what I'm saying? Once he figured out, okay, I can get an enemy, I can get a top rapper, an enemy, and get so much press. It's just, there's so many different things that I could do to keep myself in this. And I'm gonna do it. And he did it. At one point, that was my dog. Well, Pop, funny too. A lot of people didn't know that about Duke. He was funny. I could make him laugh, man. He liked to hang out and get drunk. His interviews and everything, he just seemed so angry, but at the same time so charming. You know what I'm saying?
The more money you make, the more problems you get. And jealousy and envy is something that comes with the territory, man. A lot of people, it's just negative energy, like my man Puff say. It just surrounds you. It makes you depressed, you know? So I got to rap about it. And that's one of the bad things about the game is when you get large, even your friends are turning against you, man.
I always thought that we were going to have a chance to reconnect. According to Biggie's friend Lance Rivera, Biggie had heard the interview where Pac spoke on the possibility of him squashing the beef.
I already said this, I said this in the gang interview. If some large corporation or if the world really wanted to see us come together, my offer is the community center in every ghetto in the United States of America, fully funded, fully taken care of, and I'll tour every one of those community centers with Biggie and kiss him on his cheek and rap whatever they want me to rap. But until they do that, the war is on.
Biggie was really sad that they couldn't work it out. His death made him paranoid. He felt like if Pac could die as one half of the whole East Coast-West Coast war, then he could die as well as the representative of the opposite half, with him being accused of setting him up and maybe even putting out a hit on him. Cause they started to blame him for the Vegas shooting as well. Those rumors existed even back then. When Pac died, everybody looked at Puffy and Biggie. They always found a way to blame Big, and he was afraid that the West Coast would retaliate. Biggie was clearly hurt by Pac's death. He was also scared to realize that Pac's money and security guards weren't able to protect him from the violence of the streets. He understood that the same thing could happen to him as well. On September 16th, meaning 3 days after Pac's passing, Biggie, Lil C's, and Charlie Baltimore got into a near-fatal car accident. Big was supposedly saddened by Pac's death to the point where he was feeling down for days. They had been smoking a lot ever since he passed. A day before the car accident, they actually got arrested for smoking marijuana. For some reason, when they got their Lexus back, the truck wouldn't start. So they had to obtain a rental car, a Chevrolet Lumina to be exact, which was known for having brake problems. Biggie gave C's the keys and then sat in the passenger seat. They got into an accident right when they got on the highway.
I don't know when the hell to fix your truck, but I'll get us home before we seen in this piece of shit.
I don't care, C's. Just drive.
The accident led to a broken leg for Big and a broken jaw for Lil C's. Big had to spend 3 months in the hospital and required 6 months of therapy to recover. And from that point on, he had to depend on a cane to be able to walk again. Now with Big laying in the hospital and being in rehab for 3 months, they couldn't finish the project and release it as planned on Halloween. Biggie was bored as hell, laying there in his hospital bed with nothing to do. So while recovering and learning how to walk again, he started writing more songs, cause there was nothing else he could do. And that's when he overcame his writer's block. He finally had time to relax. He was able to look back at his beef with Pac with a clear head and could make an educated decision on how to proceed. Just like when Pac was incarcerated. He had all the time in the world to think of a way to come back. Biggie had to get a lot of his chest. Felt like he had to regain his respect from the rap game. And the only way for him to do that was to say something about Pac. A lot of East Coast rappers and rap fans were mad at Biggie for letting Pac slap him around like that and for letting him disrespect the East Coast. Cause he was the king of New York, he had to speak up. It made New York and the East Coast look weak, and a lot of people held him responsible for that. Cause he basically let Pac get away with it. Cause he lost his chance to respond now in a fair and respectable way. The rap group Mobb Deep pulled their Tupac diss record Drop a Gem on him off the radio, because the rap game was upset that they're dissing a dead man. Rappers usually battle for their honor, but there's nothing honorable about dissing a dead man. Even guys like Jay-Z scrapped their Tupac diss records. But with Biggie it was different. It was way more personal. Pac had involved Biggie's wife and children, and the rap game wouldn't just let Biggie move on and pretend that nothing happened. Address it or you will never get your respect back. People will continue to humiliate you. That's how some people thought back then. So there was a lot of pressure on him. How could he just swallow his pride and shut up about everything that's happened? When hip-hop is all about expressing yourself and defending your honor, you may take the high road and let go, but the rap world won't ever forget about what's happened. They will constantly remind you for the rest of your life. Remind him of what Pac did to him. And that's what Biggie realized while he was recovering. He had his pride and ego too. He wouldn't have been satisfied with the number 2 spot, behind Pac, who earned himself the eternal number 1 spot after quote-unquote defeating the King of New York. And he basically took that to his grave, which is part of the reason why he later made the song You're Nobody Till Somebody Kills You. He realized that death only made Pac stronger, and the entire world was convinced that Big got humiliated, that he lost the battle and will never get his number 1 spot back, saying that he's only number 1 now because Pac is dead, that he wouldn't have been number 1 if Pac was alive. He would have been number 2 at best, and he can only compete with number 3 now, meaning Nas. And that would mean that he could only go down from that point on. People were begging Biggie to finally respond to Tupac to regain his respect in the streets. A lot of New Yorkers were really looking forward to a diss track. They didn't mind that he'd be dissing a dead man. The West Coast would interpret it as the ultimate form of disrespect, and they would have never forgiven him. But Big obviously wanted his spot back in the most competitive music genre in existence, and he can't get it back by battling people who were never even in the conversation for the number 1 spot. Especially after ducking the smoke from the actual number 1 and then coming out of hiding once he's dead, claiming to be number 1. That's the impression people had of Biggie, calling Biggie a coward for not responding. You can't make people believe that you're the number 1 after losing the biggest fight of your career and then only fighting smaller opponents, cause people would always use his loss as an argument against him. Biggie can't be number 1 cause Pac easily destroyed him. That would be the argument, and Biggie didn't want that. So in order to shut those people up and put everybody in their place, he made sure to respond properly, even if it meant that he had to diss a dead man. Cause Pac had dissed his homie Stretch when he was dead, so he thought it was fine for him to do that as well. Cause Pac dissed Stretch on 2 albums after his death, and Biggie didn't want anybody to think that he was scared of battling him, or that he accepted the loss and moved on. Cause Biggie was more than capable enough to do just as much damage to Pac as he did to him. But he was holding back the entire time. People were still looking forward to what he had to say. And now, after a whole year of Pac going at him, he finally had a chance to say something. Cause he hadn't dropped a solo album in 2 years. And a lot of things had happened since then. There was too much unfinished business. Things that needed to be addressed. Like him almost losing his career and status in the game. So he went into the album with a lot of anger and hunger. That's what helped him to overcome the writer's block. Prior to the writer's block, he would write rhymes without a pen and paper, doing everything in his head just like Jay-Z. But due to the car accident and him not being able to turn everything into songs right then and there, he started writing rhymes on paper again, so that he can go to the studio months later when he's healthy and record everything back to back. He kept writing and writing until they decided to turn Life After Death into a double album. If the car accident hadn't happened, Life After Death most likely wouldn't be a double album. But now he could show people that he can make a better double album than Tupac. Cause All Eyes on Me was the biggest thing in 96. Biggie wanted to take over 97 with a double album of his own, with a bigger comeback than Tupac's. That was the plan. Snoop Dogg actually paid him a visit while he was recovering. He's in a walker, what the old people walk around in. He got the walker sitting at the edge of the bed, and when I walk in the room, we started talking. Then he looked me in my eyes and he said that Tupac is dead. But I can look in his eyes and I could see that he hurt. He didn't even have to say it. I could see it, that he hurt. This is not a man that's happy or glamorized. This is a man whose friend that's dead. They had a misunderstanding and he could never get no justice for his emotions. But he's showing me his emotions. He explaining to me how much he loved Tupac, and I ain't tripping. Not once did we bring up the Brooklyn incident, because what's understood don't need to be talked about.
Biggie Smalls, he's an artist that I listen to his music, I love his work. There's no beef, it's nothing personal. I don't hate him and I don't disrespect him and I love what he do, you know what I'm saying? And it's just me, I'm just a smooth, peaceful individual. I don't have beef with nobody right now, baby. I look at the East-West thing as not a Snoop Dogg problem. And it doesn't affect me, but yet and still it does affect me because I'm a West Coast pioneer and I'm in Death Row's family. And people like to say, well, Death Row and Bad Boy and Death Row. When I don't see no problems with nothing because I'm out here in New York right now. I haven't had a problem since I've been out here. It's been nothing but love. All the people, the public come up to me saying it ain't nothing but mad love. Even some of the street heads came up and said it ain't nothing but love. It's just a misunderstanding. And, it's just, brothers just need to talk. If it's a problem, we need to really sit down and talk and get an understanding with each other and stop being punks and hiding behind labels and hiding behind music and videos and just be a man about the situation.
Because it was a time when I went to Angie Martinez's radio show and she asked me, when Pac was alive, when we was in New York, how do you feel about Biggie and Puffy? And I told her, them is my homies. I got love for them.
And did you get any backlash from that from the West Coast? Because I remember that.
Not the West Coast. I got backlash from Suge Knight, Tupac, and Death Row. And then was our last days hanging out before he got killed. So we ended on a kind of foul note because he felt like I didn't stay down with him. In actuality, I did stay down with him because before I knew Tupac and before I knew Biggie, I was cool with everybody. So once I met Pac, I still was cool with Biggie.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, do you want me to stop my friendship because of something that you think he did to you? And as a man, every time I see you press up on Biggie, he didn't want it. So do you want me to jump in and he acting like he don't want it? It don't make no sense for us to double team him and he don't even want it one-on-one.
Right.
He's acting like he don't want an issue with you. A bigger man would say, okay, I got you, you don't want none. Not constantly driving him, riding him, because the nigga had skills. If he wanted to shoot back some shit, he could have shot back some super gangster shit. I heard the subliminal shit he was shooting. You understand what I'm saying? So at the same time, it's like he was strategic with, I'm not going to start a fire. I'll just shoot a shot here and there. I'm not no punk. You know what I'm saying?
Biggie's wife Faith paid him a visit as well. The two actually got closer after Pac's death. On October 22nd, 1996, Suge was sent to jail for kicking the Crip Orlando Anderson the day Tupac was shot in Las Vegas. He was later sentenced to 5 years in prison. Death Row Records was slowly falling apart, with Bad Boy coming out on top by getting rid of their biggest competition. This was a game changer, cause with Pac and Suge out the way, the East Coast had it relatively easy to reclaim their position in hip-hop and win the East Coast-West Coast war. For that, he had to make sure that Life After Death is not only the hardest album, but that it also sells more than all the albums released on Death Row in '96. Meaning All Eyes on Me and the two projects from Pac and Snoop that were just about to drop. Only then he could be the undisputed number one. Cause the whole time Pac was bragging about easily outselling Biggie. On November 5th, his first posthumous album, Machiavelli the Dawn, Killuminati, 7 Day Theory, came out and sold 664,000 copies in the first week, which was a major improvement compared to his double album All Eyes on Me, which had sold 566,000 copies in the first week. Although it's worth to note that the sales of Killuminati slowed down drastically compared to All Eyes on Me, which went 5 times platinum in just 2 months, while it took Killuminati 3 years to go 4 times platinum. All Eyes on Me remained his biggest album, mainly due to all the singles, music videos, and club-friendly records. Plus, he was actually alive to promote the album. It is said that Biggie really liked the new album, even with all the disses on it. He played it in his car and was studying it. For most people, the album was very eerie, mysterious, and spooky. Not just the cover with Pac being on a cross and him dying, but it was also way darker than all his previous albums. Biggie really loved the song Hail Mary, which must have hit different for him as it's one of the spookiest rap songs of all time. Biggie was paranoid and scared after Pac died in Las Vegas. He even spoke about it in one of his interviews.
Every day is real. That's how real it is. I think somebody's trying to kill me. I'll be waking up paranoid. I'll be really scared. I'll just be paro. That's just the way I am. You know. You be seeing me. Scared to death.
He just knew that it was a bad thing when Tupac passed. He felt real bad. He knew that there were a lot of people out there that would probably be out there to get him.
Do a couple more albums and buy that list. I don't really want to be the rapper. 10 years, 12 years in the game. I'm old as man. How you now? 24. Yeah, I don't want to be the 30-year-old rapper, man.
Pac's death really had an impact on him, and he needed time to process it. He went through all emotions, didn't know if he should be sad or mad. There were tons of things he wanted to tell him in person, but never got the chance to. Pac, on the other hand, was able to put everything on records and express himself freely. Biggie was constantly getting dissed even after Pac's death, cause even before the release of his posthumous albums, people would leak unreleased Tupac songs without Death Row ever being able to figure out how it happened. That's why you see so many unreleased Tupac songs on the internet now. It's possible that Biggie got to hear a few of them, just like how he got his hands on a leaked version of Hit 'Em Up. A few songs like Watch Your Mouth and Friendz didn't make the final Killuminati album, but they're listed on the original back cover, which has 6 additional tracks in total, including the song Thug Nature, which was supposed to have Michael Jackson on it. The back cover was also supposed to feature 3 of Pac's biggest enemies. The Notorious B.I.G, who is depicted as a pig wearing a P.I.G hat and a tight Bad Girl shirt. Then we have Puff Daddy as a ballerina, and lastly a naked Dr. Dre on the far right. That same day, Richie Rich's album Seasoned Veteran came out as well, and included a song called N-Word Done Changed, which featured a previously unreleased Tupac verse in which he dissed Biggie.
Now picture me rolling, Biggie Smalls got his eyes swollen, my hands on my nuts, I give up, I'm gonna die holding him.
When we pulled him out of the car after he was shot, he took his hands, after we laid him on the ground, took him out of the car. He was laying there, right? He was like almost unconscious, but he was still moving, and he took his hands and he did just like
my hands on my nuts, I give up, I'm gonna die holding him.
The spookiest part of the song is where he says that he got shot and murdered. And this came out 2 months after he passed. Not only that, but he also said that the people who did this to him will meet the same fate and get killed as well, which is exactly what happened. The Crip Orlando Anderson, who was in the white Cadillac from which they shot Tupac, was shot and killed on May 29th, 1998. And Biggie died the same way on March 9th, 1997. People always use lines like these to point out Pac's superhuman ability to predict the future.
Yappin shot and murder, can't tell you how it happened word for word, but best believe that niggas gon' get what they deserve in the same way.
A week later, on November 12th, Snoop Dogg's long-awaited sophomore album The Dogfather came out and received mixed reactions. It was nowhere near the level of his first album, Doggy Style, in terms of quality. Nowhere near All Eyes on Me, Killuminati, or Ready to Die. And this whole time, Snoop was seen as someone that's on the level of Tupac and Biggie. Before Pac dropped All Eyes on Me, he was the biggest artist on Death Row. But he was slowly falling off, and Pac had to carry the label. But after Pac's passing, Snoop was the only superstar left on Death Row, selling 479,000 copies in the first week, which is less than both of Pac's albums, which again sold 566 and 664,000. Snoop at one point sold over 800,000 copies in the first week, and the rap game expected him to make a huge comeback. He was seen as a sleeping giant, Death Row's ace, but the album Dogfather disappointed on numerous levels, and people started to realize that with Pac, Dre and Suge gone, the golden days of Death Row are over. The pressure was on Snoop to carry the entire label and to compete with Biggie on the East Coast, to fill Pac's shoes as the face of the West Coast during the East-West War, which he wasn't capable of. So the West Coast was at its weakest at that point in time. Biggie didn't even see Snoop as a threat, or anyone else on the West Coast. The East Coast was now about to win the war. When it came to competition, Biggie was more concerned with the MCs on the East Coast than the ones on the West Coast. He wanted to prove himself against everyone from New York who doubted him, and to everyone who came for his crown. After leaving the hospital and learning how to walk again using a cane, Biggie went back to the studio to finish the album. Despite him showing sadness and empathy to Tupac's passing, people were still feeling like Biggie had to respond. The game had lost respect for him. Pac had done so much damage that everyone looked at Biggie like he's the biggest coward in the rap game. Someone who's all talk, no action. A fake king, a fake player. And now with the accident, Biggie was also in the weakest condition he'd ever been. So how is he supposed to come back stronger? Not only did his reputation and status take a hit, but also his physical and mental health. But as the king of New York, you can never be soft or weak. He had to earn back his respect from everyone, and put fear into the hearts of his enemies and competition. How are you supposed to do that when you got humbled by a guy who just passed away, and thus stole your chance of ever getting back at him to earn back the respect people had for you? Keeping it in the past and moving on from that battle would only mean that Biggie accepted defeat and acknowledged Pac's superiority over him. When all this time, Biggie wanted everyone to think that he is the undisputed number one, just like all the other top MCs in the 90s, as hip-hop is a competitive sport. So, in order to not bow down and accept defeat, Biggie chose to subliminally diss Pac even though he's already dead, while denying that he ever dissed him. But hip-hop heads knew better and saw through that lie. The disses were made to satisfy them, not the media or the people who are not really involved with the culture. Cause those people were happy with the lie that Big never responded to anything Pac had to say out of respect for the dead. Pac fans didn't stop blaming him for the Quad Studio shooting, and they had also started to blame him for the Vegas shooting. Big was just tired of constantly having to defend himself and to constantly correct them, telling them that he had no involvement in any of it. But he saw how Pac's quote-unquote lies helped him to boost his album sales, understanding that controversy sells. So he started lying too to create controversy, subliminally pretending to be responsible for everything. He said screw it and decided to become the villain people painted him to be. But he would only appear that way to people who are really involved with the culture, and to those who would have never stopped accusing him. All the haters, conspiracy theorists, and those who called him a coward who tucked his tail after talking spicy on Who Shot Ya. Big made sure that those people got the response they wanted, while everyone else continued to see the version of Biggie that acted like he doesn't want to get involved in the beef. The peaceful and innocent one. The victim. That's the version of Biggie most people got to witness. On the radio, in interviews, every time he spoke in public. You got the feeling that Big wasn't dissing Pac. He kept it all subliminal. Unlike Pac, he didn't mention him by name. He was the king of subliminal disses. Dissed him without making it too obvious for the casual hip-hop listeners. So yeah, Biggie subliminally accepted everything people accused him of, thinking, you know what? I did it. I killed him. Blame it all on me. He's dead because of me and my homies. And now I'm going to dig his metaphorical corpse out and do whatever I want with him. For one last time. Disrespect a dead man and then bury him again a second time. I'm tired of having to take the high road. I'll do what MCs are supposed to do when they're disrespected. I'll do everyone who messes with me the same way I did Pac. Or worse. Come and find out. I'm tired of being the victim and proclaiming my innocence to people who don't even care about the truth. I'm going to give you what you asked for and show you that I could have responded to him if I wanted to. It wasn't like I was incapable or not skilled enough to respond. But he was my friend, and I tried to de-escalate the situation. But it's too late now. Believe what you want. I'll close this chapter once and for all. Respond to it once and then never again. This chapter will not end with me losing the battle. I'm not going to allow anyone to disrespect me any further. Now it's my time to shine. I'll come to your city and shove my victory in your face. And everyone else who has a problem with me, come see me. I'll show you why they call me the King of New York. That was Biggie's thought process during the writing and recording of the second half of Life After Death. The more peaceful part was already recorded. And now he wants to extend the album to a double album. Have a bigger comeback than Pac with his double album All Eyes on Me. He wanted to make history and put the whole game in fear, just like Pac did when he came out of prison. And in order to outdo him, he needed to be more vicious than Tupac himself. The rapper Busta Rhymes then invited him to come do a song with him for his next album When Disaster Strikes. He wanted to do a track called Dangerous MCs with Nas, Method Man and Biggie on it, rapping over a J Dilla beat. So he booked the studio session at Unique Studios in New York and had Method Man and Nas waiting there for Biggie to show up. Nobody wanted to record a verse until they heard Biggie spit. Big and Lil C's arrived at the building but then noticed that the elevator ain't working. They had to take the stairs to get to the studio, but Biggie's leg still hadn't fully healed. He refused to use the stairs, called Busta and told him that he can't make it. There was a $10,000 check waiting for him, but Biggie still refused. He left and nobody recorded the verse, cause they were all afraid that Big would come back the next day and out-rap everybody. They wanted to make sure that they can make changes to their verses if necessary. The second day, Meth, Nas and Busta waited again, but the elevator was still not working. Biggie didn't come. Nas and Meth refused to lay down a verse, thinking that it's smarter to hear what Biggie has to say, to make sure that they're not getting out-rapped. So they left again without seeing Biggie. On the third day, Busta went to a different studio. It was the Soundtrack recording studio in New York. The elevator was working this time, but Nas and Method Man didn't show up. Big was smoking weed for hours, vibing to the J Dilla beat. He went back to writing rhymes in his head. He was high and still able to come up with a verse. Just like when he and Nas wanted to do the Gimme the Loot remix. Nas was too high to write a verse, and he was shocked when he saw Biggie spit it off the dome, even though he was just as high. On that day, Nas had left the studio without finishing the song, and they ended up scrapping it because he never came back. Now Big is back doing the same thing with Busta Rhymes, who was confused, asking himself when he will start to write something. After 3 hours, he asked him. Big then said that he's ready to go. Spit the verse off the dome.
Diamonds on my neck, chrome drop top, chilling on the scene, smoking pounds of green.
It's crazy how he started off by rapping about smoking pounds of green. He was literally smoking weed for 3 hours before spitting this verse, dissing Tupac on the same track Busta Rhymes, Method Man and Nas were supposed to be on, just to show them that the King of New York ain't scared to respond to the King of LA. He was also beefing with Nas and Method Man's homies Ghostface Killah and Drake One at the time, so he couldn't lose respect in their eyes. He wanted to show them what he's capable of, making it seem so effortless, while Nas and Meth were nervous about keeping up with Biggie for the past couple of days. Big definitely had an intimidating aura in the studio, spitting top-tier verses without having to sit down and focus, making it seem like the easiest thing in the world, as if he can battle Pac any day of the week without preparation, like a walk in the park, basically flexing on Busta Rhymes, cause all the New York MCs were asking themselves if Pac was too much for Biggie to handle. And now he's in the studio dropping punchlines left and right, without having anything written down. The whole game had underestimated him. He continues where Pac had left off.
And the winner is not that thinner kid.
Now you tell me who won. I see them, they run.
And the winner is not that thinner kid. Bandanas, tattoos, my fists never bruised. Land still cruise, Frank White paid his dues.
Biggie's subliminal lines describe 3 of Tupac's signature features: his wiry frame, the bandana that he usually had tied around his head, and his tattoos, most notably his Thug Life tattoo. And this is what he does. Instead of calling you out by name, he finds a million ways to describe you and talk about you. Like when he said Papa Very.
Ask who's the raw, bet they say Papa Very.
He made you think of the name Machiavelli without even saying it. Biggie is saying that Tupac didn't win the battle like he implied on Hit 'Em Up. For Biggie, the battle is still ongoing even though Pac is already dead. He also said not that thinner kid because Pac always made fun of Biggie's weight.
Done did it, come with it, get your head split it, or get your neck slit it, admit it, you overdid it, you just ain't got that loud.
Telling Pac that he done did it and overdid it now, meaning that he went too far with his supposed lies and acting. Him accusing his closest friends of setting him up while dissing them on records. Telling Pac, who was already deceased at this point, that in a battle he would have gotten his head splitted or neck slitted. He's also joking about how his subliminal jabs always make people raise their eyebrows, making people speculate if those lyrics are disses or just silly coincidences.
By now you figure, he talking about that in a bunch of weak ass assumptions, led the dumping.
Puffy and Biggie used to tell people that none of the things they say in their lyrics are disses towards Tupac, that people are just misinterpreting the lines. After Pac's death, Puffy tried to make us believe that Biggie never dissed him. But right here, Biggie is spilling the truth about their subliminal game.
Bunch of weak ass assumptions, led the dumping, IV the pumping, you're feeling something. Catch my drift or catch my forefeet.
These lines are not only dedicated to Tupac but also the entire rap game, which assumed that the song Who Shot Ya was about Pac, and that Big was involved in the Quad Studio shooting. He's saying that those weak-ass assumptions ultimately led to Tupac's murder, playing around with the word lead, which is another term for bullets fired from a gun, saying that those assumptions about Biggie led to Tupac getting shot in Las Vegas, and to him getting hooked up to an IV, meaning an intravenous infusion pump at the hospital, which pumps fluids, medication and nutrients into Tupac's body while he's fighting for his life in the hospital. He's also saying that Pac being in his feelings led to him feeling something, more specifically bullets. Pac was in his feelings, so he felt bullets.
Your talk is senseless. Actor needs chiropractor for crack jaw. Yes, I rocked your chatterbox.
Once again calling him an actor. Not because he was a movie star, but because he was quote-unquote acting during the Quad Studio incident. That's what they said about him in the Vibe magazine, that everything was a movie to him, that he went into movie mode after the shooting, accusing everybody, acting like the whole world is against him.
I think was just getting a little bit too happy with the situation, trying to make movies. Everything was a movie to him.
Your talk is senseless. Actor needs chiropractor for crack jaw. Yes, I rocked your chatterbox.
Biggie is saying that he punched him in his chatterbox, which is a term used for people who have a big mouth and talk a lot. Biggie cracked his jaw and now he needs a chiropractor to fix it.
Dangerous you're not, I gets down. Twist your body round and round, upside down. I get around, still down with the underground clown. And around they go. I get around, twist your body round and round, upside down.
Biggie ended his verse singing the last line mockingly in the style of the hook in Tupac's platinum single I Get Around, referencing the song to say that he'll wipe the floor with him, further fueling the fact that the verse was a diss towards Tupac. Lil Kim had dissed him in a similar way if you remember, referencing the song Keep Your Head Up.
Fed up, wet up, maybe next time you punk ass will keep your head up. Keep your head up, ooh, child, things are gonna get easy.
The Junior Mafia clique most likely joked about Pac all the time, cause this is the exact type of humor and writing style. When Busta Rhymes heard Biggie diss Pac on his record, he told him that he's not putting it out. Pac was one of Busta's friends too, and this was in the middle of the East Coast West Coast beef. It would look like he's picking sides, And that's what Biggie actually wanted. He wanted Nas, Method Man and Busta to be on the same song on which he's dissing Tupac, so that he had all the New Yorkers on his side, having his back in the war against the West Coast, especially after dissing one of their deceased legends, a victory song for the East Coast. And they would also look very powerful. Anyone that would have dared to respond to the song would technically have to go against not only Biggie, Junior Mafia and the Commission with Jay-Z, but also against Nas and The Firm, Method Man and the Wu-Tang Clan, and Busta Rhymes and his group Flip Mode. Which of the MCs on the West Coast would have been bold enough to take on all these people? Name one rapper besides Pac who would have responded to all of them. And the East Coast was fully aware of that. They knew that they were back on top. No one on the West Coast would have dared to battle Biggie after he dissed the dead man. That's what motivated him to continue. The West Coast couldn't have done anything lyrically to stop him, but they still felt like Biggie was a coward since he didn't have the guts to say those things to Tupac while he was alive, knowing that he would be able to respond to everything Biggie has to say. Tupac even had a line on Troublesome 96 where he prophesized it. But yeah, Biggie was now back in album mode. He had multiple people on the hit list, not just Tupac, but also rappers on the East Coast like J. Rue the Damager, OGC, Ghostface, Raekwon, The Roots, most importantly Nas, Royal Flush. The list was very long. He had lines for everyone, was ready to battle the entire East Coast. I spoke on this in my King of New York documentary. Make sure to check it out. The Mecca of hip-hop needed to be represented by the best of the best, not by somebody who can only come back because his competition got shot and killed. So he added countless lines to Life After Death going at Pac, to undo some of the damage he did while trying to prove that he's lyrically superior. They did it in a way that they still appeared to be wanting to make peace with the West Coast, so that they can fly to LA again and perform there, now that Pac and Suge are gone. They wanted to unite the nation again, with Biggie becoming the face of it, taking over Pac's half, so that he's not only the face of the East Coast, but of the entire US, the highest selling rap artist worldwide, while pretending to be saddened by Tupac's death, so that they can win over some of his fans. 3 months after Biggie's accident, Snoop Dogg paid Biggie a visit in New York when he was recording his album. Biggie had around 30 people in the studio dressed in army fatigues, just like the robbers at the Quad Studios. Again, Pac pointed out how they looked like Biggie's homies in Brooklyn, and Snoop Dogg was surprised when he saw all these people in fatigues. Biggie played him the song Somebody's Got to Die, in which he said,
I'm sitting in the crib dreaming about Learjets and coops, the way Salt shoots and how they sell records like Snoop.
Snoop was flattered. Biggie wanted to sell as many records as Snoop. He squashed the beef with the only death row superstar remaining, to get the East Coast-West Coast war under control. He put it on wax to make it official. Now that Pac and Suge were gone, there was no more reason for him to continue the beef. But guess what? While Snoop wasn't around, they invited Pac's killer Orlando Baby Lane Anderson and Keefe D to the studio when Bone Thugs and Harmony and Biggie were recording the song Notorious Thugs. Biggie and Puffy were chilling with them, and they knew the whole time that that's Tupac's killer. So not only were they cool with Jimmy Henchman after the first shooting, but they were also popping bottles with Orlando Anderson and Keefe D after the second one. And Orlando was there when Biggie talked about his beef with Tupac. And he also knew that Pac had a problem with people using the term thug in their music. That's why he was beefing with Bone Thugs and Harmony prior to getting locked up.
I know people looking on TV, they going, wait a minute, didn't I already hear a group called Thug something? I already heard about some kind of thug something on TV. Who is Thug Life? But this the original. We are the original thugs. I want to get to be real again.
He also had a problem with Nas and Mobb Deep for using that term. And now all of a sudden Biggie is calling himself a thug as well. Fat Joe was actually the one that got Bone Thugs and Harmony and Biggie together, cause Bone Thugs around that time didn't really mess with him because of the Pac situation. The group had actually squashed their beef with Pac and recorded a song together called Thug Love. Fat Joe, the guy who supposedly dissed Pac together with Biggie, is now trying to get Bone Thugs on their side, cause they were signed to Eazy-E's record company Ruthless Records, which has always been the enemy of Death Row and Suge Knight. They even had Eazy-E's right-hand man BG Knockout in the studio with them. And they all had a problem with Death Row. BG Knockout was actually the best friend of Orlando Anderson, and they were now hanging out together with Biggie and Puffy. You obviously can't see Keefe D and Orlando in the pictures, but if you look closely, you can see BG Knockout standing close to the door. Puffy kept the Southsiders around for protection, cause Suge Knight was still giving orders from prison to continue to harass them. But now that the FBI was investigating, Puffy supposedly told Keefe D and the Southsiders around that time that they should try to keep their distance from everybody associated to the label Bad Boy, at least for the next couple of months. He would keep them around, but at a healthy distance. At parties and events, they would sit in the opposite side of the room. The FBI already suspected the Southsiders of having something to do with the Tupac murder. And this was just a couple weeks after the gang war in Compton, where the cops arrested dozens of Southsiders. The rumors of Puffy's involvement and cooperation with the Southsiders existed back then as well. But Puffy dismissed those rumors every time he was asked. "We never use Crips or any other gang faction to do security for us," he asserted to MTV News. In a subsequent interview, when asked whether he might have been introduced to Keefe D and others without being told they were Crips, Puffy insisted, "Being a young black celebrity, you have thousands of acquaintances. I can't say who I've met. It's not like all gang people wear colored rags on their heads." But a press agent for his record label was more equivocal. When pressed as to whether it was Biggie who might have, unbeknownst to Puffy, hired Crips as muscle, the publicist responded, "As a family, Bad Boy did not use them," begging the question of who exactly was a member of the family. Biggie finished recording the Life After Death album in early '97. Let's take a look at the individual tracks and see what he had to say about Pac. Hypnotize was hereby the comeback single for the double album. It was supposed to compete with Tupac's California Love. The song was actually recorded before Tupac's death. Back then, he had a more peaceful approach regarding the beef.
Never lose, never choose to. Bruise, cruise, who? Do something to us. Talk, go through us.
Saying that he'll win the beef without retaliating. When his enemies spit venom in his direction, it goes right through Big and his crew. The metaphorical venom doesn't even affect them. So violence is never his first choice. He expressed a similar sentiment about pacifism and the cost of violence on the song More Money, More Problems.
Playboy, I told ya, being Mike to me, bruise too much, I lose too much. Bang every MC easily. Take that. Recently, niggas frontin' ain't saying nothing, so I just speak my piece.
These lines were directed at all the rappers who were talking bad about Biggie at the time. He's telling them that in a battle he'd defeat them easily, but he chooses to speak his mind without reacting violently, while keeping his peace, meaning his gun and his necklace, the Jesus piece. But also peace as in the opposite of war.
So I just speak my piece, keep my peace, Cubans with the Jesus piece, with my peace.
The next song, Kick in the Door, was recorded after Pac's death. It's a full diss track aimed at multiple MCs on both coasts. As you can see, he was only peaceful while Pac was alive. Something changed during his 3-month recovery phase. Something clicked and he went full war mode after that. The hate and disrespect from hip-hop heads and also MCs like J. Rue the Damager, Nas, Ghostface Killah, Raekwon the Chef, the groups OGC and The Roots, most likely got to his head and made him go all out. Cause for the entirety of Pac's reign on the top, Biggie was telling people that he would never quote-unquote diss another black man, that he's only here for the art and for the money. But now all of a sudden he wants to battle the entire rap game. Cause people were confusing his kindness and peacefulness with weakness. Rappers were making fun of him in songs and music videos. They saw how Pac increased his record sales by slapping Biggie around. Biggie just turned him the other cheek and allowed it. So everyone tried to use that to their advantage and to boost their record sales. It became a trend to diss Biggie, and there were no consequences to it. The rap game would actually reward them with attention, and they would boost their record sales, all on the expense of Biggie. And he didn't want to be the laughingstock of the industry anymore. I mean, for what? Why would he allow them to continue? It only hurt his career. He understood that the peaceful route ain't always the best route. People will take advantage of you if you allow them to. So he started battling half of the East Coast to earn his respect back and to show them that he's worthy of the King of New York title. And he also went at the guy that started this whole Biggie hate train, his biggest enemy, Tupac Shakur.
Your reign on the top was short like leprechauns as I crush so-called willies, thugs, and rapadons.
These lines are both a shot at Tupac and also Nas. Pac's reign on the top lasted less than a year. He got released from prison on October 12, 1995, dropped his album on February 13, 1996, and died exactly 7 months later. Big says that he's crushing his competition. All the thugs, meaning the Tupacs of the world, the Willies, Jab and Nas, and the rapper Dons, shot at Raekwon the Chef, Ghostface Killer, and again against Tupac, aka Machiavelli the Don.
This goes out for those that choose to use disrespectful views on the king of NY. Of that, why try? Throw bleach in your eye.
The next song in which he is dissing Pac is Last Days, which was produced by Havoc from Mobb Deep, another rapper slash producer that Pac was beefing with prior to his untimely demise. Biggie knew that Havoc dissed him on the song Drop a Gem on Him, and he had also dissed Snoop and the Dogg Pound on the song LA LA, which Biggie later used as inspiration for his own Tupac diss record Long Kiss Goodnight, which I will talk about in a minute. It features a similar beat as the one Havoc rapped on when he dissed the Dogg Pound and Snoop. And now these two are collaborating.
You're waking up in cold sweats, they just dreams. You still apologizing, analyzing my size and your sizing.
Biggie is 3 times bigger than me, and everybody sympathizing with it. They acting like I'm bullying it. He's 3 times bigger than me, and I'm asking this nigga to have a fight.
Analyzing my size and your sizing, realizing a fist fight will be asinine.
Big started off by referencing Tupac and Suge Knight's offer in the September 96 issue of the Source magazine, where they proposed a pay-per-view boxing match between Tupac and Puff Daddy. Not Tupac and Biggie, but Tupac and Puffy, calling him a punk if he refuses. And Biggie kinda makes fun of that, suggesting that Pac was too scared to fight him. Pac was fully aware that he would probably lose to Biggie in a fistfight, mainly because of the difference in height and weight, because of the size difference.
Analyzing my size and your sizing, realizing a fist fight will be asinine.
Nobody can never be confused and think I'm Mike Tyson and I'm a heavyweight champion. I'm a little, that's why it's so raw to watch me just battle lions, because I'm a little skinny, battling 3 times my size.
Let's be honest, you a punk or you would see me with gloves. But that's just said the vibe about me being a thug.
Die for a dollar and life ain't sweet. Play for keeps, wet shirts with experts on the creep.
Pac is realizing that challenging him to a fistfight would be extremely foolish and stupid. Biggie was always calling Pac an alcoholic, saying that he's the type to pop champagne and wine, while Biggie is popping nines, meaning shooting guns.
You just pop wines, I must pop nines. Genuine steel piece, nozzle in your grill piece.
Pac actually got into quite a few shootings before the Quad Studio incident, like when he shot at 2 off-duty police officers in '93. But Biggie and Stretch were making fun of him for shooting himself during the Quad Studio robbery, calling him a fake thug and actor, someone who, unlike Biggie, can't even handle a gun.
I don't know what he was trying to hide, or he was scared. I don't know what was going on in his head. But I want to apologize, especially when I found out what really went down. He shot himself. He didn't really get shot in the head. He got pistol whipped. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing all this, and I'm like, damn.
I beef is my fiance, I'm about to marry it.
I beef is my fiance, I'm about to marry it.
Since Pac ruined Biggie's first marriage by getting in between his relationship with Faith Evans, their beef is their fiancé, and Biggie is about to marry it, with the promise, till death do us part. And that's exactly what happened, as Pac lost his life due to the beef. And that was the end of it.
Beef with me is unhealthy. I'll fuck around and get an ulcer, lose your pulse or collapse lung. Look how many gets I brung.
Beef with Biggie is unhealthy, making Pac lose his pulse and leading to a collapsed lung. Pac had his right lung collapsed and removed after getting shot in the chest in Las Vegas. He fought for his life for 6 days straight, while being in a medically induced coma. And then he lost his pulse, died on September 13th. Look How Many Gats Up Wrong could be about Biggie bringing all his guns to the Parker Meridian Hotel suite in '93. The day Tupac got accused of assault and then also hit with the illegal weapon possession charges for Biggie's guns.
Look how many gats I brung for them homos still doing promos. Break both your legs, you moving slow-mo.
When I got arrested in New York, I got arrested for Biggie. Them guns in my room was Biggie's guns because them cowards left the room when they heard the police was downstairs and everybody left their guns in my room. So I got 4 guns in my room. Serial numbers scratched out and I did not since I took that case.
Next song is I Love the Dough with Jay-Z, who again got into a beef with Pac after making the song Brooklyn's Finest with Biggie. He was on Pac's radar ever since Biggie started appearing in his music videos. The beat for I Love the Dough was produced by Easy Mo B, who had also collaborated with Tupac before the Quad Studio incident. Big was the one who introduced these two to each other. Mo B sent Puffy between 70 and 80 beats for the Life After Death album, which Puff rejected according to Mo B himself. He had produced 6 songs for the Ready to Die album, but for his sophomore project he only produced 2, even though it's a double LP. Biggie was a little mad at Mo B for giving Pac better beats than him, and now they reject 70 to 80 beats. Probably didn't even listen to them. The beat for I Love the Dough was actually laying around the whole time, as it was intended for the Ready to Die album back in '94. But Puffy didn't want it as it wasn't raw and grimy enough. It didn't fit the overall theme. Juicy, One More Chance and Big Papa were hereby exceptions. They didn't want the album to sound too commercial. They wanted the I came from nothing and I'm hustling every day to make it type of sound. Cause that was the type of sound that was more fitting for Biggie at the time. Now they wanted everything to be more flashy and glamorous. Cause Big is rich now and famous. That's why Life After Death sounded more polished. And the beat fit perfectly. Biggie used both of Mo B's beats to diss Pac.
Deserve Oscars. Me, I'm critically acclaimed. Slug past your brain.
The 4th issue, when they came back with a reply, everybody knew what I did. They knew what I said. I was acting. Who gets shot 5 times and acts?
Actors deserve Oscars.
Pac was of course known for his acting career, particularly for the role of the wild child Bishop in Juice. You might remember what Biggie said about Tupac in 2 of the Vibe magazine interviews. The one in the August '95 issue, for example, where he spoke on Tupac's behavior at the Quad Studios, saying that everything was a movie to him. And then also in the September '96 issue where he talked about the altercation at the Soul Train Awards. I looked into his eyes and I was like, yo, this guy is really bugging the F out. I was like, that's Bishop. Whatever he's doing right now, that's the role he's playing. He played that ish to a T.
Deserve Oscars.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Give him a round of applause. The Academy Award goes to the actor, Tupac Shakur. Give him a round of applause. It's going triple in 4 quadruple.
Then he also mentions the same jeweler Tupac and Haitian Jack would go to before Pac got shot and robbed at the Quad Studios. He supposedly took Biggie there too. And that's where he started to buy himself jewelry.
Tito smile every time we see our faces.
There are also rumors that Biggie was seen wearing the jewelry that the robbers stole from Tupac during the Quad Studio incident, which people used as proof to back up their claims of Biggie having something to do with the robbery, suggesting that Biggie was in touch with the robbers and got Pac's jewelry from them to wear it as a trophy. Haitian Jack was the one who introduced Tupac to Tito, and they would always buy jewelry together. Biggie didn't have the money back then, but he would later buy himself jewelry from there too. And it's possible that he bought himself some of the same jewelry that Tupac bought in '93, cause Pac would buy himself the same jewelry as Haitian Jack. And Biggie supposedly tried to mimic and copy him, in an attempt to build his player image. That would explain why people saw Biggie with some of the same jewelry that Tupac wore before the Quad Studio incident. He ends the song by saying that half of these incompetent and lame rappers have never seen war, and that Big will make them run for their lives if they decide to mention his name. The only rapper that was dissing Biggie by name was Tupac. Everyone else only dissed him subliminally.
Half these rapping cats ain't seen war, couldn't score if they had point game. They lame, speak my name, I make them dash like Dame.
Next we have What's Beef, a song where Biggie explains his definition of the term beef, saying that a real beef involves sticks and stones and not words. The first verse was hereby directed at Tupac.
Rappers too persistent, quick to spit. Biggie name on ish, make my name taste like ass when you speak it.
Biggie is calling Pac persistent for continuing to accuse them of setting him up, despite them repeatedly denying it and explaining it to him. Pac and the Outlaws were quick to mention Biggie's name on records. Again, they were the only ones calling Biggie out by name, so this line is obviously about them. Biggie will make sure that every time his name comes out of their mouths, it will leave a sour, bitter and disgusting taste, which will make them regret ever mentioning him. On this album, Biggie talks directly to Tupac as if he's still alive, to keep it subliminal, to keep people wondering who he's talking about, assuming that the person he's talking to is actually able to hear what Biggie has to say. But this is the way Biggie chose to close that chapter. Pac already had his turn to get everything off his chest, and now Biggie needs to add his final remarks before moving on.
See me in the streets, your jewelry, you can keep it. That be our little secret, see me.
These lines have a double meaning behind them. Many people think that this is about the jewelry that the robbers at the Quad Studios tried to steal, while letting Pac keep the Rolex watch which was gifted to him by Haitian Jack. That be our little secret would hereby be referring to the message Haitian Jack wanted to send Pac. By leaving Jack's Rolex watch, they indirectly told him to not mess with Haitian Jack. So it was their little secret. He could also be talking about the bounty that Diddy put on those death row medallions, cause they wanted the Southsiders to steal their jewelry and then bring it to the bad boy camp so that they can put it in one of their music videos to taunt death row. The whole thing with Orlando Anderson trying to snatch Trayvon's chain. The members of the Ma Peru and Death Row Records found out about the bounty but kept it a secret from the public. So that's what Biggie could have meant when he said that be our little secret.
I hope they know my in the gutter and the kids. Up them in they ass, throw them over the bridge.
Gutter was the guy who pulled the gun on Tupac and his entourage at the '96 Soul Train Awards when Biggie and Pac came face to face. Biggie is trying to threaten them with something that's even more disgusting and outrageous than what Pac said at the end of Hit 'Em Up. Trying to one-up each other while talking about the children of their enemies. Oh, you thought your little threats at the end of your record would scare us? I'll show you how it's done.
Die slow, motherfucker. My phone make sure all y'all kids don't grow.
Y'all got the goal. All I make is one phone call. All y'all disappear by tomorrow.
This is Biggie explaining what he would do if it ever came to a real beef. Make his enemies disappear with just one phone call. He's still talking about Tupac, playing with the idea that he was the one that called the shots on him, even though it's not true. But he's playing the villain right now. A guy that has no morals, no empathy, and no remorse.
All your guns is borrowed. I don't feel sorrow. Actually, your man passed the gap to me.
Biggie and Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd went to the Quad Studios the day after the shooting to get Tupac's gun, which was still inside the piano. Zayd and Lil Sean had hidden the gun there from the police. Pac had shot himself with that gun, and he would have gotten into trouble if the cops ever found it. Zayd supposedly gave Biggie the gun so that he can hide it, cause Zayd was involved in the shooting as well, and the cops could have searched his apartment. Biggie had zero involvement. Pac and Zayd knew that. That's why they wanted him to hold on to the gun, cause the cops would have never suspected him of having it. That's why he ended the verse by saying, "Actually, your man passed the gat to me." And that was the only verse on What's Beef that was aimed at Pac. In the hook, he once again threatens people's mothers.
Beef is when you need two cats to go to sleep. Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets.
He had made similar threats on the Get Money remix too.
Your mom's the actress, didn't want to show me the safe. It's okay, she was old anyway.
He also said beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU.
Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU.
Pac was put in ICU, in an intensive care unit, after getting shot in Las Vegas. According to Biggie, a beef with him would result in his enemies landing in ICU. And that's exactly what happened. The next song is Going Back to Cali, which was essentially supposed to be a love letter to California, trying to bring the East Coast and West Coast back together after the East-West War, while also trying to win over some of the fans on the opposite coast. But it's also a way for Biggie and Puffy to rub their victory into Suge's face, after he and Pac tried to terrorize them and prevent them from coming to the West Coast. They felt like they no longer needed to worry about Tupac and his people pulling guns on them every time they come to LA, like after the '96 Soul Train Awards, for example. In the song, Biggie basically celebrates his victory against Tupac, Death Row, and the West Coast, as the last man standing, winning by forfeit, saying the game is mine.
Got me mixed up, you drunk them licks up. Mad cause I got my dick sucked and my balls licked. Forfeit, the game is mine.
According to Big, Tupac lost the war by forfeit, which means that Biggie won by default. The game is now his. No more East-West divide, Biggie rules over everything. He's back on top, taking over Tupac's spot, making East Coast and West Coast anthems in his place, bragging about being able to go there without repercussions. No more threats from Tupac.
Recognize a real dawn when you see one.
Pac changed his rap name to Machiavelli the Don after coming out of prison. Part of the reason was because Biggie had called himself the Don on Who Shot Ya. But he unfortunately passed away, which allowed Biggie to reclaim his spot in the rap game. And he became big enough to not only be seen as the king of the East Coast, but he set his eyes on the West Coast as well. Wanted to reign over an entire nation as the biggest rap artist ever, overshadowing everyone else on the West Coast who tried to fill Tupac's shoes as the king of the coast. Cause the king of the West Coast was supposed to have the same status as the king of the East Coast. With Pac and Big, there was always a balance. But no one, not even Snoop, could fill the shoes of a giant. So there was no one who could be seen as Big's counterpart on the opposite coast, which means that everyone else was more or less looking up to him. He had now become the Don of both coasts.
Sipping on booze in the house of blues. I'm going back to Cali.
He also mentioned the House of Blues in California, where Tupac went on a long rant about Biggie and Bad Boy, taunting and disrespecting them in front of a large crowd. And the people from Death Row wouldn't allow the Bad Boy camp to come perform there, cause the Ma Peru and the Death Row staff would always hang out there. Other artists from New York would perform there, but the people from Bad Boy wouldn't. Now that Pac was gone, Biggie could just go there without having to worry about his safety. And he's rapping these lines as if he's from LA, as if he goes to all these locations every day. It's almost like Biggie reused the formula of Tupac's songs To Live and Die in LA and California Love.
All I got is beef with those that violate me. I shall annihilate thee.
He makes clear that he never had an issue with the West Coast. He just had beef with those that dissed him, meaning Tupac, the Outlaws, and the people from Death Row, saying that he's going to annihilate them. I mean, who else from the West Coast was dissing him? He's obviously talking about destroying Tupac, on a West Coast anthem produced by an East Coast producer, Easy Mo B, the same guy he introduced Tupac to. Big and Mo B wanted to show their competition on the West Coast that New Yorkers can make funk bangers too, cause producers on the West Coast were known for using funk samples to make G-Funk records, and those were super popular. They were outselling the East Coast thanks to that sound. On Ready to Die, Big had tried to merge East Coast and West Coast sound to gain followers from both coasts and to compete with the highest selling rappers, which again at the time were from the West Coast. Biggie and Mo B wanted to show them that they can make those type of records on the East Coast as well, on the same level if not better. And Big was trying to master everybody's styles, learning their techniques and sounds and trying to outdo them. Those qualities and skills MCs brought to the table Big was showing people that he can do that as well. That he can rap like them, but that they can't rap like him. The next song that was aimed at Pac is Player Hater. On the Bad Boy Volume 4 mixtape, Puffy called Pac a player hater.
We're about to hit side B off, and we're gonna dedicate this to all the now player haters, all the niggas that ain't jealous, all the niggas that don't act like this shit, all the niggas that don't act and keep it real, all the real thugs, the real gangsters.
You see, there are two kind of people in the world today. We have the players, and we have the player haters. Please don't hate me because I'm beautiful, baby.
People, they talk about me, but my crew's so deep, you can't do a damn thing to me.
Big and Puff are now singing a joke song making fun of Pac, the player hater, who's getting robbed by Biggie. This is now the second song from Biggie, which sounds like a direct reference to the Quad Studio shooting. First Who Shot Ya, now Player Hater.
Take off your shoes. You ain't nothing fools. You've been robbed.
The whole time, Pac was calling them out for their quote-unquote fake player image. So Big and Puff started calling him a player hater, and then made a song that they intentionally made sound ridiculous, with Puffy singing in the background hitting all the wrong notes, showing people that they're having a good time while robbing the player hater, laughing at Pac's expense now that he's dead. They continued on the song My Downfall, which is about Biggie's enemies preying on his downfall.
Jealousy's a motherfucker. You're weak, jealous motherfucker. If you're a jealous motherfucker, you just a weak motherfucker.
The Bad Boy camp was convinced that the only reason why Pac even started this whole anti-Biggie campaign was because of his jealousy, after seeing Biggie take over the game while his own career stagnated. Seeing Biggie get crowned the King of New York with just one album, getting to collaborate with Michael Jackson in his place, basically taking his spot in the rap game, while using his success formula and never reaching out. In other words, he was jealous of Big's success while he himself was broke and in jail, thinking that Pac only started dissing him to gain some relevance, as Big was the one that's at the top. And in order for you to reach those heights, you have to take him down first. The intro also features a phone conversation between Biggie and someone who threatens to kill him. He used to receive a lot of death threats due to Pac's claims, was seen as a traitor and snake. All of a sudden, there were a lot of people on the West Coast who didn't want him to visit their coast, just because of the beef alone. He had a couple of lines on here which referenced the Quad Studio shooting, where three men from Brooklyn who were dressed in army fatigues robbed Pac in the same building where Biggie was recording music in.
Ain't no shook hands in Brooklyn. Army fatigue, bring fatigue, the enemies. Army fatigue, bring fatigue, the enemies.
Who could he have possibly meant when he said enemies? Army fatigues bring fatigue. His homies from Brooklyn used to wear army fatigues, but so did the people that robbed Pac, Dexter Isaac and his homies. And Pac said they looked like Biggie's friends. And yes, they indeed brought fatigue to their enemies. I mean, Pac was knocked unconscious after that pistol whipping. Ain't no shook hands in Brooklyn. The robbers didn't welcome Pac by reaching out their hands for a handshake. They reached for their guns and robbed him Brooklyn style. Again, in the April '95 issue of the Vibe Magazine, Pac said that he assumed that those people were Biggie's homies, and he expected them to greet him. He was confused when they didn't. Now Big is saying, ain't no shook hands in Brooklyn, army fatigues bring fatigue to enemies. On the Get Money remix, which again was made to infuriate Tupac, he used the same exact words when talking about Tupac. Army and Brooklyn.
Can't harm me, I keep the army. Is Brooklyn in the house? Without a doubt. Look, man, you wanna see me locked up, shot up? Mom's crocked up over the casket, screaming it's empty.
Tupac made a lot of wild statements about Biggie which could have gotten him in legal trouble. Like for example, when he publicly claimed that the illegal firearms that were found at the Parker Meridian Hotel suite were Biggie's, the ones Pac got in trouble for. He also claimed that Big set him up at the Quad Studios, and now Big is asking him, "You wanna see me locked up? Shut up?" Cause Pac also wanted the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., to pass him the gun so that he can shoot Biggie at the Soul Train Awards. And he also wished Biggie death on Hit 'Em Up.
Smoking dope is like a Sherman. They learn to fly, but they burn, motherfucker, you deserve to die.
And now Big is saying,
Y'all know who killed them, filled them with the Lucas from their Rugas or their desert. Dying ain't this shit, but it's pleasant, kinda quiet.
He's talking about Tupac here, addressing the rumors that are floating around, saying that everybody knows who killed him and filled him with bullets. The rumors were all pointing at the Bad Boy camp and the Southsiders. And then he says, "Watch my people bring the riots," giving cats the opposite of diets. He's talking about post-mortem shifts in weight and water levels of body organs. Tupac's body was about 30 to 50 pounds heavier than before his death, according to the autopsy. He weighed 215 pounds, which is about 97.5 kilograms. Pretty heavy for a guy that's 5'9", meaning around 175 centimeters tall. Prior to his death, he was around 165 pounds, meaning 75 kilograms. So he supposedly gained around 50 pounds, 22 kilograms. This was even confirmed by the Outlaws, who said that his face was swollen beyond recognition. Now Big is saying that his people, the same ones that killed the guy the verse is dedicated to, make people gain weight by killing them.
Watch my dick and bring the riot, giving cats the opposite of diets. You gain 30 pounds when you die, no lie.
Biggie would always play around with the idea of him being involved in both of the Tupac shootings, always dropping subliminal hints that can be interpreted in multiple ways. Like on the song Long Kiss Goodnight, for example, where he said that his team in the Marine Blue killed the guy the song is dedicated to. He's talking about the Southside Crips and Tupac. But the casual hip-hop listener comes to the conclusion that the song is about a fictional character, that it's not a diss song. But yeah, every time he talks about his team in army fatigues, he wants you to think that he's talking about Dexter Isaac and the people that robbed Tupac, even though those people have denied that Biggie was ever involved. And every time he talks about his team in the Marine Blue, he wants you to think that he's talking about the Southside Crips, who have always denied working with Biggie. They only work with Puffy. Biggie loved to play around with the idea of him being involved to make himself look more dangerous and influential, dropping keywords that make you raise an eyebrow. Like when he used the word ashy after talking about his competition at the end of the verse.
Competition still furious. Don't ask me, I went from ashy to nasty to classy and still.
Tupac didn't really have a funeral. He wasn't buried. You never saw him in a casket. He was cremated, burned to ashes. Now Biggie is using the word ashy at the end of the verse, which was dedicated to Tupac, saying that he went from ashy to nasty to classy, just like on Sky's the Limit.
I like this young man because when he came out with the phrase, he went from ashy to classy.
Now this could just be a coincidence. Maybe he wasn't even thinking of Pac when he wrote this. But it is possible that he made that connection in his head and used that word on purpose.
Wipe the pee up, lick shots, woke your seat up, go in the ashtray, spark the weed up, long kidding.
Cremated last wishes to smoke my ass.
Go in the ashtray, spark the weed up.
Daydreaming, fuck around, get wet like semen, your whole team. Be more gone than free.
Mess with Biggie and your entire crew will get shot and disappear, playing on the homophone similarity between Morgan and Morgan, referring to the actor Morgan Freeman.
Didn't want my team to stop shining, pray my fame start declining, whining like girlies.
Pac was doing everything in his power to end Biggie's career, to cause his downfall, to take away his shine, while quote-unquote whining like little girlies in interviews and songs about Biggie's rise to fame and success while he was in prison.
We don't give a fuck about what you think about us, how you feel about us, what you got to say about us. We gonna keep doing our motherfucking thing from now to the year 3000. You can't breathe, you can't sleep, you can't eat without thinking about us. Or without thinking about us on your ass. We gonna hurt your asses, motherfucker.
And then we finally get to the full response record to Pac's Hit 'Em Up. which is called Long Kiss Goodnight, which never actually mentions him by name and was subliminal mainly due to Tupac's untimely demise. It is said that Biggie held back on the song to not go too far and to not make it too obvious who he's talking about, cause the entire Bad Boy family denies that this is about Pac. There are also rumors that this is actually the second version of the song, and I'm not talking about the demo version with Capadonna. The first one was supposedly made before Pac died, and it mentioned him by name, was supposedly way more direct. Some say it was intended to be released on Halloween of '96, but then Pac died and he got into a car accident, so he had to remake it in late '96 to not make it too obvious that he's dissing a dead man. And it's possible that they erased it forever. But then again, no one from the Bad Boy camp has ever spoken on this version. So it is possible that this is just a silly rumor, cause everybody always says that Biggie was in peace mode while Pac was alive. Now, the second version is the one with Capadonna from the Wu-Tang Clan on the hook. It features the same 3 verses you hear on the album, so it's basically the same version. Lyrically identical, but completely different from the first version which supposedly got scrapped. Proof for the song being made after Pac's death is actually in the song itself.
I used to be as strong as Triple B, till little C's cripple me.
Referencing the car accident 3 days after Pac's death, which crippled Biggie and made C's lose teeth.
You lose teeth like little C's.
And he also said now the year's new, talking about '97.
Now the year's new.
The song was named after a movie with the same title, which came out on October 11th, 1996, a month after Tupac's death. The beat was actually produced by RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. Yes, the same RZA that Tupac wanted to sign to Death Row East together with his clique. And now he's in the studio recording a diss track against Tupac. RZA felt some type of way about the fight at the Club 662, where the rap group OFTB, which was signed to Death Row at the time, beat up RZA and snatched his chain. Pac tried to make things right by getting him his chain back, offering him to talk it out with them, and also offering him and his group a record deal. He showed them love and respect on the radio, and wanted the Wu-Tang Clan to be on his side against Biggie, cause he knew that Raekwon and Ghostface Killah had a problem with him. They had already dissed Biggie on the Only Built for Cuban Links album. So Pac wanted to get himself some reinforcements from New York against Biggie. But Big reached out to them and turned them against Pac and Death Row. They stayed loyal to New York instead of siding with the West Coast during the East-West War. Not only that, but the demo version also featured Capadonna from the Wu, who was supposed to be on the hook. He can be heard laughing and talking trash about Pac in the background. So part of the Wu-Tang Clan was going at Pac. The beat also uses the same sample as Capone Noriega's LA LA, which was a response record to the Dog Pound song New York, New York, a diss track against him, with Mobb Deep and Tragedy Khadafi as feature guests. It was produced by East Coast legend Molly Mall. They thought the Dog Pound was dissing New York, especially after hearing Biggie call up the Hot 97 radio station to warn New York about them shooting a disrespectful music video in their city, motivating people to approach them at the video set, which eventually led to the infamous shooting on December 16th, where the trailer of Snoop and the Dog Pound was riddled with bullets. Capone Noriega, Tragedy Khadafi, and Mobb Deep heard Biggie on the radio and then decided to make a diss record. The video of Snoop kicking over the buildings hadn't even come out yet. The original version of LA LA came out before it, and featured the same beat as the Dog Pound's New York, New York. But seeing the video made them film a video of their own, where they're kidnapping Snoop and the Dog Pound. They decided to put it out as a single and even got Molly Mall to produce for them.
LA, LA, big city of dreams, but everything in LA ain't always what it seems.
They wanted to show Death Row that New York is standing strong, that they all came together to fight back. At the time, Biggie didn't want to get on that record. He was completely against it. But after Pac's death, he decided to remake that song basically. He was now ready to diss Pac. A lot of rappers from Queens were mad at him for staying silent, for not wanting to strike back, cause while Pac was alive, he wanted peace. Now he's giving those same people that doubted him what they were asking for. Everyone from Queens that lost respect for him. including Capone Noriega, Tragedy Gaddafi, Mobb Deep, Royal Flush, and even Nas. Molly Mall is from Queens too. They all wanted Biggie to battle Pac, so Big took their beats and did what he was supposed to do, using that same East Coast sound to diss the West Coast. Just by hearing the beat, you already know that this is going against Death Row. And Big had brought Snoop to the studio to make peace. Now he's using the same beat Snoop got dissed on, dissing Snoop's dead homie, knowing that none of them will ever respond to it. He made Snoop come to the studio knowing that he's going to lyrically attack his friend Pac on the same album. Puffy starts off in the intro saying, "I told you to stop. I prayed for you to stop. But you didn't stop. And now we won't stop." Biggie then spoke about one specific guy. A stupid guy who wouldn't stop. Who could he have possibly meant? Biggie then says that it's time for that person to die. He starts off the verse by mentioning the singer De La Reese, who sang the song "You're Nobody Till Somebody Loves You," which Biggie later flipped and changed to "You're Nobody Till Somebody Kills You," the song that comes right after Long Kiss Goodnight, the final track on the album, which is also meant as a diss towards Pac.
I make your mouthpiece obese like De La Reese. When I release, you lose teeth like little C's.
Biggie is once again talking to Tupac like he's still alive, referring to him in the second person, talking to him directly as if it's a letter, making the average listener think that he's talking to someone who's still alive, telling Pac that he'll make his mouthpiece obese like De La Reese, another way of saying that he'll punch and beat him until his mouth is swollen. De La Reese gained a lot of weight in the 80s, which made her face swell up quite a bit, at least compared to when she was in her youth. He also said, "When I release, you lose teeth like little C's." This is a double entendre. Every time Biggie releases music, Pac gets metaphorically punched in the mouth, so that he loses teeth just like little C's after the car crash, which again happened after Pac's death. The second meaning is him putting a gun into Tupac's mouth, the way he demonstrated it in the outro of Who Shot Ya.
Can't talk with a gun in your mouth, huh? Please, blood floods your dungarees, and that's just the half of my war path.
Tupac used to wear dungarees when he was part of Thug Life, around the time he was close with Biggie. He changed his style when he came out of prison. But until late '94, you would occasionally see him in dungarees. Him saying "blood floods your dungarees" as a reference to the Quad Studio shooting, where Tupac got shot in the groin area. When he went up to the 8th floor to confront Jimmy Henchman, everybody saw the blood rushing out of his pants. They tried to stop the bleeding by pressing on it with tissues. Pac even opened his pants and saw the hole in it, with his private parts covered in blood.
Laugh now, cry later. I rhyme greater than the average player hater and spectators. Better laugh now, then cry when I come to get you. I hit you with 2 blocks and leave you with scar tissue. Laugh now, cry later. I rhyme greater than the average player hater and spectators.
Pac had 2 tattoos on his back, Smile Now and Cry Later. Biggie references them to make clear that the song is indeed about him, even if the entire Bad Boy camp denies it. Just like in the song Dangerous MCs, he describes you how his enemy looks like, without actually saying his name. He talked about his slim frame, his tattoos, his bandana, mentioned the song I Get Around, and on this song he gives us even more references. Laugh now, cry later, I rhyme greater than the average player hater. Biggie is basically saying that he's a better rapper than the player hater with the laugh now, cry later tattoos on his back. Again, Biggie and Puffy gave Pac the nickname Player Hater, after he made fun of their quote-unquote fake player image. So they responded by putting it into songs. Pac did something similar by calling Biggie and Puffy Piggy and Buffy. Both sides gave each other nicknames to make fun of each other.
It still tickle me. I used to be as strong as Ripple B, to little C's cripple me.
Then we get to the line where he says that he used to be as strong as Ripple, which was a fortified wine with 11% alcohol by volume. But after the car accident caused by Little C's, he felt like a cripple, with him having to use a cane to be able to walk again. But even in this weakened condition, his enemies still can't hurt him with all their jabs and disses. That's why he said it still tickles him.
Now I play hard like my girl's nipples be. The game sour like a pickle bee.
This is a response to Tupac constantly saying that Biggie only plays hard, that he's actually a scared little boy acting tough and pretending to be a player. A guy who doesn't know how to play by the rules of the game. So he was questioning his tough guy and player image. Big responded by saying that he might be playing hard, but only because of the car accident which left him crippled. But even in this weakened condition, the girls still love him. So there was nothing fake about it after all.
The game sour like a pickle bee. Y'all know the rules. You know the rules.
He's also saying this is what happens when playing the rap game turns sour, while quoting a line from Tupac's Hit 'Em Up.
Now the year's new. I lay my game flat. I want my spot back. Take two.
You can actually interpret this in multiple ways. Biggie wants his spot back. He was the #1 rapper in the world in 94 and 95. Pac took his crown in 96, and now Biggie is back on top in 97. It's a new year, and just like when filming movies, this is take #2. But he's also saying that his competition can take the #2 spot. The #1 spot is reserved for him.
Motherfuckers mad cause I blew. They can envy us. Too many looking on my dick. Shit strenuous.
They always felt like Pac only had a problem with Biggie because he blew up in the rap game while his own career went downhill. That it was out of jealousy. That he had to go at Biggie by joining forces with Bad Boy's enemy in order to gain relevance again. Biggie was the king of New York after all. There were dozens of rappers wanting to take his spot, but failing miserably.
When my men bust, you just move with such stamina. Slugs missed ya. I ain't mad at ya. We ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at ya. I ain't mad at you. Dangerous you're not. I gets down. Twist your body round and round. Upside down. I get around. Still down with the underground clouds. Round and round they go. I get around.
Maybe next time you punk ass will keep your head up.
Quiet.
Keep your head up. Ooh, child. Things are gonna get easy.
Biggie and his camp kept referencing Pac songs, this time I Ain't Mad at Ya, which is basically a letter from Tupac dedicated to his friend, which he only gets to read after Pac's passing. Pac is basically talking to his friend from heaven. And in the video, he actually got shot and killed for trying to protect his friend. And now that he's dead, he's telling him, I ain't mad at ya. Biggie is now saying the same thing. This is one of the few songs where Biggie admitted that the people who shot Pac were his homies. But like explained earlier, this is most likely not a real confession. He's just playing the villain and subliminally taking the blame. It's still debated which shooting Biggie is talking about here. The one at the Quad Studios or the one in Las Vegas. Cause the former had always been a rumor. Something that Pac heard from strangers while he was in prison.
While I'm in jail, strangers is telling me, yo, you don't know? Biggie homeboy shot you. Cause they bragging, they telling they niggas in jail, yo, we just got Pac, woo, woo, woo. And my cousin was in jail in New York cause I got family out there. He sit right there while the niggas get the call, boy, yo, my homeboys just jacked that Tupac. So that's how I knew he shot me, what happened and everything.
And he also said that the robbers looked like Biggie's homies from Brooklyn. Big saying that Pac moved with so much stamina could be a reference to him running around on the 8th floor where he confronted Puffy and Jimmy Henchman. The slugs missed him in a sense that the 2 shots, which could have been fatal, only grazed him by the head and didn't actually pierce his skull.
Hey, homie, if you feel me, tell them tricks that shot me, that they missed, they ain't kill me. When my men bust, you just move with such stamina. Slugs missed ya. I ain't mad at ya. We ain't mad at you.
That's how he used to taunt his shooters, the people who set him up, and everyone who was there during the incident. It would also be in line with what he said next, assuming that this is all a timeline. Him getting shot, catching cases, coming out of prison, accusing people.
Blood rushing, concussions ain't nothing. Catch cases, come out frontin', smoking something.
A concussion is a mild traumatic brain injury that affects brain function. Tupac got pistol whipped by the robbers during the Quad Studio incident. So when Big talks about concussions, he could have meant that. The song might have been structured in a way that he addresses everything in chronological order. Verse 1 could be about the Quad Studio shooting, and verse 2 about the shooting in Las Vegas. But people argued that both verses are about the Vegas shooting and not the Quad Studio shooting. that Big had nothing to do with it, saying that verse 1 couldn't have been about the quad studio shooting cause Pac didn't move with stamina. He was playing dead and got knocked out. He was only moving with stamina during the Vegas shooting, cause the Crips made fun of him for moving around and trying to dodge the bullets during the drive-by shooting, saying that he looked like he's trying to breakdance in the car, jumping around in panic. Some people think that Biggie was making fun of that, saying that Slugs missed ya, I ain't mad at ya was about Suge, who only got grazed in the head, while Pac took the bullets like a shield. So just like how Pac said I ain't mad at ya to his homie after taking bullets for him in the music video, Biggie is telling Suge I ain't mad at ya for not taking the bullets in Pac's place, cause Puffy had put a bounty on both of their heads, and the Crips that shot at Pac and Suge were indeed hired by him. So it would make sense for Biggie to say when my men bust, talking about the Crips like they're his people, cause the people that robbed Tupac at the Quad Studios were not cool with Biggie. So it wouldn't make sense for Biggie to call them his men. The Crips, on the other hand, they could be considered his men, even if it wasn't actually him who hired them. So some people think that this is indeed about Suge, cause the Slugs really missed him, and he attempted to escape the crime scene by speeding off and doing a U-turn. That's what Big could have meant when he said you just moved with such stamina.
Blood rushing, concussions ain't nothing. Catch cases, come out frontin', smoking something.
Just like how blood was rushing from Pac's head after the Quad Studio shooting, blood was also rushing from Suge's head after the Vegas shooting, cause he got grazed by a bullet. He then caught the case which got him locked up for kicking the Crip Orlando Anderson. So that would make sense and could be indication for him talking about the Vegas shooting. But then he said, come out frontin' smoking something. Suge went to prison and didn't really have a chance to come out frontin'. He didn't come out until 5 years later. By that time, Big had already passed. So it doesn't really make sense that this is about Suge. This sounds more like it's about Pac, who came out of prison quote-unquote frontin' as if he's smoking something, meaning that he's out of his mind for accusing and blaming everybody. Cause they always said that everything Pac did after getting shot was act, as if his life is a movie, disconnected from reality. So it's really hard to tell which incident Biggie meant. I personally think that this wasn't about Suge, but about Tupac and the Quad Studio shooting.
Guard your shit before I stick you, before you re-up, wipe the pee up, lick shots, woke your seat up.
He's talking about robbing someone who's supposed to guard whatever Biggie is coming after. And then the next line sounds like he's making fun of Pac for getting shot in the groin area, talking about him making his pants wet. The shots woke his seat up. People always joked about Pac supposedly losing one of his testicles after the shooting. Pac supposedly opened his wet pants to see if his private parts are still there. There was a hole in his pants and he was feeling numb. Big is basically saying that he wet his pants after getting shot in the balls.
I'm flaming jets, aiming at maniacs, put my name in rap.
Biggie is taking aim at the quote-unquote maniacs who put his name in raps. The only ones who were really dissing Biggie on records were Tupac and the Outlaws on the song Hit 'Em Up. He thinks people who diss others directly make it a much bigger deal than they should. It's just free promo for him. That's why he said they hustle backwards. Cause in the attempt of destroying him by putting his name on records, they're giving him free exposure and making Pac fans look forward to a response from Biggie. So it's only helping Big in the long run. Cause Pac was able to reach a wider audience, selling 5 million records in just a couple of months. Now those same people get put on to Biggie, looking forward to what Biggie has to say in response to Hit 'Em Up. The beef with Pac, whether people like it or not, increased Biggie's popularity and record sales. So it was helping him. And Big was smart enough to not do the same thing for his enemies. That's why Big did not put the names of his enemies on his records. Cause he'd be quote-unquote hustling backwards.
The game is that, like they hustle backwards. I smoke backwards and Dutchies, you can't touch me.
Then we get to the most disrespectful part where he makes fun of Pac's death, saying that Pac tried to rush him, lyrically and even in person like at the Soul Train Awards. But then he got what he wanted by getting touched by bullets.
Try to rush me, slugs go touchy touchy. You're bleeding lovely with your spirit above me or beneath me.
The sight of Pac covered in blood after getting shot is pleasant to him. And he really loves seeing Pac's body bleed. while his soul is either above him in heaven or beneath him in hell. That's how heaven and hell were depicted in the past. Heaven is a nice place, somewhere bright and pleasant in the clouds, while hell is underground, a place that's dark and scary. And Big is saying that Pac is now in one of those places.
You're bleeding lovely with your spirit above me or beneath me. Your whole life you live sneaky, now you rest eternally sleepy.
Claiming that Pac lived his whole life sneaky, basically calling him a liar and manipulator. Due to Pac's actions and lies about Biggie, he might actually go to hell instead of heaven, saying that Pac's body is now resting forever while his soul is trapped in hell.
Your whole life you live sneaky, now you rest eternally sleepy. You burn when you creep me, rest where the worms and the weak be.
Biggie is saying that Pac played with fire when he tried to go at him. And this also ties in with the whole heaven and hell scheme that he used, as hell is often depicted as a nightmare engulfed with flames. Pac's soul is burning in hell for trying to creep him, while his body is resting 6 feet underground, together with the worms and the weak. With the weak, he's talking about the dead, who have no life force left anymore.
My 9 flies, baptized, rap guys with the Holy Ghost. I put holes the most, you hold your toes shaky.
Tying into the death imagery in the previous lines, Biggie imagines his 9mm pistol as some sort of reverse baptism, sending Pac to see the Holy Ghost. The gun baptized him because he got wet, similar to how babies are baptized, but in this case you get wet because of the blood from your bullet holes, not from the holy water that is sprinkled over you. Biggie is also referencing a line from Mobb Deep's Tupac diss track Drop a Gem on Him, which was a response to Hit 'Em Up, the whole rap guys baptized rhyme that was aimed at Pac.
Yeah, likewise, inside of rap guys, this ass appear shut eyes and swole up your whole outside. I'm baptized, begins to get wet.
My 9 flies, baptized, rap guys.
Biggie uses the same exact words as Prodigy from Mobb Deep to subliminally tell the listener that they're teaming up against the same opponent. So not only is Biggie using a similar beat with the same sample as the song LA LA from Capone and Noriega, but he's also referencing the Tupac diss record from Mobb Deep. It's like he's using their energy to fight back the West Coast. I mean, he also had RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan producing this song. It's like New York came together to show people that they're united and standing strong against their enemies on the West Coast.
I put holes the most, you hold your toes shaky, slipping trying to break me.
Toast is a slang word for gun. You hold your toes shaky, slipping trying to break me. Pac is shaking while holding a gun. He made the mistake to mess with Biggie. But he's also making fun of the Quad Studio incident, where Tupac reached for his gun in the attempt to shoot the robbers. But he was shaky and nervous, slipped up, and supposedly shot himself. Stretch told Biggie everything that happened. He was on the ground and saw everything. And the two are making fun of him for making the mistake of shooting himself.
Look what you made me do, brains blue, my team in the marine blue, 6 coupe, skeet it out.
He's telling Pac, look what you made me do. You made me order my team in the marine blue, meaning the Crips, to come shoot you. Only thing that's not adding up is him saying 6 coupe. It wasn't a coupe, it was a 4-door 1997 Cadillac, from which the Southside Crips, Terrence Brown, Keefe D, Orlando Anderson and DeAndre Smith fired about a dozen shots at Pac and Suge's BMW in Las Vegas. And according to Keefe D, the last man who was sitting in that Cadillac that's still alive, Biggie had no involvement. They only greeted each other a couple times after the shooting. It was actually Puffy who put the bounties on their heads. He was the one that kept in touch with Keefe D. Biggie, for whatever reason, took credit for it. I guess he wanted to create controversy, while adding misinformation about the shooting to not help the cops with the investigation, cause he would have snitched on his whole team.
White the medicine, corn's the medicine, I got the lettuce in, you turn green like cucumber skin.
Playing around with the color green. Biggie is smoking weed, which is green, got the lettuce, which is also green, while Pac turned green like cucumber skin. After seeing Biggie's rise to fame and how much money he made while he was locked up. Turning green can be interpreted as another way of saying getting jealous. So Pac got jealous because Biggie got money, When he was a broke newcomer and a soldier under Tupac's wing, everything was fine. But when he started to outgrow him, Tupac all of a sudden saw him as a problem.
Hug from fake friends, make ends, they hate you. Be broke, girls won't date you.
Calling Pac a fake friend. Long before their falling out, they were always giving each other hugs every time they saw each other. Like for example at Puffy's birthday party in 1994, where they hugged each other for the last time. After he got enough money to get whatever he wanted, Pac started to hate him instead of being happy for him. That's what Biggie was trying to say. He didn't see Pac as a real friend. No friend would try to sleep with your wife. That's why he saw him as a backstabber, calling out his jealousy once again a couple lines later, where he said,
No matter how you call it, this brolic, alcoholic, like it's weed greened out, like it's brick solid.
Lil C's mentioned that Pac always had the greenest weed they'd ever seen. Big is saying that Pac became just as green as his weed, meaning super jealous. Not only that, but he's also calling him a high alcoholic. He then went back even further to when they first met, back when Biggie was a nobody.
Be broke, girls won't date you, that's why I relate to.
This is a response to Pac making fun of Biggie being the furthest thing from a player prior to getting famous. Pac was saying that he had to beg women to sleep with Biggie, that he was always super unpopular with women.
Biggie, remember when I used to let you sleep on the couch and beg him to let you sleep in the house?
I remember Biggie sleeping on my couch. I remember begging Tips to oh! You feel me? Yeah. So Big Papa don't mean nothing to me. He know it. He know it. That's why he can't fight me. That's why he can't battle me.
Be broke, girls won't date you. That's why I relate to. Choke your ass out till your face blue. Make you open the safe too.
Biggie wants to choke Pac out for being a fake friend, for using things from the past against him, making fun of him for being broke and unpopular with women at a time when Pac was on top and when Biggie had nothing. Instead of being happy that his friend finally made it out and got the fame and recognition he deserves, he also said, make you open the safe too, once again saying that he'll rob Tupac. He said this about Pac's mother as well, on the Get Money remix.
Your mom's the actress, didn't want to show me the safe. Club hit your chest, tap the spine, flatline, heard the grapevine, the got up 4 times.
This is exactly how Pac died. He got shot in the chest and one of the bullets hit his right lung, which caused massive bleeding that couldn't be stopped even after removing the lung. They put him into a medically induced coma and tried to revive him multiple times. He flatlined and died, just like Biggie said on the song. And the Bad Boy members still have the nerve to say that this wasn't about Pac.
Club hit your chest, tap the spine, flatline, heard the grapevine, the got up 4 times.
Heard through the grapevine you got effed 4 times is a reference to statements made by Wendy Williams, who claimed that Pac got assaulted and taken advantage of 4 times while he was in prison. Rappers have used this rumor to attack Tupac.
I had little girls writing to me crying, saying you got there in jail, I'm so sorry. That shit right there is what will fuel the anger that will never die. I had to write letters to 1,000 little kids explaining to them that I would be dead before a motherfucker would rape me, and you know that.
The grapevine, the got up 4 times.
And motherfuckers took shots from every direction. They thought that meant that I'm gay now. He'll fuck me in the ass now. And I'm getting ripped in jail, woonty, wompty. They just say anything to assassinate my character.
Damn, that 3 to 9, I'll put you up for real though. Damn, that 3 to 9, I'll put you up for real though.
This right here is the ultimate proof that he's talking about Tupac. Damn, that 3 to 9 effed you up for real though. Pac was sentenced to 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison. 3 to 9 is the same thing, but only in half years. That was Pac's prison sentence. Biggie, just as always, tried to make it as subliminal as possible.
Damn, that 3 to 9, I'll put you up for real though. Swing still slow, has remorse, we feel no.
Biggie and Puffy had no remorse and did not regret what they did to Tupac. Big knew exactly that it was Puffy who made Keefe D and the Southsiders go after Pac and Suge, and he was fine with it. He initially might have been sad about it, but that sadness turned into happiness, or else he wouldn't have made fun of his death on the song. I mean, they literally said that they have no remorse. But in the media, he only expressed his sadness. In the outro of the demo version with Capadonna, you can hear Biggie yelling in the background and insulting Tupac.
Time.
So according to Big, the only reason why he didn't say Tupac's name is because it would have given the Outlaws a chance to come back and sell more units. Cause now that Pac is gone, nobody is checking for the Outlaws anymore. That's what the Outlaws said in multiple interviews. They said they got blackballed. Biggie called himself the best in the game, which he definitely was after Pac's death. And there wasn't much anyone from Pac's camp could have done lyrically to come back from a record like that. Only one capable of doing so was Tupac. Hit 'Em Up and Long Kiss Goodnight are two of the greatest diss songs of all time. And Big's diss would have been even harder if he hadn't holden back. They both had proven that they were at the top of the food chain at the time. And I'm fully convinced that if these two had survived, we would have seen even harder diss tracks. The final track on the album was called You're Nobody Till Somebody Kills You. Lance Rivera, who was part of Biggie's group The Commission, said that the song was about Tupac's death. Around the time Pac died, Lance had a dream where Pac said, "You're nobody till somebody kills you." Lance then went and told Biggie about that dream, and they both had goosebumps. Big then decided to make a song about it, and wanted to end his album with it. It's supposed to be a dedication and at the same time a diss towards Pac, featuring his wife Faith Evans, the person Pac used to attack Biggie. Big put Faith on the song where he's making fun of Tupac's death, as a way for him to defend the honor of his wife, after all the rumors and slander they had to endure in 95 and 96. The message of the song is that Pac was a nobody while he was alive, and that his death gave his existence a meaning.
Nobody till somebody loves you.
I make your mouthpiece obese like Delarice. Why, may you rest in peace.
Being murdered often makes someone significantly more famous than they otherwise would have been had they not been killed. Pac at this point in time had achieved martyr status in the hip-hop world. In the May 97 issue of the Spin magazine, Biggie denied that this song is about Pac. What's missing is the depth and complexity of Ready to Die, with the exception of You're Nobody Till Somebody Kills You. A funky Fright Night riff. It's an ambiguous song, not about Tupac, says Biggie, in which the narrator is both mesmerized and disgusted by the live fast, die young credo. That being said, there are still lines on here that are most definitely jabs at Tupac.
As I leave my competition, respirator style, climb the ladder to success, escalator style.
Biggie's competition will end up on life support, just like he said on What's Beef.
Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU.
As I leave my competition, respirator style, climb the ladder to success, escalator style.
Guess who Big was talking about? Who exactly was put on a respirator, on life support, in ICU? Tupac, of course. He was put on a respirator for a week before dying. Biggie climbed the ladder in the rap game by getting rid of the number one, left his competition respirator style while climbing the ladder to success escalator style. Now he can be the undisputed number one.
Hold y'all breath, I told y'all, death controls y'all, big don't fold y'all.
Hold y'all breath, I told y'all, death controls y'all. Making fun of Pac for getting shot in the lung, and then being unable to breathe without a respirator. Biggie is jokingly telling Pac to hold his breath. He only had one lung left and was coughing blood when he got shot. Death Row allowed him to get out of control, but death ultimately controlled him.
Reminisce on dead friends too. You're nobody till somebody kills you.
On January 9th, 1997, Biggie read the first verse of the Tupac diss record Long Kiss Goodnight on the New York radio show Hot 97. They used the beat for It's All About the Benjamins, which is a song that would later land on Puffy's upcoming album No Way Out.
Notorious, bring it, baby.
I make your mouthpiece obese like Delarice. When I release, you lose teeth like little seeds. Player please, blood flood your dungarees, and that's just the half of my warpath.
He basically gave his city a taste of what they can expect on his upcoming album Life After Death. So New York got excited to hear a full response record against Tupac. They were ready to run to the record store and buy the album. A lot of people had picked up on the subliminal disses during the freestyle. People on the East Coast knew what he was doing and what he had prepared for them on the album. Death Row had managed to sell over 10 million records in '96. New Yorkers got excited when they heard that the face of the East Coast was about to make a comeback. Bad Boy was about to drop multiple albums back to back. Biggie's double album in winter '97, followed by Puffy's album that summer, Mace's album a couple months later in autumn, and the Lux's album that following winter. They wanted to strike back and outsell the West Coast. And New York was happy. The mecca of hip-hop was finally back on top.
What's up? I did it. I did it. I'm the greatest.
They wanted to promote the album and prepare everyone outside of New York for Bad Boy's comeback by flying to the West Coast and spreading the message in every club and on every radio station. But that wasn't the only reason why they wanted to go there.
Oh, Cali?
No doubt, baby. No, we gotta get this paper.
No doubt.
California.
Yeah.
In mid-January, Biggie and Puffy flew to LA to not only promote the album on the West Coast, but to also work on Puffy's album No Way Out, while shooting a couple music videos for both projects. On January 23rd, Biggie did an interview for the Spin magazine, which was publicized in the May '97 issue. He spoke on Tupac's death and his claims about Faith. According to Big, Pac's alleged kiss and tell with Faith was nothing more than a quote-unquote pathetic attempt to publicly castrate him. The strain was too much for the marriage. I had nothing to do with any of that Tupac-ish, he adds. That's a complete and total misconception. I definitely wouldn't wish death on anyone. I'm sorry he's gone. That dude was nice on the mic. It's not worth it anymore. That's why I just stay in the mother effing house. Biggie spent most of his time in LA partying with girls. He and Charlie Baltimore got into a fight after she caught him cheating. She found a bag full of pictures of Biggie naked with a bunch of women. He wasn't really on good terms with any of the women he was in a committed relationship with. He cheated on all of them. Faith and Big had actually reconciled. But around that time, she once again caught him cheating with Lil Kim. Biggie's son was already born at the time, and Big was looking forward to raising him. He saw him as a mini Biggie, wanted to dress his son in suits and take him on shows with him, but he sadly never got the chance to do that. In February, they started filming the music video for the lead single Hypnotize. They wanted to stay in LA, in the enemy territory, for about 2 months. That's how safe they felt. Looking back at it, it wasn't really the right timing to go there, since the wounds were still fresh. People were still mourning Tupac's death, held Big accountable, and were still in revenge mode. The East Coast-West Coast beef was not over. So it was a terrible idea to fly to LA, cause this was only 5.5 months after Tupac's death. He should have never came. This was the equivalent to Snoop and the Dogg Pound coming to New York to shoot their music video, at a time when New York and the Bad Boy camp expected diss tracks from Death Row. But Biggie had already made peace with Snoop, so they were convinced that nobody would get harmed during the trip. But Snoop was in no position to speak for the label. The Crips were only a minority on Death Row. It was a Ma Piru label, and Suge to this day still refuses to make peace with them. So the Ma Piru members were mad at Snoop for squashing the beef with Big, and that created a rift within the label. Snoop and the Dogg Pound wanted to leave Death Row. All the Crips wanted to leave, but Suge didn't want to let them go, cause he would have been left with nothing. Aside from the Crips, they had no more major artists. And they also wanted revenge for Pac's death. They wanted to find Biggie and Puffy, and Suge gave orders from prison. This would be Biggie's final trip, although Suge's main target was Puffy, who tried to use this opportunity to rub their victory over Pac and Suge into everybody's faces. Cause the two were gone, and now they could come to LA, disrespect the eternal West Coast king on their radio shows with subliminal disses while pretending to be on a mission of peace. In interviews, they would always express sadness and pay respect to Tupac and his family. But that was all done to fool the media and the casual hip-hop fans. Puffy wanted to rub it into Suge's face that they will continue to make hits continuously, while Suge's main artist and hitmaker is gone. Pac and Suge's plan was to take over the East Coast and quote-unquote overthrow the old regime, which was Bad Boy, on the East Coast, to create a new regime that includes both coasts while being in full control of it. Those were Pac's final plans before passing away.
They happen to be the regime before me. Just like Republicans hate Carter or whatever, now the Republicans is like, we can't wait for Bush to come back. You know? Just like now I'm in power, everybody that love Biggie, they all like, I can't wait for Biggie to come back. Or somebody like that, or Nas. That's why they root for them. They rooting for their people. And when I was gone, that's why all my niggas was like, we can't wait for them to come. And that's why they rushed the polls. They wanted a new regime. And my regime includes the East Coast. It includes the West Coast.
Puffy was so obsessed with Tupac to the point that after his death, he tried to accomplish everything Pac had planned for the future. This sole plan of taking over both coasts and then ruling over them at the same time, for example. That's part of the reason why they came there. They also wanted to do everything they could to make sure that the album Life After Death outsells Machiavelli and Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style. Cause the Machiavelli album sold 664,000 copies. It would have been nearly impossible to outsell them with just their East Coast fans alone. So they wanted to win back their West Coast fanbase. That's why they thought it was the perfect timing. But they couldn't let the people from Death Row know where they were. They didn't want to take risks. Bad boys move in silence. In the Hypnotized music video, they added the caption Florida Keys, as if they shot the video in Florida. But it was all done in Cali. They were driving through the enemy territory while claiming to be in Florida, at least in the music video. They made a mockery out of the whole FBI investigation for the Tupac murder, cause even then they suspected their involvement, that they had something to do with the death of Tupac, and it was said that the FBI was keeping an eye on them. So Puffy wanted to show everybody that they don't even take it seriously. The FBI immediately knew that the Southsiders were behind it. And they also had proof of them attending concerts and shows together with the Bad Boy camp. And now they were following them to find undeniable evidence for their involvement.
What you gonna do, man?
Oh, I'm trying to get my drink on, man.
Oh, shit! Oh, I'm trying to get my drink on, man.
Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player.
So Puffy and Biggie turned this whole thing into a James Bond movie, with them being the heroes, getting followed around and chased by the FBI, while Big and Puff are laughing, having fun, enjoying life, high on ecstasy, partying, even though it's a very serious matter. So it was a jab at Pac and Death Row, and basically everyone who was still mourning Pac's death. They come to Pac's territory to celebrate their victory, while getting chased by the FBI, who are trying to find evidence of Puffy's involvement to close the case. Puffy and Keefe D had agreed to avoid each other for the next couple of years, to not get caught. And Puff never paid him the promised $1 million. He just used him. On February 23rd, 1997, Puffy and Snoop Dogg appeared on the Steve Harvey Show together to talk about the rumored rivalry between the East Coast and the West Coast.
Yeah, so like me and my man Snoop was saying, y'all, there ain't no East Coast, West Coast beef.
I swear. We ain't coming to talk about nothing behind us. We come to talk about what's ahead of us.
Yeah.
We here to make a difference, you know what I'm saying? So we want y'all to stay in school and keep y'all heads in y'all books.
No doubt. Knowledge is power, y'all.
The episode was filmed in Chicago in late '96, while Big was still recovering, meaning before they came to LA. Puffy called the feud a bunch of media hype, saying that Snoop was his homie from day one. And Snoop agreed with him. They shook hands and publicly made peace, with Snoop thinking he's the representative of Death Row and the West Coast, fully convinced that he is in a position to end the East Coast-West Coast beef, which he of course wasn't. A lot of people were upset with him, cause the people close to Pac didn't really want to squash the beef. Snoop and Pac weren't really cool anymore during Pac's final days, so they saw Snoop as a traitor. Biggie was just about to drop an album filled with disses against Pac. And here comes Snoop, shaking hands with Puffy on TV, while they're out in clubs and radio shows dissing Pac. According to the Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., Suge Knight verbally attacked Snoop Dogg during a phone conversation while he was in prison, saying that he and Puffy are partly responsible for Biggie's death after making peace on television, cause their secret meeting in late '96 made Puffy think that he can come to the West Coast with no repercussions, cause he saw Snoop as the new face of the West Coast and of Death Row, but he had no authority. How could Snoop end a war that he didn't start or wasn't trying to be involved in? Only people who could have stopped it were Biggie, Puffy, Pac, who was now dead, and Suge, who was in prison. Puffy and Biggie couldn't stop the war on their own either, cause they were only one half of the Coastal War. Biggie at this point in time didn't have enough influence to rule over both coasts, but that was ultimately his goal. But you can't achieve that if you're not welcome on both sides. That's why they were on a mission of peace. At least that's what they wanted you to believe. During Suge's argument with Snoop, he asked him who he thinks he is, making those decisions for Death Row and the West Coast. And after that, Snoop wanted to leave Death Row. It is rumored that Suge and the people working for him were the ones that put out the hit on Puffy and Big. They supposedly tried to find them the whole time they were in LA. I will cover this in a future video. But yeah, Suge and the Ma Piru were happy when they found out that the bad boy camp was in LA. For the entirety of those 2 months, they wouldn't meet with any of the people from Death Row. They were avoiding them on purpose. Snoop was supposedly their homie, while his Death Row label mates were mad at him for reaching out to the bad boy camp. Puffy and Biggie weren't picking up any of his calls. It was like he was stuck in between, while both sides were trying to hold a distance from him. None of them trusted him. His Death Row label mates felt like they got stabbed in the back, while Biggie and Puffy were afraid that Snoop would set them up. That's why they didn't reach out to him while they were in his city. And they didn't pick up his calls either. They hid their location from everybody who wasn't from the East Coast. While on the set of Hypnotize, Biggie was interviewed by Rap City's Joe Claire on February 24th. They asked him about Tupac and how he felt when he passed.
I was more shocked than anything, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't more shocked of him dying. I was more shocked of him. Pac is a strong dude, Joe. I know Duke, you know what I'm saying? Right. He's real strong. So when they was like, he got shot, I was just more like, again? You know what I'm saying? He always getting shot or shot at. He gonna pull through this one again, make a few records about it, and it's gonna be over, you know what I'm saying? But when he died, I was just like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? It kind of took me by, you know, even though we was going through our drama, I would never wish death on nobody, you know what I'm saying? Because ain't no coming back from that. So it kind of turned me down a little bit. But at the same time, you know, you gotta move on. You know, I felt for his moms, for his family or whatever, but, you know, things gotta move on, you know?
This is the exact opposite of what he said on the Life After Death album, where he made fun of him for quote-unquote resting where the worms in the week be. He continued to spread positivity by saying that they play Pac on the radio every day, so people will always feel him and remember him.
I felt him. I still feel him. You know, we got the record. You know, I'm out here every day. He run the radio station. He ain't got heavy rotation. He got every rotation.
Every rotation.
You know what I'm saying?
Everywhere you go.
I hear him, and every time I hear him, I feel him. So he gonna always be here.
He also talked about realizing how much power he and Pac had to wage a whole coastal war, making entire coasts and their artists hate each other. Cause people on the East Coast hated Pac and people on the West Coast hated Big, just because of a personal beef.
I was more in the mind frame of keep your mouth shut, Big. You know what I'm saying? Just don't feed into it. If you feed into it, it's gonna do nothing but escalate. You know what I'm saying? I knew it wasn't true. Or at least what I knew I was getting blamed for wasn't true. I can't speak for nothing else. You know, I wasn't there. But I know what he was blaming me for wasn't true. Right. So it don't make no sense me sitting there trying to make records or hit magazines and TVs screaming how it ain't true. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't true, I just gotta egg it. You know what I'm saying? Just, I got other things to do, man. You know? I kind of realized how powerful Tupac and I was. You know what I'm saying? Because we two individual people, we raised a coastal beef. You know what I'm saying? One man against one man made a whole West Coast hate a whole East Coast and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? And that really bugged me out. Like, yo, Duke don't like me, so this whole coast don't like me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like him, so my whole coast don't like him.
Since Pac had passed, Biggie thought that it was his responsibility to squash the beef and make peace. That's why he supposedly came to LA to make sure that people understand that there is no point in beefing, that he got love for the people on the West Coast, and that it was all just a personal issue.
It just kind of let me know how much strength I had. So what I'm trying to do now, you know what I'm saying, with untimely demise or whatever, I got to be the one to flip it and take my power and flip it like, yo, it got to be dead, you know what I'm saying, because he can't do that. You know what I'm saying, he can't be the one to be like, yo, I want to squash it because he's gone. So I got to take the weight on both sides. That's why I'm out here, you know what I'm saying. We in every club, every radio station, you know, we get our little eye screws and everything, but I just tell them straight up, yo, you know you love me. It's real. Because, I mean, come on, you don't got rated that? Let's be real, you gotta be real.
I got the job.
You know
Everybody I know got the job.
There you go, you know what I'm saying? Just because that man had a beef with me or I had a beef with him, that don't mean you can't like me. Ask me what's going on. Ask me what's going on. I'm gonna talk to you just like you're a regular person. So I gotta squash it.
Around that same time, he was interviewed again by BET and once again spoke about Tupac's death.
I never hated nobody from the West Coast, you know what I'm saying? It was a personal beef, you know what I'm saying? And I figure like this, that man has passed away. We just need to just let that be it. I kind of recognize the power that me and Tupac had to be able to have a personal problem with each other and wage an East Coast, West Coast beef. I mean, that's a coast against a coast. Just two regular dudes, you know? So since he's gone, I think I got to take his place and my place to take all the power I can to just squash it.
But Biggie's definition of squashing the beef was different from what everyone else thought was gonna happen, cause the album hadn't come out yet. And all these interviews made you think that he's just going to focus on music. No disses, no war, just hits, preaching peace. But the album was filled with subliminal jabs in all directions. The furthest thing from peacemaking. Even more disses than on Tupac's double album All Eyes on Me. But Pac wasn't viewed as a man of peace. They said he was out of control the moment he came out of prison. Puffy and Biggie just knew how to market themselves, looking like an angel while dissing a dead man, showing his enemy respect and honoring his death in interviews while lyrically desecrating his metaphorical grave. He wanted to do both things at the same time, finish their unsettled business and then make peace, respond for one last time and then never talk about it again. Cause on March 1st, Biggie appeared on the Wake Up Show and was interviewed by Sway, a West Coast radio station. Pac had done an interview with Sway 11 months prior, where he ranted about Big for over 20 minutes straight. And now Big was supposed to respond to that, now that Pac had passed. At first, it seemed like a regular interview with him being asked about his relationship with Pac. They addressed the rumors about the Quad Studio shooting and him supposedly setting Pac up. Biggie said that those rumors aren't true. He ain't powerful enough to set people up.
I ain't that powerful, you know? Yet, he wasn't coming to see me. He was going to do a record for somebody else. I just happened to be upstairs working on the Dream Mafia project. Season him, saw him coming in, and was like, yo, Pac on his way up. We on our way down. Some kids happened to be in the hallway, stuck him up, shot him or whatever. Got caught up in the mix like that.
Biggie was also asked about Pac accusing him of biting his style, and how he all of a sudden became a player thanks to Pac giving him advices on how to become successful in the rap game.
That's completely untrue to me. I mean, I always been my own person, you know what I'm saying? I know what I wanted to do the day I came in the game, you know what I'm saying? I may admit, he schooled me to a lot because he knew a lot, you know what I'm saying? If you was my man and we hanging together, whatever, and you doing a certain thing, you're going to tell me, yo, what you going to do, you should do it this way, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't a situation where he did something and I watched and stole it. He told me, yo, you can do a whole lot of things in this game. You could be the broke rapper, you could be the rich rapper, you know what I'm saying? You can rap as hard as you want on your album, but just make sure the radio got some joints, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you got those radio-friendly records that the girls is going to like, that the radio is going to like, so help you sell your album. And I took that into consideration by making Big Papas and One More Chances and Juicies and stuff like that. It was advice. It wasn't nothing getting stolen. Right. You know what I'm saying? If it's anything, he should have been happy for me more than anything else. He was saying I sounded like him. That's bananas.
And then he talks about how much of a loss Pac's death is to hip-hop, while also saying that he didn't really have much time to mourn his death, as he had his own issues to deal with. His wife, the baby, the car accident. So he wasn't really in a good place himself.
I mean, it definitely was a loss, you know what I'm saying? A great loss. I feel for his family, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I can't be the one to sit there and really get stressed over somebody else, you know what I'm saying? At that time, I was going through my own problems, you know what I'm saying? With my kids and my wife and my business, my money business, you know what I'm saying? I got my own things to handle, you know what I'm saying? Like 3 days after he died, I was in a car accident. I was in the hospital for 3 months.
And then he did the unthinkable when asked to freestyle for the audience in California. Biggie wanted to perform the Tupac disses not only in New York but also in California, on the West Coast, which Tupac represented. He rapped the first 2 verses of Long Kiss Goodnight, and also the first verse of You're Nobody Till Somebody Kills You. 2 songs that were aimed at Pac, back to back.
I'm flaming gats, aiming at these maniacs, put my name in rap, so part the game is that like you hustle backwards.
He wanted to make everybody from both coasts hear it and make it as disrespectful as possible, not caring about the criticism and repercussions he would face for disrespecting a dead legend in his own city. Cause when Suge heard about Biggie dissing Pac on the West Coast radio, he supposedly gave the green light for his hitman Poochie to find and finish them off.
As I leave my competition, respirator style, climb the ladder to success, escalator style.
4 days later, on March 5th, Biggie appeared on The Breakfast Club once again with Sway, discussing a wide range of topics, including him seeing Tupac at the Soul Train Awards in March '96. He was also asked if he had anything to do with the Tupac shootings, including the one in New York and the one in Las Vegas. To which Biggie once again said that he ain't powerful enough to do that.
As far as the shootings, both of them, the one that happened at the recording studio in New York, and then obviously the one in Vegas that took his life, they were saying Biggie Smalls had something to do with it.
I'm not that powerful, yo. I'm just a rapper.
I feel you on that. Because, a lot of people asking questions about that.
Man, people need to grow up, man. We just rappers. We make music, man.
I feel you. Now, what about the little incident that happened last year at the Soul Train Awards?
Oh, that was the first time I saw him since the rumors and everything got started. And since he started everything on the Biggie stole my style, Biggie did this, he did this with Faye. That was the first time I saw him since then. So,
what happened?
Of course, there was going to be confrontation. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to know what was going on. Man. Things happened, you know what I'm saying?
That same day, he also did an interview with JV from the Doghouse in San Francisco, where he talked about his falling out with Tupac.
He said in one of his songs, he knows you sent somebody to shoot him that first time. Is that true or false?
Why? No, it's false. Why would I do that?
Okay. Do you think he was just hyping a record or do you have no idea?
I don't know what was the problem. I wasn't inside his head at the time. I don't really know what's the reason for him doing what he did. I think, him being gone, I think his time was to be forgiven.
Right.
He also said that he wasn't mad at Pac for trying to come at him. Cause in hip-hop, it's totally normal to go at the guy who's at the top, especially when you want that top spot for yourself. He was of course hurt by what he said on Hit 'Em Up. But at the end of the day, it's all business.
Did it hurt you? I want to ask how you felt though, like when you first heard Hit 'Em Up. How did that, it has to hurt some because you guys used to be cool and then to hear all that.
It hurt, but I kind of look at it like it's business. When you at the top, you just gotta go for the top person's neck, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta get your spot, you know what I'm saying? That's what he wanted.
Right.
I can't be mad at him for that. He just do what he gotta do, I couldn't be the one to do it back though, that's not my style.
The worst part about these radio shows were the incoming phone calls of Pac fans from LA, threatening Biggie live on air, sending him death threats saying that he better leave LA before they come and kill him. Biggie always laughed it off. He even included a little skit in the intro of the song My Downfall, in which he's arguing with one of those haters sending him death threats.
Hello? I'll kill you. The fuck out of here. Watch my back. Word.
He would get dozens of death threats but wouldn't take them seriously. He didn't want to give those people what they want and leave LA, just because they say so. He wanted to show everybody that he's the king of both coasts. That this is now his territory, that he doesn't have anything to be afraid of. He proved it by going to a new club every day, going on radio stations and dissing LA's deceased legend Tupac, while in the same breath saying that he feels sorry for him. So he stayed there, even attended the Soul Train Music Awards on March 7th in LA, which everybody knew he'd be attending. A year prior, they had managed to set him up there. He came face to face with Tupac and his people, and there was no guarantee that Suge wouldn't send his people again. But fortunately, nothing happened. Biggie went on stage and presented the award for Best Female R&B Soul Single. As soon as he tried opening the envelope, The crowd started booing him, to which Biggie cheerfully responded, "What's up, Kelly?" The people in LA were clearly showing him that he's not welcome there.
And the Soul Train Music Award goes to... What's up, Cali? You're making me high, Tony Braxton.
Biggie was actually supposed to fly to London the next morning, meaning on March 8th, the last full day of Biggie's life. But he and the bad boy entourage decided to stay a little longer, to not only attend the after party hosted by the Vibe Magazine, but to also record a song for Puffy's album. It's called Victory, the last song he ever recorded. Just like the title suggests, they are proclaiming their victory, not only in the coastal war against Tupac and Death Row, but also against their competitors on the East Coast, who were trying to snatch Biggie's crown during his moment of weakness, when his reputation took a hit through Pac's lyrical attacks. So Biggie and Puffy recorded the song bragging about their victory against the West Coast while being in LA, dissing Pac in his own city, not just on freestyles but now also on newly recorded songs. They later even put Busta Rhymes on the hook, who previously decided to not add the Tupac diss track Dangerous MCs to his upcoming album When Disaster Strikes, but he still got to be part of this song, which had jabs against Tupac. Puff starts off by talking to Tupac and Suge, saying that Pac made an ass out of himself by assuming that Biggie and Puffy were involved in the Quad Studio incident. Kinda similar to what Biggie said on Dangerous MCs.
So when you hear something, make sure you hear it right. Don't make an ass out of yourself by assuming.
But your weak ass assumptions lead led the dumping, IV the pumping, you're feeling something.
He says that they're 2 levels above them, while also reusing the same line from the Tupac diss song Long Kiss Goodnight.
You know that I'm 2 levels above you, baby. Hug me, baby. I'ma make you love me, baby. I'm gonna make you love me, baby, baby, baby.
He then says talking crazy ain't gonna get you nothing but choked, responding to Pac's numerous interviews and lines in which he's verbally attacking them, while also throwing out wild accusations. He then continues to address Suge and Pac's quote-unquote jealousy, which stems from them seeing Biggie's success while they themselves were stagnating or at a low point.
Talking crazy ain't gonna get you nothing but choke, and that jealousy is only gonna leave you broke.
Saying that their jealousy will only leave them broke. When Tupac passed away, he supposedly had limited assets, including $105,000 in his checking account. He also had debts, owing around $4.9 million to Death Row Records. Even Tupac's mother admitted that he died broke, and Puffy knew that Pac had signed a deal with the devil. Biggie, on the other hand, was worth $10 million by the time of his death. Pac had sold more records than Biggie, but all the money went to Suge Knight, who at this point in time was serving a 5-year prison sentence. He had lost everything: the co-owner of the company, Dr. Dre, the rap artist with the biggest potential in history, Tupac, and Snoop and the Dogg Pound were just about to leave. So Death Row was a shell of its former self, and Suge would continue to live off the music they made between the early to mid-90s. His jealousy towards Puffy and Dre made it impossible for him to move on and to rebuild his company.
So the only thing left now is God for these cats. And Big, you know you're too hard for these cats.
The only one Suge and Pac can turn to now is God. Pac is now in the afterlife, potentially getting judged by God, while Suge is in prison with no one else to turn to but God, the only one he can beg for help. Puffy claimed that he was too smart for them, while they were busy quote-unquote making up facts, like for example Puffy's involvement in the Quad Studio shooting and Pac supposedly sleeping with Faith Evans. Biggie and Puffy are raking up plaques and focusing on their careers.
I'ma win cause I'm too smart for these cats. While they making up facts, you making up plaques.
Biggie starts off the second verse by dissing Tupac, addressing the incident of Pac getting shot and killed while his fiancée Kidada Jones was with him. The two were spending time in Las Vegas. Pac had told her to wait for him in the hotel suite. He was supposed to perform at the club 662 and then come back. That was the last time the two saw each other.
In the commission, you ask for permission to hit him. He don't like me, hit him while wifey was with him.
He's obviously talking about Pac. He don't like me, hit him while wifey was with him. People say he was trying to reference the diss song Hit 'Em Up, which Pac used to attack Biggie. Big counterattacked by hitting him up for real. All while his fiancée was there waiting for him. The same woman Pac would defend with his life, threatening Biggie by telling him to not mention her.
He don't like me, hit him while wifey was with him. This the daughter and I kidnapped your daughter. Kill your wife and hit the funeral and tell you just who gave the order. You heard of us, the murderers, most shady. Been on the low lately, the feds hate me.
Been on the low lately, the feds hate me. He's trying to stay low-key while the FBI is investigating the Tupac murder. Biggie and Puffy are trying to avoid the feds, just like in the music video for the song Hypnotize. They were laughing at the feds and clowning them, showing people that they got away with it. After recording the song, the bad boy entourage decided to celebrate. Biggie spent his final moments partying at the Peterson Automotive Museum, instead of flying to Europe like he had originally planned. People from both coasts were showing him love, and he looked happier than ever. The Lux was actually upset with Puffy after a disagreement, and they didn't enjoy the party until Biggie cheered them up. Keefe D and the Southsiders were there too. Puffy ordered them drinks but wanted them to sit at a different table. Tupac's fiancée Kidada Jones was there as well. You can see her on the right talking to Puffy. She was actually the one who invited them to come, as she was one of the people throwing the party. This was just 6 months after Pac's passing. Meeting Puffy and Biggie, even with all those rumors floating around of them being involved in the Tupac murder. Some people think that she was the one that informed the people from Death Row that the bad boy camp would be attending the party, so that Suge can send a hitman to come finish them off, as revenge for what they did to Tupac. But those are just rumors, and it's very unlikely that they're true. Because according to Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal, who was also there that night, Puff and Kidada were friends and they would always party together, and she would even try to flirt with him. Puffy was supposedly after every woman that Tupac had a relationship with. At one of the events later on, Puffy even tried to make her drink his urine. Yeah, you heard it right. Puffy wanted to make Tupac's fiancée drink urine. The same woman that Tupac would have killed for.
This the daughter and I kidnapped your daughter. Kill your wife and hit the funeral and tell you just who gave the order.
Kidada might have thought that it was a glass of champagne or ginger ale, cause she obviously wouldn't willingly drink the man's urine, especially in public during a party. Now the reason why there was urine in the glass is because Puffy didn't want to go to the bathroom. He peed in the glass under the table, and then put the glass on it for everyone to see. That's how much of a weirdo he was. Kidada then tried to get herself something to drink, grabbing the glass of Diddy's urine. She moved the glass to her mouth and Diddy didn't stop her. Anthony Wolf Jones, the guy who allegedly killed Suge's homie Big Jake, jumped up and stopped her in time, and these two continued to have a relationship for years to come. Kidada even removed the Tupac tattoo from her arm, and according to the Death Row head of security Reggie Wright, she also might have gotten an abortion for Tupac's child after his death. Cause when Pac was fighting for his life in the hospital in Las Vegas, she supposedly told Tupac's family that she was pregnant, but the baby was never born. Instead, she was partying with Puffy. No baby bump, even though she was supposedly 7 months pregnant. Pac never got to have any kids, and a lot of his fans are upset with Kidada to this day. Puffy probably found it hilarious how much Pac defended her, saying that he would kill them for his fiancée. The same woman who later tried to flirt with the guy that put out a hit on him. That was probably Puff's revenge for what Suge and Pac did with Faith Evans and Misa Hylton. But yeah, back to the night Biggie got shot. He and Puffy felt unstoppable. I mean, they had just spent 2 whole months at a place where a year prior they couldn't even go a day without getting into some type of altercation with gang members. Getting chased out of the city even though they came in peace. They thought they didn't have anything to be afraid of anymore. The Bad Boy Camp was just about to do a full album run and wanted to promote it all around the globe. A full world tour and multiple singles. Cause Pac had the chance to shoot multiple videos and drop multiple singles for All Eyes on Me. Biggie wanted to do the same thing but bigger. With Pac out of the picture, he was the undisputed number one. Everybody knew that he was a problem, especially the people on the West Coast who were still holding a grudge against him because of the beef with Tupac. The Bad Boy entourage then tried to leave the party at the Peterson Automotive Museum in 2 green 1997 GMC Suburbans. The plan was to drive to the after party at Steve Stout's house in the Hollywood Hills. But when Big's SUV stopped at a red light at the corner of Wilshire Boulevard in South Fairfax, a dark-colored Chevrolet Impala SS drove to the side of the SUV and shot Big 4 times before disappearing without a trace.
Yappin, shot and murder. Can't tell you how it happened word for word, but best believe that niggas gon' get what they deserve. In the same way.
Unlike the Pac murder, we don't know for certain who was in that Chevy. But the most common narrative is that it was Suge's homie and fellow Ma Piru member Poochie. I will cover this in detail in a future video. They rushed to the hospital and got medical help within just a couple of minutes. But by that time, it was already too late.
Damn. We were supposed to rule the world, baby. We was unstoppable. This shit can't be over. This shit can't be over, man. You got too much living to do. Too much unfinished business.
Biggie was pronounced dead on March 9th, 1:15 a.m. According to Low MB from the group OFTB, everyone from Pac's camp, including the Outlaws, was happy about it. They all thought that the shooting was revenge for Pac's death. Death Row had a meeting shortly after where they popped bottles and celebrated. The West Coast radio stations then received calls from West Coast hip-hop heads, and a lot of them said that he got what he deserved. That he shouldn't have came to LA and disrespected Tupac. They even threatened everybody from Biggie's camp and told them to leave the city, or else they will meet the same fate as him. The Bad Boy camp then panicked, according to DJ Ed Lover. They were trying to find a way to escape, thinking that Suge's Ma Piru would be waiting at the airport. Bad Boy rapper Mace was in LA as well. Suge sent about 70 Ma Piru members to his hotel to finish him off, cause Biggie and Mace were like the 2 main artists on Bad Boy at the time. Mace was scared for his life and couldn't leave. The Ma Piru members were waiting in the lobby for him to come down. He was too scared to leave his room. Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal got him out of there safely. With Biggie dying, the 2 faces of the East-West War were out of the picture, so the Coastal War slowly came to an end. But the deaths of these icons would leave a mark on the rap world and change it forever. On March 16th, exactly a week after Biggie got killed, the music video to Pac's song Hail Mary was released, where a man who's supposed to depict Suge Knight is incarcerated and mourns the death of his friend Tupac while wanting revenge. Pac then comes back from the dead to haunt and kill his enemies. Again, this was released exactly a week after Biggie died, and we see Pac's ghost kill his enemies, the ones that were responsible for his death. And then we see the guy that's supposed to be Suge Knight in his jail cell reading in the newspaper that the people who were responsible for Pac's death passed away, which makes the actor for Suge Knight smile. He was happy about it, cause a cellmate had told him revenge has a funny way of settling the score. Many people believe that Suge Knight was the person that put out the hit on Biggie, but no one was ever arrested for the murder. The video being released exactly a week after Big's death was definitely not a coincidence, because Puffy had released Who Shot Ya exactly a week after Pac went to prison, and this was supposed to be a subliminal message to Puffy, telling him that they have now settled the score. The 3 people that got killed in the video by Pac's Soul were supposed to depict Keefe D and the Southside Crips. They weren't supposed to depict Biggie. But they knew that Puffy was the one that sent them. That's why they released it on that day, sending Puffy a message. Tupac came back from the dead to get his revenge. You are not getting away with this.
You motherfuckers can't stop me. Even if I die, I'm gonna be a fucking problem. Do you believe in ghosts, motherfucker?
9 days later, on March 25th, Biggie's sophomore album Life After Death finally gets released and shakes up the rap world once again by topping the US Billboard 200 chart, selling an astonishing 690,000 copies in the first week, more than both Pac's All Eyes on Me, which sold 566,000 copies, and the Machiavelli the Dawn Killuminati 7-Day Theory album, which sold 664,000 copies in the first week. During Pac's reign on the top, he was making fun of Biggie's quote-unquote low record sales, with him only going double platinum with Ready to Die, while All Eyes on Me went 5 times platinum in 3 months. But Biggie had managed to surpass him, despite all the humiliation and disrespect he had to endure for the past year. He had become the laughingstock of the rap world, with the entire rap game thinking that he's an easy target. Pac's go-to argument to prove that Biggie was not on his level was record sales. He kept shoving it into his face that he went 5 times platinum in just a couple months, while Biggie is stuck at 2 million. Big somehow managed to bounce back after Hit 'Em Up, which people still view as the hardest diss track ever. He outsold him as if Pac did 0 damage to his career. This would have been a huge hit to Tupac's ego if he had survived the shooting. He would have been forced to drop another album to outsell Life After Death with record-breaking numbers, or else he would have looked stupid and inferior. But these two were not to be underestimated. They would have most likely went head-to-head with record sales for years to come, dropping one classic after another. I mean, they were only 24 and 25. The other top MCs of this culture were in their 30s when they hit their prime, and hip-hop has only grown since then. So I wouldn't have been surprised if these two had sold 1 million records first week with their next albums. But yeah, in '97 nobody expected Biggie to come back like that. Life After Death went diamond before any of Tupac's albums. January 6, 2000 was the day it hit the mark of a 10 million units sold. All Eyes on Me was still at 9 million, and Killuminati at 4. Biggie went platinum, double platinum, and diamond before Tupac. But he unfortunately never got to celebrate the success of his second album. And he also didn't get to see how he outsold the guy he was competing with, the undisputed King of New York, who outsold the King of LA after all the pain he had to endure, with the entire industry mocking him for getting cheated on by his wife, for supposedly being a fake player, a coward, nothing but a scared little boy who doesn't deserve to be a king. But he had proven himself to everybody by taking on every MC who tried to challenge him, battling them all at once with one album, while outselling them. And from that point on, rappers like Nas and Jay-Z tried to follow his footsteps, and would later fight for the crown which Biggie left behind after his death. But even half a decade later, in the year 2001, when the new King of New York candidates Nas and Jay-Z went head-to-head with Stillmatic and The Blueprints, Tupac sold just as much and even outsold them with a bunch of leftover tracks from '96, remixes that were just thrown together. Nas sold 342,000 copies in the first week with Stillmatic, defeating Jay-Z during their battle for the #1 spot. Guess what? Pac outsold him with the posthumous album Until the End of Time, which dropped the same year, selling 426,000 copies in the first week, compared to Nas's 342,000 and Jay-Z's 427,000. Pac wasn't even alive to promote it. It was basically just a compilation of remixes from old songs. Biggie did the same thing in '99 with his posthumous album Born Again, outselling the new King of New York candidates Nas and Jay-Z with a compilation of remixes and leftover tracks. Cause Nas sold 470,000 with I Am and 232,000 with Nostradamus. Jay sold 462,000 with Volume 3. And they were around to promote their albums, do tours, videos, and had everything going for them. Biggie still outsold them with Born Again, selling 485,000 copies in the first week. Actually, none of Jay and Nas's albums were able to reach the bar that Biggie and Pac set with their first week sales. None of their albums sold anywhere near Pac's 664,000 units with Killuminati and Biggie's 690,000 with Life After Death. And hip-hop has only grown since then. During Jay and Nas's reign, there were more rap fans globally than ever. Now imagine what Pac and Big would have sold if they were still alive to promote their albums, drop music videos, do shows, and actually put out music that's not just a bunch of remixes and leftover tracks. They were truly in a league of their own. They accomplished more than the other greats of this culture at a way younger age. Think about it. Would you really put all the MCs you have in your top 10 on your list if their careers had ended at the ages Pac and Big lost their lives? Probably not. That's one of the many reasons why Pac and Big are considered the best. Biggie went to sell over 28 million copies in the United States, even with such a small amount of projects in his catalog. Pac went to sell more than 75 million copies with 12 albums in his discography. All Eyes on Me and his Greatest Hits album both went diamond a couple years after Life After Death. But back to the timeline. On March 31st, 1998, they filmed Puff Daddy's music video for the song Victory, which was supposed to pay homage to the movie The Running Man, once again featuring Puffy trying to run away from the FBI. The hero who's trying to escape from the evil federal agents who come after him for no reason. Puffy is once again the good guy, the angel. They come after him for no reason, just like in the music video for the song Hypnotize. Biggie not only taught Puffy how to rap, but his death also kickstarted Puff's solo career. He went to sell millions of records, even though he never wrote a single rhyme. At the 1999 MTV Music Awards, which took place on September 9th, the mothers of Tupac and Biggie, Afeni Shakur and Voletta Wallace, came on stage and gave each other a hug. Then on March 7th, 2000, Black Rob's debut album Life Story was released. Black Rob was another artist from the label Bad Boy. The album included a song called Muscle Game, on which Puffy stated that those who mess with him can expect $1 million bounty on their heads, erasing not only them but also their families.
Come on, man. Fuck with me, I'll drop $1 million on your head. Erase you and your whole family.
This right here is Puffy publicly bragging about putting $1 million bounty on Tupac's head and getting away with it, at a time when everybody had heard the rumors. And that might have actually been the last time Puffy publicly joked about it, cause afterwards he tried to rewrite history and only spoke positively about him. Just like Suge Knight, who only had good things to say about Biggie after his death, saying that he wanted to sign him to Death Row and offer him a record deal better than the one at Bad Boy, once again reuniting Pac and Biggie to form an unstoppable team. In 2001, MTV wanted to do a tribute for Tupac and Biggie, with Tretch from Naughty by Nature and Puffy rapping their tribute songs for their deceased homies. It was the 20th anniversary of MTV, and they wanted the Outlaws and Puffy to come on stage and shake hands live on stage. During the rehearsals, Napoleon from the Outlaws got mad and snatched Puffy's microphone while they were on stage. He had planned to do it during the actual show, not during the rehearsals, but he was drunk and got mad when he saw Puffy trying to hold a speech. So he snatched the mic and Puffy tried to get it back, which made Napoleon shove him. And the whole thing escalated with the security guards rushing him and the Outlaws trying to fight them. They then got thrown out and the Outlaws got banned from ever coming to their shows again. The rest of the Outlaws were mad at Napoleon, cause they actually wanted to squash the beef, and they blamed that incident for them getting blackballed. Napoleon was then pulled to the side by Puffy and his people, and he asked him, "Why did you do that, playboy?" To which Napoleon responded, "You know why I did it, bro. Let's not go there." To which Puffy responded, "Man, I'm tired of this ish. That's why I'm moving to Europe." They then went their separate ways and that was that. Puffy even put Pac on one of Biggie's posthumous albums called Duets The Final Chapter in 2005, on the song Living in Pain, which is a remix of the song House of Pain, which was actually supposed to be on Biggie's debut album Ready to Die, before it got scrapped. Puffy has always denied being involved in Tupac's murder.
Check this out, we don't talk about things that are nonsense. We don't even entertain nonsense, my brother. So we're not even going to go there.
Make sure to check out my Tupac murder documentary where I dive into this topic, and stay tuned for the one about Biggie. Rest in peace to two of the greatest rappers to ever do it, Tupac Shakur and Christopher Wallace.